All right, hello and welcome to Smogon University's first live VGC event. My name is Scraw, and I have with me Eric. And we're gonna get started in just a little while here, but while we wait for our competitors to get situated, and for everybody to get their first round, we have some yummy data to look at from our over 700 competitors.
Yeah, we have a lot of usage data here, so a lot to unpack here before our first round. Not surprisingly, we're seeing Miraidon as our number one use restricted, coming in at about 48% usage across all of the team sheets that we have submitted so far, followed by Calirex's and then Zamazenta and Lunala rounding out the top five. So what are we thinking as far as what the metagame's going to look like here?
Well, it looks pretty reflective of NAIC. It feels like that core of Calyrex, Miraidon, and Cali Shadow Rider and Zamazenta has sort of been taking turns being the top dog, or being, no pun intended on Zamazenta's part. And it looks like we do see a pretty big uptick in Miraidon Lunala teams, sort of coming in number 3 there, sort of reflecting the changes after it won NAIC just last month. So it looks like nothing out of the ordinary from this initial set of data, but of course, a lot of times the devil's in the details, right? Once we see people actually playing, we'll see what tech they have for these familiar-looking pairings.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, Miraidon kind of takes the top spot. I feel like it's kind of become like the token, glue restricted that you kind of could just put on any team right now, and it's been finding success, and it has a lot of good tools that it can use with a variety of different items, variety of different sets that it can use. I feel like people are trying to experiment a little bit with their Miraidon usage. Like, it's normally just been like Choice Specs Miraidon, but now we're seeing an uptick in items like Choice Scarf, Assault Vest, and even Life Orb to try and differentiate those Miraidon sets to work with different restricteds. And it's kind of a Pokemon that can work with any of the top 5 here, and it's a Pokemon that we're likely to see paired with all these other top 5 restricteds. And yeah, I'm expecting Miraidon to have a pretty big showing today, and it's probably the number 1 restricted with a target on its back as far as preparation goes, as far as the World Championship format. Looking outside the top 5, we have stuff like Miraidon, Kyogres, we have the weather Pokemon going back and forth. Those Pokemon are still seeing pretty good usage across the board. You have the sort of bulky Kyogre teams, you have the more offensive Kyogre teams with like the Tailwind. Miraidon also finding a good spot next to Pokemon like Calyrex Shadow. Not so much Lunala anymore, but I know those teams are still out there in some capacity. There's still some pretty good players that are working with that. And then Zacian still cracking the top 10. I'm surprised to see Groudon as high as it is. Groudon has also had a bit of an uptick in usage recently. I think people are starting to realize that Groudon is kind of like the one restricted that can really go head-to-head with Miraidon, just being a ground type that can fire off strong physical ground moves and just be a good restricted check to Miraidon once it actually, hits its moves, because unfortunately with using Groudon, you do have to rely on Precipice Blades, but I just think with the sun being such a good weather condition to have on your side of the field with all the Paradox Pokemon, it's still finding a good placing in the metagame right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We have seen some top players using Groudon more and more. I believe it was Bezod who won the not Portland, but one of the West Coast Regional Championships with Lunala back in Regulation G, has been sort of championing Groudon for both Portland and NAIC, and I know that he's been working with some other talented players who have been working on these sort of Groudon Miraidon teams. I mean, if you can abuse the power of Miraidon yourself while also having a restricted that pairs up well into it, that sounds like a recipe for success when you see almost half the teams being Miraidon teams.
Yeah, you can sort of use the best of what the format has to offer, and then you can also just use a little bit of an off-meta pick to kind of cover up, the off-meta pick to counter the best team or the best Pokemon in the format, what looks like it right now. And you get to use that also gives you access to a lot of the great photosynthesis mods. You can use Fluttermane, you can even use Raging Bolt, which is a Pokemon that gets insanely powerful when you get the power of photosynthesis and electric terrain on the field, and you do some fun stuff like Rising Voltage, which I think is really cool. But yeah, you're mentioning Bezod. I know a lot of the cool Groudon teams that they've been coming up with. And yeah, it also allows you to use stuff like Volcarona, which is another really popular Pokemon that we're seeing picking up a lot as far as non-restricted Pokemon go. Speaking of the non-restricted Pokemon, unsurprisingly, we have Incineroar at the top of the usage stats. Incineroar is just, best non-restricted Pokemon in the game, offers you so much support and even offensive capabilities with just brilliant coverage into the format with Fire and Dark, but I think that's reflective of a lot of the Incineroars we're seeing now switching to the Assault Vest item, just being a good Pokemon that can be used into the strong special attacking restricteds, i.e. the top 2 restricteds in the field, Miraidon and Calyrex Shadow, just allowing you to take those attacks better. And I think Incineroar also running the Assault Vest really appreciates the fact that Miraidon's sort of pivoting away from the offensive items, because it allows you to take those attacks a lot better. And also, unsurprisingly, we have Urshifu, Rapid Strike, and Rillaboom rounding out the top 3. Is just, like, if there's nothing you can really think of to put on a team in the last 3 slots, like, these Pokemon are just so good as a double fake out core. You get terrain control, and then you have Urshifu, Rapid Strike is just a good offensive piece. Whether you want to Choice Scarf, Mystic Water, Focus Sash, like all these different sets that can just help you blast through your opponent's team and just get really good offensive pressure going on with just strong water type damage, which is also really valuable into the format.
Absolutely. Again, we've been seeing a pattern with these restricted formats where we see Incin, Urshifu, these sort of generically extremely powerful Pokemon, fall off towards the beginning. People try to build their teams more and more synergistically around their restricteds, but as we get to the end of each format, they always spike right back up. I mean, you can't deny how strong they are. Another interesting quirk of the Assault Vest on these Incineroars is we have these physical restricted Pokemon like Calyrex Ice Rider, who is our third most common restricted, and he's often running Clear Amulet. So a benefit of Assault Vest is you're sort of incentivized to run U-turn, so that you don't get blocked by Clear Amulet on your parting shot, just to have more consistent pivoting potential.
Yeah, and also with U-turn is that... oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go right ahead.
Oh, I was like, when you mentioned U-turn, it's also coincides with the fact that Terra Bug is also a very common Terra type on Incineroar now. So, like, you even have situations where you can get stabbed U-turn, so you're even doing a little bit of extra chip damage on those U-turns. So, I think a lot of people are capitalizing on both Incineroar's offensive capabilities, but also, just trying to bulk them out as much as possible to try and, try to get as much mileage out of using Incineroar as possible. As we see the general item distribution, the Terra type distribution, Bug sitting at the top there, and also Water taking a solid second place. But I mean, even though Assault Vest is by far the most common item right now, Incineroar still is very much a jack of all trades. Rocky Helmet's still very much a useful item, just getting some extra damage into those contact moves. Even Miraidon's Electro Drift, which is a special attack that also makes contact, able to get that slight amount of chip damage. And you also have stuff like Safety Goggles for teams that are, a little bit weaker to Amoonguss. You have that Incineroar just as a nice little pivot. Covert Cloak is an item that I personally really like because you stifle the fake outs from the opposing side. So if you can run you can run like a slower Incineroar and not having to worry about it getting faked out. And then you have stuff like Berries that can allow Incineroar to stay on the field a little bit longer, or even take super effective hits. Like we even see like Choppleberry in there, and I think we've even seen Shukaberry at some point, which might be good to coincide with the uptake in those Groudons, and even another non-restricted Pokemon that's been climbing up their usage ranks recently in the Landorus Incarnate.
Absolutely, and it's fascinating to see just another echo of how popular Miraidon is, that Safety Goggles in almost every format is Incineroar's number 1 used item. But because of the prevalence of electric terrain, so many of these Incineroars are not opting for that item because they are immune to Spore because of the terrain. So it's sort of fascinating to see just how much Miraidon has become this looming force that warps the way we play the format.
Yeah, even when we see Miraidon usage stats here, Choice Spec's still taking the number 1 spot. It's just probably the most consistent item on Miraidon. You just get that explosive amount of damage, and even Choice Spec sets can be run so many different ways. You can run them slow and bulkier, much like we're seeing on the Miraidon Lunala teams that opt for Choice Specs when they're not using Assault Vest. But in that number 2 slot, we have Choice Scarf, which I think is the item that's definitely taken off the most in recent memory, because it just allows Miraidon to be a fast Pokemon that you can bring in on these like slower teams that just has immediate speed advantage over stuff like Calyrex Shadow, and just allows you to get that high-powered offense right off the bat, and just having the speed advantage over so many good restricted Pokemon in the format. And then rounding out this list, we have Assault Vest for those, more bulkier Miraidons that, are still focused on doing damage, but, Miraidon still has a very good set of defensive stats that it can take advantage of, and Assault Vest really bulks it out to where it can take hits and still, switch in and out. And also being able to switch moves on Miraidon, I think, is a very underrated aspect of it. And I think a lot of it does kind of mess with people's game plans a lot because, like, okay, well, the Miraidon's doing a lot less damage. It's still able to switch moves, and I can't, sort of game my win condition to where, okay, if I lock the Miraidon into this move, then I can play a certain way. But now having the ability to switch moves and even like locking yourself into Draco Meteor isn't even that bad of a thing anymore because now you can fire up a Draco Meteor and then immediately switch it out with Volt Switch. So Assault Vest, a really good item as well. Life Orb is an interesting item also because it allows you to get that little extra bit of burst damage, but also allows you protect and also allows you the ability to switch moves. So you're still getting that a little bit bump in power, not quite as much as Choice Specs, but you're still getting the ability to do a lot more damage, but also have that ability to switch moves. And yeah, I mean, this is like pretty reflective of what we're going to see as far as Miraidon goes. Electric actually being the top Terra type, which is usually run on those Choice Scarf and Assault Vest Miraidons, but Fairy still hanging around in there because Choice Specs Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam is still one of the strongest spread moves in the game. So definitely something you're gonna have to watch out for.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see how Miraidon adapts once we no longer have Terra, because it's so reliant on these sort of either type coverage boosting with its Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam or with its damage boosting with Terra Electric. This is a Pokemon that is its special attacks is only as high as Fluttermane's normally, and it relies so heavily on these multipliers, which is why you see so many people's game plan into Miraidon be to sort of deny these multipliers with something like Grassy Terrain from Rillaboom. So it'll be fascinating to see how this Pokemon changes over time. It's interesting. I recall at the very beginning of Regulation I, Yuta Ishigaki, the second place player from Worlds last year, posted a team with Choice Scarf, Miraidon, and Volcarona, and it sort of vanished until the team started popping up again relatively recently. So it's fascinating to see just how these cores show up, and then once people have time to flesh them out, they end up becoming these very strong things, because that combination of Scarf Miraidon plus Volcarona on Calyrex Ice Rider teams or Zamazenta teams has become rather prevalent.
Yeah, I mean, Volcarona has just been popping up alongside these Miraidon teams as like just a really good partner for Miraidon as a Pokemon that can really cover its sort of weakness into those grass types like the Amoonguss and the Rillaboom, as we see Volcarona usage stats here. Volcarona on these teams that you mentioned, a lot of these on these like Miraidon, Calyrex Ice team is usually like a setup Pokemon. Is a Pokemon that can use its very strong setup move in Quiver Dance, taking advantage of the Electric Seed to get that extra bump in defense. And it just becomes a really well-rounded defensive boosting Pokemon when you have that Electric Seed physical boost to mitigate the physical damage, and then you have the special defense boost coming in from the Quiver Dance that allow it to just be a tank sitting on the field. And these Pokemon, foregoing leftovers, are running stuff like Giga Drain now that can do some really good damage once you get a boost or two, but also just get your health back. But the leftover sets are still very much out there, so you can get that gradual recovery every turn, and then you can also maybe switch up your move choices to run something like Struggle Bug, which after a Quiver Dance is really good into stuff like Calyrex Shadow Rider and the other physical attacking or the special attacking Pokemon in the metagame right now. And even though it's kind of a weak move, it does offer a lot of utility in terms of just mitigating your opponent's damage while also doing some really good damage if you're able to get a Quiver Dance or two up.
Absolutely, and it looks like we may have our first game of the day. We can talk a little bit about Volcarona perhaps a little bit later. And it looks like we are jumping in very soon. And we have Mario YT versus... I don't know how to say that username. And exactly what we were just talking about, a very standard-looking Calyrex Ice Rider Miraidon team versus something pretty interesting. Cali Ice and Kyogre looks sort of reminiscent of the team that Gavin Michaels used to win the Portland Regional Championships last month.
Yeah, I've been noticing these teams have been kind of mixing and matching the sort of archetype, the Kyogre team that Gavin was using, but also the one that Carrie was using with the Iron Jugulus. So this one looks to be like a little bit more of a hybrid between the two. But yeah, this is a very interesting Kyogre archetype. The Kyogre Cali Ice combination is definitely one to keep an eye out for. Definitely one of the strongest ones in the format here. But the team from Mario here, featuring a Calyrex Ice Rider and Miraidon, and also an Ogerpon in the Teal Mask form that we saw Eric Rios use really well at NAIC. So I'm curious if that's going to make an appearance in this matchup here. But Dissy looking to be a little bit on the back foot here, losing the Amoonguss pretty early, and yeah, just trying to find those pieces to allow Basculegion to come in and maybe do some damage here.
And it looks like he may have started to establish this Basculegion in a relatively strong position, but it's intimidated, so it can't pressure the Urshifu Rapid Strike very well, and of course, rain turns are always a concern.
Yeah, it is a finite resource that I'm pretty sure Dissy is aware of as the Kyogre is switching out to try and preserve those the refresh and the rain turns. And also, Calyrex Ice Rider faints, you do get that boosted power of Last Respects, but perhaps Dissy here trying to maneuver their pieces in a way to allow Basculegion to maybe switch out at some point to get that Intimidate drop-off. But I mean, like, at this point, I don't even know if it needs it, because now Mario's team is just so chipped at this point. Basculegion with the speed advantage, like, even with a -1 in attack, like, it's still going to find its KOs here with the base 150 power Last Respects. So we're going to have to see if this Calyrex Ice Rider can do a lot of the heavy lifting in the end game.
And Leech Seed here, a piece we are seeing more and more often on these Calyrex Ice Riders, sort of to take advantage of the mirror match. But with Trick Room up, I mean, do we know what item this Urshifu is? It appears to be Focus Sash. Yeah, so with this switch in the speed orders, it looks like Mario may be able to win this game, forcing this Calyrex to be sort of all on its own.
Yeah, absolutely huge Trick Room there to take the speed advantage away from the Basculegion. But with this Leech Seed up, if this Urshifu actually goes down potentially to a Glacial Lance, I think it might be close, but I mean, critical hits are obviously a factor here. If this Urshifu is able to live through the turn, I like Mario's chances in this endgame, but I mean, I still think it's very much up in the air. It's going to depend on whether or not this Urshifu can stay alive, because I think Mario needs that extra little bump of damage to get over the hump, because right now in the Calyrex Ice Rider mirror match, the team with the Leech Seed is usually in the driver's seat. But as I say that, the Trick Room gets reversed, and that's going to be huge for Dissy here. But Calyrex is going to live on 12%, and Urshifu lives on just 1% HP. Calyrex Ice Rider gets knocked out, and Mario just barely taking that game.
It was an excellent usage of Trick Room there, knowing as soon as it was no longer useful, he got rid of it to make sure that his Urshifu could clean up the game.
Yeah, that was a super close endgame that could have gone either way, but I think Mario played that endgame super, super well, recognizing that, okay, Urshifu living in the final turns is going to be the key to getting over that little damage bump and winning between the Calyrex Ice Riders. And as we're going to see, Game 2 leads Miraidon Incineroar versus Kyogre and Amoonguss.
Both players setting up their field conditions of choice with the rain and electric terrain. And we are in a situation where Mario is clearly in the driver's seat to start here, with Miraidon pressuring that Kyogre and Incineroar pressuring Fake Out. But of course, this just means that Dizzy will need to reposition his pieces.
Yeah, and I think Amoonguss still offers a lot of value in this matchup, despite it not being able to go for its typical Spore shenanigans. The ability to redirect attacks away from the restricted Pokemon is still very valuable, as Miraidon's attacks are usually pretty linear as far as threatening Kyogre and Calyrex Ice Rider. Like, the spread moves are not really going to be a huge issue. So Amoonguss just for Rage Powder protection here is going to be very nice, as we're going to see just a couple protects coming out just to stall out that Fake Out turn.
Mario is likely a Scarf Set on the Miraidon, locking into Snarl there to try and mitigate the pressure on Kyogre is putting on. So, lock into Snarl with Kyogre and Amoonguss on the field. Mario is not threatening too much damage right now, but they are threatening to make sure there isn't too much damage coming out from Dissy's side of the field either. Yeah,
it's a very awkward position as a Miraidon here to be in front of an Amoonguss, because you can't really get the big damage on Kyogre, so your objective at this point of the game is to try to mitigate the damage as much as possible, so it just doesn't get like a free Origin Pulse or Water Spout that can just completely wipe Incineroar off the field here. As Amoonguss is going to switch out here, Mario going to Terrastalize their Incineroar, going to get the Snarl off onto Kyogre, so the Incineroar actually reveals itself to be faster than the Kyogre, so even getting that item off, and Kyogre's Water Spout just doing pitiful damage there into both of the resisted Pokemon there. And now you're in a position where Kyogre's weakened, and Calyrex is now, I would say, vulnerable at this point to hit from Miraidon. And also Kyogre quite vulnerable as well, so might be seeing a switch out here from this Kyogre to get that special attack drop off of it. And now that we know the speed order, Kyogre recognizing that it is in a pretty rough spot right now.
Absolutely, and with this Kyogre at -1 and both Pokemon resisting it, it's not doing too much damage, as you said, and this Calyrex is not Clear Amulet. So Mario has the ability to sort of bully it with this Incineroar, now that it is no longer afraid of the Kyogre. And we're going to see just that, Urshifu coming in, resisting both types on the field. This Calyrex is terastallizing, and Knockoff's just coming out for some extra damage, getting rid of a helmet on the Amoonguss, which will clear the way for Urshifu later on in this game.
Yeah, both of these players just really trying to set up their boards. It's been a lot of positioning and pivoting early on. Both Terras are now burned as well. Calyrex using the Fairy type, possibly trying to avoid a potential Draco Meteor plus knockoff combination into the Calyrex. But Amoonguss gets back in, able to redirect some attacks. The Rocky Helmet getting knocked off is pretty important for this Urshifu, just in case if it does get redirected at some point, it doesn't take all that extra chip damage. But Rage Powder going to redirect that Surging Strikes, as I was talking about. We'll have to see if with the Rain Boost plus an Incineroar attack, this Amoonguss can survive the turn, and it looks like it does with the U-turn. But now Mario has to figure out if they want to switch something into Glacial Lance. Luckily, there is the Calyrex Ice. Perfect switch into Glacial Lance. Still doing a ton of damage here into the Urshifu, and as it's going to keep getting its health sapped away by Leech Seed. But I do like this position for Mario's Calyrex here with an Amoonguss that is hanging on for dear life.
Absolutely. This is a position where Mario can very easily switch his Incineroar in on his Urshifu slot relatively unthreatened, or just go for some more damage. I mean, this is a single target, non-resisted Glacial Lance, but of course, and looks like we just got a critical hit there to do even more damage. So now Desi's in a position where if their Kyogre does come back in, their Calyrex is extremely threatened. But it looks like it's going to be a Basculegion here.
Yeah, maybe not wanting to switch in Kyogre at this point because they're still the Urshifu, and Kyogre is still pretty heavily damaged at this point, so a combination of... Also, you'd be giving the Rain Boost back to Urshifu too, so you probably want to keep that into consideration as well. I guess Mario does have to keep in mind the HP levels of all their Pokemon, but having that Incin to switch in is a very valuable tool to have in this situation to mitigate Basculegion's damage. But a critical hit, Last Respects, didn't even know if it needed that at that point, just able to clean up the Urshifu. And with a healthy Miraidon and Incineroar, I don't think Basculegion's going to have quite as good of a time as it would like in this position this late in the game.
No, I don't believe so. This position is pretty dicey for Disney. They may need to get some kind of Trick Room play going, but of course with Incineroar and Calyrex Ice from Mario's side, that is much more easily said than done.
Yeah, it's definitely a rough position. I think Mario's played this game very, very well, just recognizing when they needed to burn the Terra and also just keeping the positional pieces alive and not letting their Pokemon get too chipped by Leech Seed, and just having amazing pressure into this Kyogre. This Kyogre hasn't done anything in this game besides set up the rain for Basculegion. And Basculegion recognizing that it's probably going to be the center of attention here, going to protect, but no, we're going to see the Volt Switch into the Calyrex as a knockoff goes into the Basculegion, and Mario just keep pivoting their pieces and just saving that Miraidon for when it can just come back in and get those final 2 KOs. And Basculegion still working with just a base 100 power Last Respects. Now combined with the Intimidate, it doesn't look like it's going to be able to get any real KOs this turn. Calyrex still might be in pretty good danger though, considering it's not able to Terra, as the Basculegion, oh wow, okay, only doing about 50% there, but unfortunately going to fall victim to Incineroar's knockoff. And the Leech Seed at this point, too little too late, as Calyrex, not resisting that Glacial Lance anymore, is going to be knocked out, and the last Pokemon is going to be that Kyogre.
Kyogre will not be able to win this 3v1 versus a healthy Miraidon, a Water Incineroar, and of course the Calyrex, even the Calyrex lives the Water Spout there.
Yeah, single target Glacial Lance.
Yep, and that's going to clean up the game right there, and Mario wins this set 2-0.
Yeah, just very, very well played. I do think Mario had quite a good matchup here and very much using their tools to the best of their advantage. The Terra Water Incineroar, the Miraidon just pivoting in and out on that Kyogre, and also the Kyogre being super slow, which allowed Incineroar to get that big, beefy knockoff into it. Getting a huge hit on it early on just made it so it really wasn't able to do any damage, and that Basculegion just... I think also Mario picking the right time to pick their KOs, just not knocking out things willy-nilly, rather than just getting everything in chip damage range to where you can start taking multiple knockouts at a time. And if you're Basculegion, you're kind of just like, okay, well, if I want a boosted last respects. I don't have to give up like half my team. And then we saw how big like positioning and getting your Pokemon in order for this set was so important. It's kind of a trade-off of like, okay, do I want my Pokemon KO'd, which are my positional pieces, in order to get my Basculegion going? And I think Dizzy recognized that as a win condition, but unfortunately, Mario just had way too many tools to mitigate the positioning and damage from the rest of the team members, and it just kind of got difficult for Basculegion to find its rhythm.
Yeah, absolutely. Basculegion wants to be trading KOs for last respects to be active. It doesn't. Instead, Disney found themselves going down Pokemon for that boost, which is not generally going to be a winning line here. Now, it looks like we are checking to see if we have another match we can show people. So we will see just about that. Now, Eric, how do you feel about Basculegion in general? You know, it seems like a Pokemon that I expected to show up once as a sort of unrefined version of these Kyogre, Calyrex, Ice Rider teams, and it hasn't gone away. How do you feel about Pokemon like that is sort of, you know, objectively under the power level most things in the format are doing, but is still seeing success?
I think it's a really interesting option for these rain teams because it kind of gives you another option to go for that like rain sweeper role type of mode, which I think a lot of players have kind of defaulted to Urshifu. Just be like, okay, I could use like a Swift Swim Pokemon that takes advantage of the rain, or I could just use Urshifu, which is good in so many other situations. But also a Pokemon that can take advantage of that rain boost with the rain boosted Surging Strikes, which you can even compound with Terra Water or possibly just an offensive item like Choice Band or Life Orb. But Basculegion's an interesting choice because it's a Pokemon that not a lot of teams in the format are ready for, and Ghost, as we've seen with Calyrex Shadow Rider, is just not a very often resisted type, and I think Basculegion covers for the most common dark type in the format, Incineroar, very well, because it does have the water coverage, which it can use to just get rid of Incineroars, and if the Incineroar terastallizes, well, then it just makes itself weak to last respects. So it's a Pokemon that could definitely pop off in a lot of situations, and I think Gavin was talking very highly of it in his team report after he won the regional with it. And I think it's a very underrated option that I think still is very valuable on certain rain archetypes, much like that team.
Absolutely. I mean, there's also just the, less so now, but the initial inexperience of people playing against Basculegion, right? Like, I couldn't tell you at any point how much damage that Intimidated Last Respects was going to be doing, or well, during the battle we just watched. And basically, those internal damage is often valuable.
Yeah, it's a strong move. It is a very, very strong move. And then, like, once you're in those endgame situations where it's like a 2v whatever, you just have two Pokemon left that can actually just clean up the game once you get even the slightest amount of chip on anything. Last Respects can really just, like, tear through teams that have just been chipped. And I think, you know, with Pokemon like Kyogre, you have that ability to spread damage so easily with those strong spread moves, and just like even getting that like small amount of damage on something, like once you're able to strategically sacrifice maybe one or two Pokemon, Basculegion comes in and suddenly you have the fastest Pokemon on the field that is threatening the strongest move on the field, and it can just completely tear through like any Pokemon with the speed advantage and that super boosted last respects. And also with the water ghost typing, you do wall opposing Urshifu Rapid Strike. I mean, wall is a very generous word because you wall it on paper, right? Because you're immune to Ghost, not immune to Surging Strikes. But I mean, Basculegion, not exactly the most defensive Pokemon in the world. As someone who's used Basculegion back in past formats, like you kind of do have to work with how squishy it can be sometimes. Like it is very much like the prototypical glass cannon type Pokemon, and it is a Pokemon that requires a lot of thought into how you position it. It's not just a Pokemon like this, like, oh, it just clicks last respects and I win the game. Sometimes it works out that way, but it is a very delicate piece that needs to be maneuvered because if it comes in at the wrong time, it doesn't really do anything.
Absolutely. I am interested to see how many Basculegions we have in this tournament, and if any of them are sort of differentiating themselves from the set that was popularized by Gavin. We can pull up Basque and see what we have there.
Yeah, I would assume that most of them are probably just sticking with the standard Life Form Swift Swim set. I think it doesn't get a lot of room to experiment now because the format is just so fast. So like an item like Choice Scarf doesn't really come into usage that much anymore, and you don't get to use the ability Adaptability, which I think is of an ability that, you know, you forget Basculegion gets, at least now in the current format, because that even you pair adaptability with last respects, like that move is just an absolute it just can, if you think it tears through teams before, like that is a combination of offense that is very, very not often able to be taken by any Pokemon in the game ever. But yeah, just the Life Orb set, Terra Ghost being the number one. I don't know if Gavin's was Terra Ghost. Were they Terra? I think he was Terra Ghost. Yeah,
they were Terra Ghost.
Yeah, so you want the Terra Ghost on it to just, also remove the water type weakness, which should be nice in a Pokemon like Rillaboom, so you're not weak to that Grassy Glide. Because as we previously discussed, Basculegion's defensive stats leave a lot to be desired, and you don't really get a lot of leeway now with the Life Orb sets to invest in defense. So like back in Reg H, Basculegions were able to invest a little bit of bulk to take on Rillaboom, but I mean, yeah, with the Terra Ghost, you remove the grass weakness and also get another boost to last respects, which can just be a very extra needed multiplier there.
Yeah, absolutely. And even when you were saying taking on Rillaboom, I played Lab Basculegion back then too, and we were just barely living Grassy Glides. Like, it was not, the mon does not have much to go off of.
Yeah.
All right. So it looks like we may be trying to find a replay of another match to watch. Going forward, we will have players pausing their matches until we're ready to stream them, so we will have more to see. And we're getting those replays right now. So do we have data for some of our players to watch? I know we were featuring a few folks, Justin Tang, Marco Fierro, folks like that. Do we have any data on how they are doing in their initial rounds? Not yet. Okay, so we'll get that at the end of round one. All right, it looks like we have some replays posted from another match featuring The Crow and Niku Alex. So we'll get those up so you guys can have something else to watch very soon.
Yeah, Niku Alex, another well-known European player. I think most well-known for the Comfey run at the one regional, but also still putting up some good results in these current formats. World Championship caliber player for sure. Going to be using a Calyrex Shadow Rider here with Miraidon, Jumpluff, using Galar, Incineroar, and Raging Bolt, compared to The Crow using the Calyrex Shadow Rider, Zamazenta, Tinglu, Raging Bolt, Chi-Yu, and Rillaboom.
That Jumpluff takes two Astral Barrages. That is not something you see every day, doing less than half.
Yeah, I mean, like Jumpluff, I mean, at this point, like, what else are you going to invest your stats in? Like, you might as well just bulk it out to take as many hits as you possibly can. That might be an indication that this Calyrex Shadow is, like, maybe Focus Sash or just not a boosted item, but Jumpluff already putting in a lot of work here. Getting an instant sleep on the Raging Bolt, just setting it up for a knockout. But now we have the problem where we have Calyrex Shadow Rider and Chi-Yu ready to do some big damage. But Jumpluff, content to go down here. It's done a lot of work this game already. Got the Sleep Powder leading to a KO on Raging Bolt, gets the Tailwind up, and basically sets up Alex here for a winning board with his two biggest offensive juggernauts on the field right now.
Absolutely, and if Alex's Shadow Rider is Focus Sash, this is going to be... Oh, it's Imprison! So no more Astral Barrages coming out from that Crow's Calyrex.
Wow, okay.
A couple of moves I didn't expect to see clicked.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's like you just click like Astral Barrage in this situation, just try to get the knockout, but no, instead we see two support moves coming out from both the Calyrex. That is a hilarious turn. Like, you just think, like, oh, Tailwind now. It's like there's no Zamazenta to block the incoming Astral Barrage. Like, you just fire off your two attacks. But instead we see Imprison and then Will-O-Wisp coming out, trying to... was the Miraidon Terra before... Did it Terra the turn it Will-O-Wisp, or did it Terra before that?
It Terra the turn the Wisp went out.
Okay. I was like wondering if the Will-O-Wisp would have actually done anything meaningful there, but yeah, forcing the Miraidon Terrestrialization, which it probably was going to go for anyway, because you want to get those extra powered fire type attacks to something that like Zamazenta coming in, and also recognizing that the Will-O-Wisp is a factor on the opposing side, and probably not needing the Terrestrialization on something like Calyrex at this point, because you just have so much damage. But yeah, pretty solid end game from Alex there, just getting the tailwind up, getting their offensive pieces on the board, and just keeping up the momentum like the entire way.
Absolutely, and Alex's team is mean. Between extremely fast sleep powders from Jumpluff, Imprison Calyrex Shadow Rider, and Galarian Weezing's neutralizing gas, Alex seems to be saying, you don't get to play the game. He's not interested in his opponents taking actions.
Yeah, Jumpluff is a very disruptive Pokemon. I think a lot of players have kind of forgotten about the Chlorophyll mons. Like Jumpluff is probably being the most prime example. I mean, of course, we have some other silly ones like Venusaur or Lilligant, but Jumpluff demonstrating even in past formats that it is quite the force to be reckoned with, especially with so much sun in the format. Like Jumpluff can kind of just pop off in certain situations if the opponent doesn't have a quick way to remove it. And also with Chlorophyll, it just becomes the fastest Pokemon on the field, and without that immediate speed advantage, like you are more than likely taking a Sleep Powder if there's not a Miraidon on your team. So in matchups like this where there is not a lot of Sleep Powder mitigation, like if those Sleep Powders hit, you can find yourself in a really, really tough position, and it just allows these Pokemon like Miraidon and Calyrex to just completely go crazy damage-wise.
Absolutely, and this team, Jumpluff tends to not really like playing against Miraidon, of course, denying those Sleep Powders and sort of leaving it alone to be using nothing but Tailwind and Rage Powder. But thanks to Alex's Galarian Weezing, he has a good matchup into that as well. So he has these two diametrically opposed support Pokemon that sort of cover each other's matchups. So he can just keep the offense going.
Yeah, Weezing being a very valuable tool into the Miraidon teams that just rely on that Hadron engine so much, and it can just be a good Pokemon to lead alongside Calyrex Shadow. So where you're disrupting the opponent, but also still uninhibited by Weezing's neutralizing gas, and you just get a lot of damage early on. So a lot of Pokemon that are probably techs to help in certain matchups, and just a very solidly built team that's able to put out a lot of offense, and also just, like you said, basically just not allow your opponent to play the game in certain situations.
Absolutely. These sorts of teams punish these super synergistic teams we see in these formats, where the more your Pokemon rely on each other's abilities, the more Alex will be saying, well, you won't be able to play this game. And it looks like we have Game 2, so we can take a look at that and see how this goes, see if we get a Game 3. And it looks like the Crow sort of learned their lesson and is leading in a way that much more threatens the Jumpluff with this Chi-Yu in the front.
Yeah, you can only threaten Jumpluff so much at this point, right? Oh, with the Sleep Powder dodge, and, Jumpluff dodges the Heat Wave, so I mean, what would have been a normally a pretty bad turn for Alex actually ends up not being that bad, because Jumpluff gets to survive, and you can kind of go for a very similar play here where Jumpluff is able to threaten another Sleep Powder or just a Tailwind, and now you have the position where you have the speed control in your favor. So Jumpluff still able to do something at the end of the day, as we get the Miraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider now in position.
Shadow Rider and Tailwind pressuring an absurd amount of damage against a Terra Ghost Chi-Yu.
Yeah, not having the terrestrialization on their side anymore is pretty unfortunate, as the Flame Charge comes out, just getting that one little bit of extra speed there. Not going to get the KO on Zamazenta here, but now we have a little bit of mind games with as far as Astral Barrage goes, because you have the wide guard here, but
looks like we're probably seeing that Imprison come out again.
Yeah, to try and mitigate the Calyrex on the opposing side, but no, Calyrex just switches out, goes back into Chi-Yu. Crow just doing as much as they can to stall out these Tailwind turns and trying to get themselves into a good position. As Flare Blitz comes out, going to take the Calyrex Shadow Rider down to its focus set. As no wide guard, we're just going to see the Astral Barrage pick up 2 knockouts, and Tailwind is gone now, so Chi-Yu... Okay, well, I guess with possibly another Pokemon in the back, Chi-Yu not able to do all of the work, and Alex...
The Flame Charge Koraidon.
Oh, yes, that's right. I forgot he got a speed boost. Actually, very good foresight there, getting that extra speed boost on the Koraidon, just for that insurance for when Tailwind goes out, that you still have a Pokemon that can easily beat the Chi-Yu in the end game. So very well played to Alex, able to get the 2-0 victory.
Absolutely. I mean, this team seems sort of tailor-made to beat these sort of Zamazenta, Calyrex, Shadow Rider teams. We've seen these Koraidon teams pop up over and over, and often the MO is that the supporting pieces that Koraidon Sun enables punishes these more fair, let's call them, CSR Zamazenta teams. I know when I was playing a lot of Koraidon, that was the target that I was going after.
Yeah, and obviously in the tailwind situations with Zamazenta, you do have to think about with your Calyrex. It's like, okay, are they going to click wide guard? Are they going to not click wide guard? Sometimes you just got to click the button. Sometimes you just got to click the Astral Barrage button and keep your opponent honest and just like, okay, well, you can set up your position to where if you're not clicking wide guard, you're not doing damage, so you can just put yourself in a position where you're not almost even afraid to attack into wide guard, especially with a Pokemon like Miraidon that can threaten so much damage on its own. So just getting yourself in that position is basically all this team could need sometimes to just start picking up KOs left and right. And if you do get the turn right, well, as we saw, that can just end up being a double knockout if your opponent maybe overthinks the turn a little bit and just decides to not go for the wide guard, thinking that you're not going to click Astral Barrage, thinking that you're going to expect the wide guard. But Alex making that call correctly. And Jumpluff, showing that even if you miss that Sleep Powder on turn 1, with a little bit of luck that goes your way, that's sometimes all Jumpluff needs. Jumpluff just needs that little bit of fortune to go its way, and it can suddenly just turn into a massive threat. And even the fact that it wasn't able to put anything to sleep, the fact that it just got that Tailwind up and just able to help the pressure on is invaluable to a team like this.
Absolutely, and with a Pokemon like Jumpluff, I often call them shotgun Pokemon, because so much of their pressure isn't even about connecting the moves, much as it is about the move existing, your opponent having to respect it. They sort of create this situation where you say to yourself, well, I could risk the game on the 1/4 chance of them missing, but most players aren't going to be brave enough to do that, and it sort of creates this high-pressure situation.
Yeah, in some situations, you kind of just have to lead 2 Pokemon like Crow did. It's like, okay, these are my best Pokemon that could potentially deal with Jumpluff, or, Pokemon that I don't mind being put to sleep while the other one helps deal with Jumpluff. And sometimes you just don't have that matchup. You kind of just have to lead into the team and be like, okay, well, if I get unfortunate with sleep turns here, the game is over. But if my opponent gets unlucky with sleep turns, I can snowball the game back into my favor. So there's a lot of push and pull to this matchup here. Jumpluff is a very high risk and a very high reward Pokemon. So if you're connecting your moves, it's a Pokemon that can absolutely take over a game. But if luck isn't going your way, then it almost becomes dead weight. But in this game, Alex trying to find the most value out of Jumpluff, just taking the L on the Sleep Powder turn and just being like, okay, I'm gonna get my speed control and I'm just gonna try to win the old-fashioned way.
Absolutely, and we've seen. I feel like in Scarlet and Violet, we have seen a huge uptick in how often we see Jumpluff. We're seeing Jumpluff show up here. There was the Jumpluff team that was pretty popular, popularized by Marco Fierro in Regulation H. It is just a Pokemon that is flexible. It can be used for these sort of all-out offensive teams. It can be sort of a Tailwind mode Pokemon. It is deceptively strong.
And still a Pokemon that's finding a lot of good usage in a Miraidon-dominated meta. But as we discovered earlier, like, this team definitely has tools to patch up that Miraidon matchup, or at least deal with it. I don't know if this team necessarily has a bad matchup in a Miraidon, but it's definitely a lot better with that Weezing being able to turn off its abilities. So just a good blend of Pokemon here for Alex, and I'm interested to see how far a team like this could potentially go, because it seems like it could potentially be a risky choice with when you're working with Jumpluff, but sometimes you don't need all the luck to fall into your favor. You just need a couple good things to go your way, and suddenly you're just winning games. You're picking up W's left and right. Crow's team is a bit of an interesting take on the Zamazenta Calyrex Shadow Rider archetype, featuring 2 Ruin Pokemon here with Chi-Yu and Ting-Lu, so you can kind of do like a hybrid, like, okay, I want my Pokemon to be more bulky, or I want to do more damage. So you can bring in Chi-Yu, and Calyrex likes to fire off its attacks, or you can bring in Ting-Lu to slow down the opponent and also make your own Pokemon a lot bulkier here. So I'm curious to see. We didn't get to see Ting-Lu in this matchup. Didn't really do a whole lot here against. Ting-Lu doesn't do a whole lot against Hyper Offense. It kind of just sits on the board and can quickly get overwhelmed. But yeah, it's a very interesting dynamic that this team has, being able to switch between both offense and defense like that.
Yes, absolutely. It sort of takes some inspiration from the classic Chi-Yu plus Terra Ghost CSR styles, as well as the slower style that we saw, I believe it was Sanvi using at NAIC with the Ting-Lu Zamazenta, just to create this like super bulky set. Funnily enough, here I have the Twitch chat open, and Nick Alex commented in there, and he said, "My Jumpluff hates me. It's just that Chi-Yu hates the Crow more," which sort of does encapsulate what happened in that game too. Both of these Pokemon are Pokemon where it's sort of, you have to accept that's going to happen sometimes.
Yeah, Jumpluff, it gives and it takes for sure. It's definitely a Pokemon that, if you love your Jumpluff enough, it'll do good things for you. But I mean, yeah, it's only a Pokemon that, yeah, it'll definitely burn you, but it can also do some really good things for you.
Absolutely. It looks like we have another set here. Looks like we have Hecate 2, who is a popular Japanese player, versus Durang 003. So we're going to get that match for you guys. So we are waiting for round 1 to finish up. To answer the question in chat there by Jaws8 Serial, we are going to be showing 2 matches, and I'm looking for replays if we have time still left in the round, each round. All right, so Eric, what do you think about this matchup? Looks like we're seeing Zacian, who we haven't seen yet on stream.
Yeah, it's a very interesting team here. We have Calyrex Ice Rider with Zacian, which is a combination I don't think I've ever seen before. But just pretty standard core rounding out the rest of the team. I'm assuming that's an Urshifu Rapid Strike with Cornerstone Ogerpon, with Pelipper and Raging Bolt. So some just solid Pokemon surrounding a pretty unorthodox restricted combination. And Hecate's side, we just have probably the most standard version of Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta, the version that's been taking off a lot recently, with the double fake out with Incineroar and Rillaboom, and also Ogerpon Hearthflame, capitalizing on the quote-unquote grass spam type mode of the team, where you can just kind of spam Grassy Glides and also just have good support with Follow Me, and then Raging Bolt, which is a Pokemon that's featured on both teams in this matchup. Durang leading off with Urshifu and Pelipper, as Hecate leading off both of their restricted Pokemon, Calyrex and Zamazenta.
And it looks like Durang is going right for that Choice Scarf Urshifu in the rain. Super offensive pressure, willing to take out that Calyrex Shadow Rider right away, and with that Terra Ghost, meaning that both of their Pokemon will resist Zamazenta's Body Press, resist or be immune. So that was a very strong turn 1 from Durang 003, but of course Raging Bolt pressures both of these Pokemon on the field exceptionally well.
Yeah, even though you're able to get that early KO on the Shadow Rider there, Raging Bolt able to come in and be a factor in this matchup is pretty important here. It's still a very good Pokemon that can do a lot of work in this matchup, but now Zacian is going to come in here and going to protect itself, try to, bait out some protects potentially from the opposing side, but Surging Strike's going into the Zamazenta, doing a little bit of damage there, still doing very impressive damage considering all the multipliers on Zamazenta's side to just boost up its defenses there. But Thunderclap just gets the KO there with the boost to the special attack thanks to the booster energy, but Play Rough taking out the Raging Bolt as Zamazenta firing off a huge body press into the Zacian here. Now with Incineroar Zamazenta against Raging Bolt and Zacian, I would like to think that Durang probably has this game, but I mean it's still a 2-on-2, so we'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, in stark contrast to these more positional games we saw in the first game today, this is a exceptionally aggressive battle. Both players just trading damage left and right, but it looks like Durang will be able to take advantage of that early Pokemon lead with that Scarf Urshi and take game 1.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate side of Terra watering that Zamazenta too early, is that you kind of make yourself food for Raging Bolt in the back. So Durang doing a very good job of positioning their pieces into a point. And also the Zacian having Sacred Sword is a pretty big deal, because that just allows you to get that nice amount of damage into Incineroar. Looks to be a bit of a slower Incineroar, maybe a faster Raging Bolt, as the Raging Bolt just able to pick up the knockout with Thunderbolt. And now you're just in that 2v1 situation where Zamazenta not really able to do anything, just gets pinned down by the Zacian and the Raging Bolt. So very well played game here by Durang, just getting a lot of explosive damage early with the rain and Surging Strikes, and Pelipper just picking up the knockouts super early and just putting themselves in a good position. So we'll have to see how the next game goes.
Absolutely, and it was a little bit of a call for Durang to go for that double water lead, with Hecate having the Rillaboom, the Raging Bolt, the Glide, Ogerpon. It is aggressive, and it looks like Hecate will be attempting to adjust with that Ogerpon, but Durang doing the same and bringing the Calyrex Ice Rider, which we did not see in game 1.
Yeah, pretty big mix-up here for both sides. Durang going with a completely different restricted option here, as Hecate looking to lead off with Calyrex, but still just support it maybe a little bit better with the Ogerpon offering some Follow Me support. as the Astral Barrage doing a ton of damage turn 1, not quite able to get knockouts on either side, but with the chip damage from Dragon Pulse and the Life Orb, able to put itself in range for Calyrex Ice Rider to just knock it out with Glacial Lance. But Calyrex Ice Rider not able to stick around on the field too much to make use of that +1 attack boost, as it just goes down immediately. Raging Bolt unfortunately failing to double protect there, as Surging Strikes gets redirected into the Ogre Pond. Gonna pick up the knockout there, but this means Zamazenta gets a beefy hit off this turn.
And again, an extremely aggressive game from both players. There has been at least one Pokemon being taken out every turn. And this time it looks like Hecate may be the one with the better end game here. The Surgical is locked into Surging Strikes. Terra has already been spent. So we are forced into a 2v1 with this Zacian and this Zamazenta. Zamazenta, not a Pokemon you want to be in a 1v1 against if you are a physical attacking Pokemon.
Yeah, with that Terrestrialization on Zamazenta, able to not be weak to the Sacred Sword and able to outlast the Zacian in the end game there. But yeah, very aggressive set from both of these teams. Like, I can understand Durank's team being a little bit more geared towards hyper offense, but Hecate's team, you know, very much emblematic of the balance archetype in this. It's an interesting team that's able to both play in those like slower, grindier games where you're cycling the fake outs and you're trying to get your terrain or intimidate positioned, or try to get your Calyrex set up. But it's also able to play these games where you just trade knockouts back and forth, like with Calyrex not even needing to set up like a nasty plot, for example. You just start firing off Astral Barrages and get some early damage into the opposing side. But Durank leading off with that Calyrex Ice, potentially going back to the drawing board, maybe thinking like, okay, the game 1 game plan or something similar to it probably worked a little bit better, because I don't know how much mileage you can really get out of Calyrex Ice Rider in this matchup when you have that Astral Barrage forcing it, or staring it down turn 1, basically forcing the Terrestrialization and leaving your Urshifu open to like something like an Ogre Pond or a Rillaboom or a Raging Bolt in the back. So I expect to see some switch ups probably from both sides going into this game 3.
Absolutely. It seems like Durank may have over-predicted, expecting maybe Raging Bolt and Rillaboom to counteract the double water lead, and it sort of backfire. But in game 3, we're seeing once again a switch up from both players. We're seeing Raging Bolt Zamazenta and oh no, actually Durank kept the same lead, and this time the Calyrex Ice Rider looks to be in a much better position, staring down that Raging Bolt. But the Zamazenta makes it less than free.
Yeah, it is and it isn't, because like you're not staring down Astral Barrage, but you are staring down Wide Guard and Terra Electric Thunderbolt, which doesn't get the knockout. Calyrex able to get at least one attack off this turn. It's not enough damage into Zamazenta. Does a good chunk into Raging Bolt. So able to get one Glacial Lance there, but not really getting a whole lot of mileage out of that. But now Zacian comes in as Raging Bolt going to have to deal with these two Pokemon as it takes the Thunderclap, which is no longer resisted. Going to get some big damage off here. Actually gets the KO into the opposing Raging Bolt. So Durank finally getting a KO of their own. But now with this Calyrex Shadow Rider in here, it's in a position to do a lot of damage.
Absolutely. And looks like the Behemoth Blade did go into the Protect, and if this Body Press is going into Station, which it is, both of these Pokemon are in range of Astral Barrage.
Yeah, that extra amount of chip damage is basically all this Calyrex Shadow Rider needed. Like, yeah, you can get your Thunderclaps in, but unfortunately Raging Bolt not able to take this Astral Barrage without an item like an Assault Vest. So now Calyrex gets boosted. It outspeeds everything, but now Pelipper comes in, so you do have a defensive option here if you're Durank to get rid of the... to stop the Astral Barrage, as Psychic even resisted at +1, Life Orb boosted, able to just take out 40% of Zacian's HP. And with that, Hecate going to be able to take the set there, perfectly positioning their Calyrex for the end game.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like, again, Durank sort of leaned a little heavily on the more slow Pokemon like Calyrex Ice Rider, and given the aggressive way both players were playing with damage trading back and forth, moving first is such a powerful thing when you're playing that style of game plan, and nothing's faster than Calyrex Shadow Rider on either of these teams, except that Scarf Urshifu, which is hard to bring when you see Hecate is committed to that Raging Bolt.
Yeah, it was kind of fun to see in game 3, like the dueling Raging Bolts, one being Terra Electric, one being Terra Fairy, but still having very similar game plans in mind, just trying to get just big hits off early and try to put things in maybe Thunderclap range to try and get those KOs. But there was a plan I think Durank had with the Calyrex Ice Rider. Unfortunately, it never really came to fruition because of how pressured it was in this matchup. I think if either restricted leads in that case in front of Calyrex Ice Rider, it's gonna be forced into doing something defensive. Like if it leads, we saw in game 2, if it leads into the opposing Calyrex, it's gonna have to basically burn its Terastallization turn 1 to avoid getting one shot by Astro Barrage. But in game 2, when you're facing down Zamazenta and Raging Bolt has an offensive Terra, and with that double up, we saw just how much damage it took that turn 1. And even if it was able to get a Glacial Lance off, that's basically all it was able to do. So there was no Trick Room going up. So I'm curious to see, well, I guess we'll never know now, but I'm curious to know what exactly the Calyrex Ice game plan was there. But unfortunately, not really able to do much in this set because this combination of Pokemon is very, very oppressive to Calyrex Ice Rider, and you get that Shadow Rider in good position in the end game without an Urshifu to potentially threaten the Surging Strikes. It could just clean up the game as it did here.
Absolutely. And we have seen a lot of these sort of Calyrex Ice Rider teams start to rely on Pokemon, like this Choice Scarf or like this Choice Scarf Miraidon we were talking about earlier, like Landorus, specifically to try to round out its matchup into these sort of CSR Zamazenta teams. And without those tools here, Durant was sort of forced to play this aggressive game.
Yeah, it very much became a trading situation basically every single game. It's just basically which side could get the advantage on taking as many knockouts as possible, and it's just hard to do with a Pokemon like Calyrex Shadow, where it's just able to be the fastest thing on the field, and if you don't have something like Urshifu to sort of challenge it in its speed tier, then it can just go wild. Like even with those resisted hits, like a chipped Zacian still not able to take a Psychic at +1, and with the Life Orb boost, like it just shows how strong Calyrex Shadow Rider is in the right position. And even with something like Wide Guard, like there is no mitigating Calyrex Shadow's damage sometimes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a very tricky set because I think Hecate recognized how potent the Urshifu was in game 1, and I think the adjustment to being more of a Raging Bolt focused game plan was a smart decision. And I think Durant also leading on Raging Bolt was also a pretty good choice, despite them having to sort of go at each other in the first couple rounds, just to kind of see which Raging Bolt will be left standing after the end of the scuffle. Very good Pokemon in both matchups because it kind of stifles the grass spam type game plan, and also you kind of put yourself in good positions to get chip damage and put things in Thunderclap range, and also threaten the Terra Water Zamazenta, but also the Raging Bolt working out really well for Hecate there, just threatening the potential Urshifu, getting some really good damage off on the slower Calyrex Ice Rider, dealing with the opposing Raging Bolt even, and the amount of chip damage that it was able to spread just made it so Calyrex was able to just clean up the game there.
Yeah, nothing is scarier than having your Pokemon at anywhere between 40 and 60% as Life Orb Shadow Rider comes in. Now, how are you feeling about Zacian in general? I know this is a Pokemon that obviously last generation was extremely powerful. For a smattering of reasons, it became much weaker, but we do still see some players leaning on this Pokemon, often with Kyogre. Do you think it is something we'll see more of this weekend, more of coming into the Pokemon World Championships? How do you feel about the Sword Dog?
I think as far as Zacian goes, it is a underexplored restricted Pokemon. I still think there is a lot of value to it. Like its typing is incredible, its stats and speed, it's faster than something like Miraidon, for example. So it's a Pokemon that Miraidon is normally very scared of. The problem is that Intrepid Sword isn't what it used to be, and it very much can get kind of Intimidate cycled by Incineroar, so that makes it a little bit harder to use in some situations, maybe having to rely on a move like Swords Dance to get its attack stat back up. And then you also have to rely on accuracy with Play Rough, and Steel coverage is nice and all, but I think this format lacks a lot of targets for it. I think there's a lot of resistances to Steel type moves, and there's just not a lot of Fairy types to really capitalize on the existence of something like Behemoth Blade. But I mean, an unchecked Zacian, like against a team that doesn't have a lot of Intimidate or a lot of ways to mitigate its damage, it can do a lot of work. I still think there is a lot of potential for a Pokemon like Zacian. I think it's definitely very underexplored, and I think a team like Duranx was, where trying to go out of the common Zacian Kyogre archetype is a good path for Zacian potentially finding a niche for the World Championships and maybe trying to bring it out of its comfort zone a little bit, and maybe just trying to use it as a restricted that can pair well with something else that's pretty good into the rest of the field. So it's definitely a Pokemon that's very hit or miss, no pun intended, but it's a Pokemon that still has a lot of potential.
Absolutely. And to the point that you mentioned about the Pokemon being underexplored, we can see here, based on even just looking at how many different types of Terras we have here on the Zacians registered for this tournament, that people are not, there is no consensus, it seems, on how to run this Pokemon. We're seeing Fairy Terra, Water, that might be Dark. Like, there are so many different ways people are trying to run this dog.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, like, Zacian can do a lot. It can, I mean, its general moveset can be very very linear. Like, obviously, you want your Behemoth Blaze, you want your Play Roughs, but that third move slot can be a lot of different things. It can be like Terra Blast, it can be Swords Dance, it can be, you know, Sacred Sword. It can just be a general like coverage option. But yeah, also a lot of different Terra types it can work with. Terra Fairy is not only a good just general defensive Terra typing, but it's also a good offensive Terra typing in this case. And those Play Roughs if Zacian still has its boost, those Play Roughs, yeah, can do a lot of damage if left unchecked. Also have some really good defensive Terras. They can use Terra Water, even Terra Stellar for offense, Terra Ground if you want to try to use Terra Blast. Like, there's a lot of stuff Zacian can do, and it's definitely a Pokemon that can fit in a lot of unexpected places. So yeah, I think it's a restricted Pokemon that's definitely a little bit underexplored, a little bit underutilized, but definitely a Pokemon that can make some waves at the World Championships if used properly. But I think we're going to cut to a quick break right now, guys, as we wait for round 2. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more action from the Smogon VGC tournament.
All right, welcome back to the Smogon live tour. We are just a few minutes away from round 2, where we're going to have some great matches for you. Looks like we're going to have Patrick Connors versus Cabro, and Dan MNC versus Songwon Xiong, both all very, very good players. We have a lot ready for you. Eric, what do you know about these guys? Why don't you tell our audience a little bit about some of these players?
So the first matchup, I think, should be a relatively familiar matchup for our American players here. That Pat Con, obviously, NAIC champion, Cabro, aka I think that's Kalen Brown, cut a regional, I think in the last this season, but last year. It was in one of the earlier regulations, I believe, Reg H. So this should be a pretty good matchup here. I'm not familiar with the second set of players here, but I'm assuming they're going to be a fun match to watch here. So we're going to get a good mix of talent for this second round here. So I'm interested to see what teams they're pulling up with today.
Absolutely, Patrick usually running that signature at this point Calyrex Ice Rider style, but we'll know for sure soon.
Yeah, we're just getting our matches ready up here. A lot of strong players coming out of their first rounds victorious, so a lot of good matches here on the slate. So not only will we be having two good showcase matches for you guys, we'll also probably have some good replays coming up later on after the rounds get close to finishing up. Saw some pretty good sets in the first round. Got a good taste of what the metagame is looking like. Got a good, well-rounded picture of it. So yeah, if we're gonna see some more Calyrex Ice Rider here, yeah, I'm excited to see what these players have decided to settle on for this tournament.
Absolutely, this will be an exciting one.
So I think we're just getting our matches set up now.
Absolutely, and we do apologize for the delay between round 1 and 2, folks. With an event this large, we are essentially running a regional here. So hopefully the growing pains are out of the way, and we will be able to get into some fun matches.
And it looks like we have a list of the pairings here for round number 2. A lot of big names, a lot of recognizable names in here. Just giving a little scroll through here. A lot of names stick out to me. At 1-0, we got Aura Rayquaza there. We got, I think I saw Z pass by, Joe UX9, highlighting our one of our stream matches there, Suwong versus Dan. Yeah, just a lot of good names here at 1-0. It's still really early on, so I mean we'll have to see if a lot of these players can keep this momentum up going into the later rounds.
Absolutely, we have almost every player you've mentioned there is somebody who we could expect to see not only at the Pokemon World Championships, but have a deep run. So we are getting what may be the most competitive event prior to Worlds. So this will be a wonderful preview of the way these players are playing, and maybe some of the more spicy teams they're working on.
Yeah, definitely going to be a showcase of what the World Championship metagame is going to look like in some capacity. I'm sure a lot of players are keeping their secret sauce hidden for the actual main event itself, but definitely a good place to showcase some perhaps ideas that some of these players are working on. And I know even those who are playing and those maybe who are not able to play are definitely keeping a close eye on this tournament. This tournament, as you said, is basically a regional at this side. We had I think over 700, close to 800 players registered for this tournament as of round 1. So definitely have a very, very large sample size of players here to watch, and definitely a lot of talented players in the field here. A lot of players that will be competing at the World Championships. So it's going to be a big tournament to watch out for. Definitely going to be having a lot of eyes on it. And this is probably one of the best looks we're going to get at the current state of the VGC Regulation 9 metagame.
Absolutely, and of course, the event's important. The event will be a big deal for Worlds. It's also going to be a ton of fun. We have so much VGC action to show you this weekend. We are only one round into a massive tournament. And we are just going right through here, still looking at all of our results. We're highlighting, no, like I said, you mentioned Joe, one of the matches we'll be having later today. And it's possible, of course, that we may see some mysterious, if some mysterious player we don't recognize doing well. It could be somebody trying to secretly test their world secret sauce. There's a lot that could happen today.
Yeah, that's the thing about these kinds of tournaments is that, like, these online tournaments that, some players could be a bit sneaky. Some of the top names obviously are, broadcasting themselves playing in this tournament. So a lot of good content for you guys here, but you never know. A lot of these names that you might not recognize could be a top player in disguise. So if you see some names that you don't immediately recognize, like, it could be revealed later that they could be some secret top player trying to test their world championship team in a proper field like this. But also just plenty of good talent in this tournament. Like, it's VGC, it's come a long way, and these big size tournament events could have any kind of pool of talent. You could have it's going to be a tough tournament to win, definitely a tough tournament to make a deep run at, and there's just so much high level VGC action coming your way. And it looks like we're just about to get our first match underway. Okay, it looks like we're having a different set of players than originally advertised here. We have Matty Moo going up against EMBC, which I believe is Eduardo Cunha, who is the 2022 Pokemon World Champion. Starting off with Calyrex and Ogerpon facing down Miraidon and Incineroar.
Absolutely, two exceptionally strong players. Matty top-aided, I believe, in the Yokohama World Championships as well. So two players that not only could do well at a World Championship, but have in the past, with you, of course, doing as well as you can do. And it looks like we have two pretty stock teams, like you said before. This Calyrex Shadow Riders Zamazenta team is about as stock as you can get in this format, and Matty Moo's playing what appears to be something relatively similar to what we saw MDB and a few other folks using during NAIC. And of course, we see Edu switching right into that Rillaboom, the typical way to counteract these Miraidons as a Draco Meteor connects, doing about half, so that's likely... We actually have a sheet here. That doesn't look like choice specs to me.
Yeah, still does a very, very good chunk of damage to the Rillaboom there. And as you said, like, these are probably like the most, some of the most standard takes on these two teams. I know Edu has a very has taken a liking to Calyrex Shadow Rider, has been using it across the regulations, and the Calyrex Shadow Rider Zamazenta core in its peak form right here with the Ogerpon and Rillaboom, as you were saying, the Miraidon Calyrex Ice Rider combination featuring a lot of these similar Pokemon. Volcarona is a Pokemon we talked about in Exhaustion earlier, as it switches in here alongside the Calyrex Ice Rider, getting itself in a good position to match up against these two grass types. And one of the perks of Volcarona is that ability Flame Body, which is able to activate there on the U-turn. So Rillaboom going to be in a much less productive role for the rest of the game damage-wise.
Absolutely, is Volcarona threatening to set itself up to put a lot of pressure down on this Calyrex and just randomly burning that Rillaboom. Fortunately for Edu, Rillaboom is... Obviously, it wants to do damage, but its primary role of mitigating that Miraidon will not be prevented by this burn. And of course, we find ourselves in a similar situation to what we were talking about in one of our last matches, where this Calyrex Ice Rider is facing down a Cali Shadow, so if it wants to get too much done, it's going to have to Terra. That Terra Fire does also make it mean it'll take any hits from this Ogerpon relatively well. And let's just see how Matty tries to deal with this. Looks like a Glacial Lance coming out, doing a good amount of damage to both Pokemon. And from here, we're at a pretty even board state. This Ogerpon being intimidated. And I don't know. If you're Edu here, what are you doing to try to reposition this board?
So I think you have a couple options here. Ogerpon can maybe stay on the field here as just a supportive piece that can also just take advantage of the grassy terrain recovery, as it's just going to get faked out there. But also the Terra is an interesting choice, makes it resist the Glacial Lances here. But with that -1 attack, it's not really doing a whole lot, barring some critical hits here. Zamazenta switching in is a good position for it, as it's able to kind of stonewall the Calyrex a little bit, but it does have to be worried if this Incineroar has something like Will-O-Wisp, as that could be just another Pokemon that gets burned on the field. But it looks like the Incineroar clicking U-turn there, so probably indicative that doesn't have any supportive moves that it can use like that to hamper Zamazenta. As Volcarona comes back in, a good piece to stand in front of the Zamazenta and probably support this Calyrex, or maybe just start getting some offense off.
Absolutely, and with this Incineroar in the back and the Ogerpon already intimidated, neither the Ogerpon nor the Zamazenta are pressuring this Volcarona very well, and we see the unless of course Ogerpon gets that crit with his boosted crit rate, that missed high horsepower, and suddenly Matty Moo has gone from a decent position to being down 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, and just like that, it seems like that very advantageous position just completely falls apart there. It just shows how back and forth these restricted formats can be. It just seems like we saw it earlier with like the Jump Bluff games, is that sometimes in key pivotal matchups and positioning situations like this, it can just one wrong turn can go horribly and suddenly you're on the back foot. But yeah, that's why I kind of liked Ogerpon still being in there, even though it was weakened by Incineroar's Intimidate. You still have the option for that critical hit on Ivy Cudgel, and if it were to hit a target like Volcarona, an unresisted hit, it can just completely disintegrate the HP bar like that. So Ogerpon's still finding itself to be a purely offensive threat, despite the cycling Intimidates there, and that allowing Zamazenta to get the knockout here on Maddie's Calyrex and just sending this game into game 2. We're seeing, I believe, the same leads, the same leads that we saw in Game 1. We have the Calyrex Shadow Rider Rillaboom and the Incineroar and Calyrex Ice for Matty Moo.
Absolutely, and it looks like these players both are trying to disrupt each other with this Incineroar, disrupting the Rillaboom, Rillaboom trying to stop a Miraidon lead, and we are in a situation now where basically every Pokemon is threatened by one other piece on the opponent's side, so this is a pretty even board state here. What you'd expect from players of this caliber.
Yeah, having the faster fake out is nice here for Edu, but there is a bit of a decision that has to be made here. Is like, okay, do I want to fake out the Calyrex to maybe to prevent like a Trick Room or something? But having the Terra Dark there is obviously very nice to be able to stand in front of this Incineroar. As we see, the spell tag is on the Calyrex Shadow Rider, so a boosting item that doesn't come at the cost of your HP, allowing Calyrex to get a nasty plot, which boosts special attack by 2 stages, allowing it to do insane amounts of damage here to this Calyrex, which is now terastallized. Rillaboom with that Intimidate out probably has the opportunity to click U-turn here. Not into a Volcarona ideally this time, so no burn coming out there, as we're just going to see the Ogerpon coming in as Trick Room goes up for Maddie. And now Edu's in a good position to support this Calyrex Shadow, being able to redirect a potential Incineroar U-turn, along with that Glacial Lance chip could have put it in danger there. But this is a pretty good position, I would say.
Absolutely, these dimensions being twisted makes a huge difference here. Now, we saw Encore come out of Edu's Ogerpon last game. Does it have Follow Me? It sure does. So this means that this Calyrex Shadow Rider isn't too threatened this turn. Ogerpon will be going down to that Flare Blitz, and both of these Pokemon on Maddie's side of the field should eat up an Astral Barrage, even at +2. So the question now becomes, how will Edu navigate these last 3 turns of Trick Room? Zamazenta coming in means that these wide guards will make it a little easier. We won't have to worry about any Glacial Lances coming out, but this Calyrex may be in range of a high horsepower from Maddie's Ice Rider.
Yeah, Calyrex taking a lot of damage there, even with the +2, not really getting as much value out of that Astral Barrage as you originally would have thought, but of course the Spell Tag being knocked off was a huge damage mitigation tool right there. Zamazenta finds itself in a pretty good position here, but if you're Edu, you definitely, if you want to preserve this Calyrex, you probably have to play a little bit more defensively. So Maddie, recognizing that, could potentially try to go for some plays to possibly focus down the Zamazenta and try to eliminate the right now biggest threat from Edu's side under this Trick Room. Maybe try to get some positioning tools here, try to bait a Body Press or a physical hit into one of these Pokemon to try to get that Volcarona in maybe, but the Calyrex trying to go around the wide guard, going to go for a high horsepower, get some good damage into Zamazenta. Incineroar trying to U-turn into the Calyrex. Unfortunately, U-turns into a Protect, which leads to a KO. But now Volcarona is on the field, and against these 2 Pokemon, it finds itself in a pretty good spot.
And this is a very powerful position for Maddie. This high horsepower plus Fiery Dance was basically free. There wasn't any real way to prevent that attack into that slot. And now this Volcarona got his 50% boost. And we are in a situation where Edu is going to need to figure out a way to connect some Astral Barrages onto these Pokemon. Unfortunately, it's likely that Maddie does have that Choice Scarf Miraidon in the back for when Trick Room is over.
Yeah, and a fun play that you could do here if you're Matty Moo is probably try to set up a Quiver Dance with one last turn of Trick Room remaining, because neither of these Pokemon are really threatening you damage-wise. And if Rillaboom decides it wants to fake you out, it could go into a situation where it gets burned again, and so it just becomes a non-factor damage-wise for the rest of the game. But if you decide to not fake out the Calyrex Ice Rider, it gets a free knockout onto Rillaboom. So Rillaboom in a pretty sticky situation here, Volcarona in a prime position. I think if it's able to get a Quiver Dance off as this Trick Room expires, it just becomes an absolute menace. But the fake out goes into Volcarona, not gonna get the burn this time, as Edu's gonna try to double team it. Actually dodges the Flame Body burn twice, but even with, now as you said, Miraidon being in the back here, with Rillaboom unable to switch the terrain, just going to go for Draco Meteor, cleans up the Rillaboom. Volcarona going to eat up another Body Press, does get the Flame Body proc, but is going to set up the Quiver Dance here, putting it in a prime position to deal with the Calyrex Shadow Rider that's in the back.
From here, it's exceptionally hard for Edu to get through this board position. I mean, we reset the special defense drop, or special attack drop on the Miraidon, excuse me, and this Zamazenta being burned with Volcarona having the +1 special, or +1 defense from that Electric Seed, it is exceptionally difficult for him to do any damage here. And Maddie takes game 2. We are going to a game 3 against these two titans of the game.
Yeah, I think we see the value of Volcarona on these kinds of teams. Like, if you're able to position it in a situation against the Zamazenta and a partner that can't really touch it, then it can just seriously just sit there and be a menace. And then once it starts to set up, once you perfectly positioned yourself out of the Trick Room turns, you can start setting up Quiver Dances or just getting off damage. And Fiery Dance is a bit of a setup move in and of itself. It does very good damage, but also gives you a chance to boost your special attack. So Volcarona getting a boost right off the bat, just making it a pure offensive threat. And, you know, Edu just not having the tools to deal with it in the late game. So that's potentially something to consider for this game 3.
Absolutely, both of these teams are just so flexible. These players are going to have to rely on outplaying each other rather than outsmarting each other on the lead. Both players have pieces that are almost targeted at the other's restricted Pokemon, with this Volcarona lining up so well against the Zamazenta and the Rillaboom into the Miraidon. And it seems both players are taking their time as we get into this game 3, and we see a completely different lead from Edu as Matty Moo sticks with the same standard Incineroar Calyrex Ice Rider lead.
Yeah, if you're Edu, you definitely have a couple things you want to watch out for here. One of these is that Incineroar and Calyrex lead, as, you know, Trick Room was kind of a big problem for Edu to deal with in the last game, as Calyrex Shadow Rider got its item knocked off, and then it just didn't really get to do much under Trick Room, even with the support. And once Ogerpon went down, the answers to Volcarona in the back just kind of disappeared alongside with it. Incineroar faking out into the Zamazenta here, as Ogerpon clicks the Ivy Cudgel into the Incineroar, still doing a lot of damage even though it's back at neutral attack, but the Terrifier Ivy Cudgel still finding its mark, as Calyrex not going for the Trick Room there, instead just firing off a Glacial Lance into the two resistant targets.
Seems like both players made a little bit of a prediction there with that Ivy Cudgel, with that Calyrex not tearing in front of the Terrifier Ivy Cudgel being exceptionally scary, but Maddie knows that Edu knows that it's exceptionally unlikely that will be allowed to connect. And now we're sort of back in a situation where we're in a mind game. You know, how does this Incineroar want to leave the field, being threatened by Body Press? Does this Calyrex burn its Terra to make itself less weak to this Terrifier Ivy Cudgel? And if so, what switches in on the Incineroar slot?
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts to this position, right? Because Incineroar, if it does switch out, Edu definitely has that play on his radar, as, you know, as the Volcarona switching it into Incineroar is a pretty obvious switch to try and catch the Body Press onto it, but the Terrifier Ivy Cudgel going into that slot, as we saw in game 1, had the potential to just completely wipe Volcarona off the field. But instead we're going to see Miraidon switching in here, as Calyrex is going to use its Terrifier, as it's going to take a Body Press from the Zamazenta, and actually Edu flexing that Encore that you mentioned earlier to actually lock Calyrex out of the Trick Room option instead of it, or just locking it into Glacial Lance here. So Edu doing a good job to prevent Trick Room here, but now with these two Pokemon on the field, going to do some maneuvering to try to get around this Miraidon.
Absolutely. Now, we've seen Follow Me, we've seen Encore. Does this Ogerpon have Protect? It seems like the answer may be no. Or Spiky Shield, rather.
Yeah, it could have. Oh, okay. So we have the moveset here: Ivy Cudgel, Encore, Follow Me, Spiky Shield. So foregoing the grass type move, that's one way you can run these teams. Is sometimes like players lean into sort of the grass spam mode, where the more offensive Ogerpon could have Grassy Glide, but instead it foregoes the grass move here in favor of the support move like Encore, which is very valuable in these types of matchups. As Miraidon barely is going to miss the KO onto Zamazenta, as Body Press actually critical hits into the Volcarona. That was actually something I was thinking of in the second game, where like if Zamazenta didn't get burned, a critical hit body press could have turned the game completely around. But yeah, the critical hit in the Volcarona definitely going to be a very good thing to have in this position. But we're kind of finding ourselves in a similar position as the previous games, where Volcarona is in a position where it can start doing a lot. It's not really threatened by either Pokemon on the side, especially with the Miraidon on the field. And Maddie, recognizing that Volcarona is in a good position, is able to get that Quiver Dance off.
Absolutely. I mean, this Volcarona is in an exceptionally strong position right now. I mean, there's the Faker coming out from Rillaboom this turn, so Maddie's probably going to have to spend this turn repositioning. But if he can preserve the HP on this Volcarona, he was in a great spot. It looks like Volcarona will not be protecting instead of going for that +1 Fiery Dance into the Rillaboom, getting another special attack boost, so this thing is just threatening every piece on the board.
Yeah, Volcarona having almost every boost under the sun at this point, having a defense boost, 2 special attack boosts, a special defense boost, and a speed boost, which makes it the fastest and strongest Pokemon on the field currently. And with backup from Miraidon, this already chipped Zamazenta is probably in range at this point from a Miraidon hit, and the Calyrex is not holding a Focus Sash, so potentially in maybe knockout range for this Volcarona. I'm not sure if +2 is quite enough. Fiery Dance does drop off a little bit in base power from a move like Flamethrower, so I mean, but it's still going to be a very massive hit here.
Absolutely.
But yeah, the Astral Barrage still threatening a lot of damage into any of these Pokemon on the field now. So it's going to be, from Maddie's perspective, is like, does he want to get the KO now onto the Zamazenta, or maybe pivot out the Miraidon into something like Incineroar, maybe allow Volcarona to get some HP recovery? And no, we're just going to go on the offensive here. No Protects coming out. The Fiery Dance, Electro Drift double target into the Calyrex Shadow, going to take it down, as Manimu is going to trade their Miraidon for a KO on Edu's full health restricted.
And with the 3 Pokemon that Edu has left, he is sort of relying on some kind of critical hit, as he has 3 physical attackers, none of which can hit Volcarona for super effective damage. This is looking quite difficult for Edu from here.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it was going to come down to this Volcarona and whether or not Edu had the tools to be able to deal with it. But now Volcarona just being boosted this much and all the Pokemon being chipped down as much as they are, it's gonna be tough to try to deal with this Volcarona. If Ogerpon maybe can live a hit and maybe fire an Ivy Cudgel back, there is potentially a possibility for a critical hit to save this game. Might not even need it at this point. Ogerpon is plenty strong on its own, but yeah, it's gonna come down to whether or not this Volcarona can pick up the final KOs of this game. And I think if it KOs this Ogerpon, it might be Maddie's game to take.
Absolutely.
So these players really thinking about their turn here, trying to figure out that winning combination to seal this game. And Volcarona, after taking that critical hit earlier, it's very much making use of that grassy terrain. It's already back up to almost 70% HP, and it's looking very healthy here. But obviously, Ogerpon is the Pokemon to watch out for in this situation. So we're gonna have to see if Edu or Maddie decides to go on the offensive with their biggest offensive threats and see which Pokemon here has the ability to take the last knockout.
That's exactly right. And with the fact that we know this Calyrex does in fact have high horsepower, every Pokemon is being threatened by both Volcarona and Calyrex. Looks like we were going for that Fiery Dance into the Volcarona, and an Ivy Cudgel will remove the Volcarona. But Trick Room goes up here, and with Incineroar and Calyrex against the 3 Pokemon that Maddie has left, Trick Room may be enough.
Yeah, that was the swing that Maddie needed to potentially just seal this game right off of that play right there. Unfortunately, Volcarona targeting into the Zamazenta and not accounting for the Ogerpon that could just take it out with Ivy Cudgel there. So Maddie getting rid of the Volcarona, gets the Volcarona off the field, but now is under Trick Room, so sacrificing the Volcarona potentially as a bait to get this Trick Room up. And, you know, with 4 turns of Trick Room to work with, and with high horsepower on the Calyrex and all these Pokemon being super chipped as much as they are, like, there's potentially room for this Trick Room to just completely win the game for Maddie as the high horsepower gets the knockout into Ogerpon, Flare Blitz gets the knockout into Zamazenta, and with only a Rillaboom left, Maddie Moo looks like they've just locked up this game.
Absolutely. You don't want to have your Rillaboom against two fire types, and Edu's not going to even bother playing out the match. Maddie Moo takes this set 2-1. That was an excellent match to watch.
Yeah, I originally thought giving up the Volcarona there was potentially a mistake on Maddie's part, but I think I understand the thought process of, okay, you get rid of the Zamazenta, potentially if it doesn't protect, then you are setting up the Trick Room with your Calyrex. You know Calyrex is, barring a critical hit, probably not in KO range of the Ogerpon this turn, so if Ogerpon decides to go for Volcarona, which it more than likely is going to go for, seeing that it is the biggest threat on the field, you leave Calyrex completely unchecked, and then Trick Room plus Incineroar in the back, you get fake out pressure, and then if you have Zamazenta still on the field, it goes down to Flare Blitz under Trick Room, and then if you have Calyrex, or if you don't have it on the field, then you just have Glacial Lance into two Pokemon that are already super weak. So I really liked the play there from Maddie's end to just guarantee a win con with whatever Pokemon you decide to go for.
Absolutely. In high horsepower move, we've been seeing Calyrex run less and less. Maddie here is sort of demonstrating how powerful that ice and ground coverage can still be.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the classics. The Clear Amulet set still putting in work here, especially as Incineroar takes over the usage stats. So probably going to be respecting Intimidate a little bit more going into the World Championships. I know we kind of fiddled around with some different items. We have Never Melt Ice, Leftovers, but nothing wrong with Old Reliable. The offensive Calyrex with just Ice, the Glacial Lance, and the high horsepower still able to do a lot of work in these situations, especially when you need its type coverage to close up games like this. And I think teams like Maddie's, I think, are definitely an archetype and a take on the Calyrex Shadow or the Calyrex Ice Rider Miraidon teams to look out for going into the World Championships.
Yes, absolutely. These style of teams, these Incineroar, Amoonguss style of Calyrex Ice Rider teams just allow the pilot to just play such good positional Pokemon that it sort of lets your skill. It's a very skill-expressive team, and with a player like Maddie Moo, that is exactly the kind of thing you want to be doing. You want your pieces to let you prove just how good a Pokemon you are.
Yeah, I think it demonstrates why this team is so good in the current format. It's just such a you have so many like good pieces to support and so many win conditions that you can focus on. As we saw in this game and across the entire set, you have the option to just go boom, boom, boom with Miraidon, Scarf Miraidon just picking up KOs left and right. It's a little bit harder when you have to pivot around the Rillaboom and Pokemon like Ogerpon that can resist the electric type moves, but you also have this end game which completely just went in the opposite direction than we thought the game was going. Originally we were thinking, oh, Volcarona getting all of its boost up, that's the way the game's gonna shake out here. But instead, Maddie deciding in the last possible turns to sacrifice the Volcarona and end up just going for a Trick Room endgame, which you can definitely play with Pokemon like Incineroar and Amoonguss and Calyrex Ice. So just a very well-rounded archetype. These Pokemon, Miraidon, Calyrex Ice, Incineroar, Volcarona have so much wiggle room that you can do with so many different like play styles and ideas that you could put as supporting cast for these Pokemon. And I just think that this is definitely the most standard and probably the highlight of this archetype and just what it can possibly do. And Edu's archetype, the Calyrex Shadow Zamazenta, definitely the archetype that's getting the most buzz right now is like the archetype to beat that is not a Miraidon team. And these Pokemon can do a lot. We saw earlier how this team is able to play the more offensive game where you can just set up nasty plots and just cycle your fake outs or your support and you just click the Astral Barrage until the other team's Pokemon are all gone. But you could also play those slower positioning games against these kinds of teams with your own Incineroar and the rotating fake outs and Zamazenta. But at the end of the day, Volcarona showing why it is on these kinds of teams, specifically to handle Pokemon like Shadow Rider, Zamazenta, and the supporting cast.
Absolutely, and Volcarona is a Pokemon that we often see sort of pivot in and out as metagames adjust. It's just a strong mon, but it looks like we have our next match coming up here. This is one of the ones we talked about earlier, Patrick Connors versus, I lost the other name. Patrick Connors versus Cabro, who is another quite good player. I didn't know Patrick had this this custom avatar. Very good. I like it.
Coming into the game with style.
Exactly. And as we expected, we do see the Calyrex Ice Rider on Patrick's team, though Iron Bundle is not a Pokemon we've seen too much of in this format so far. Just a good speed control Pokemon with that Quark Drive and Miraidon. Versus Cabro's team, who was playing an extremely aggressive team with Miraidon and Cali Shadow Rider and a Screamtail. Not a combination we often see. And looks like we're getting right into the game with Calyrex Shadow Rider Rillaboom, that classic anti-Miraidon combo, versus Incin Cali Ice. Looks pretty familiar.
Yeah, this is a very similar start to at least the last set, and we're seeing a face-off here between two Paradox Pokemon that we normally don't see with either of these team compositions. The Screamtail is a very interesting choice, especially without like something like a Miraidon to support it, or it's just a straight up support Pokemon. And Iron Bundle, one of the future Paradox Pokemon that we don't see a lot either. Definitely it's a good Pokemon in the mirror for sure. It's a good Pokemon that helps you get the speed advantage against other Miraidon, but just another excellent source of Ice type damage here. As we're gonna see probably a couple fake. Wow, PatCon just going straight for a fake out into the Ghost type Calyrex. So just going to see a fake-out trade with PatCon making a little bit of a read there.
And that aggressive fake-out puts PatCon in an extremely strong position, because this Glacial Lance is more threatening than the Astral Barrage on this board state, with that Rillaboom being threatened with super effective damage.
Yeah, at this point, even Trick Room is a valuable option here, but of course you do have to be wary of that Amoonguss in the back. But wow, Cabro just going for a nasty plot here into the Calyrex, potentially calling out this Trick Room turn from PatCon to try and get that offensive advantage while you may be losing the speed advantage, as Incineroar going to knock off the Covert Cloak. So Incineroar will be susceptible to those secondary effects. But Trick Room goes up here, but we're seeing a bit of a both sides just playing that positioning game, trying to get the leg up in this situation. But Calyrex Shadow Rider, as we saw in the last set, isn't fond of being in the Trick Room.
Absolutely not. But with this Incineroar on the field for Cabro, it's going to be difficult for PatCon to land these Glacial Lances that he wants to be getting off during these finite turns in Trick Room. Now both players are sort of trying to figure out how to position themselves best here. If Patrick has that Iron Hands in the back, that Pokemon is obviously fantastic against the two pieces here. And it looks like we are seeing the Parting Shot to mitigate some damage and pivot out, and it is that Iron Hands. And it's another nasty plot from Cabro, just saying that I know you're not going to let me do too much damage yet, so let me just set up so that once we're out of Trick Room, you'll be in trouble.
Yeah, the problem is going to be getting out of Trick Room is going to be the issue here, is that we're just seeing the rotating fake outs in and out. It almost seems like both sides are stalling out, doing their best to stall out this Trick Room, as we just see fake out come in, fake out come out. But unfortunately for Cabro, the one Pokemon that you have to switch into Glacial Lance is Rillaboom, as PatCon correctly identifies the slot that cannot protect and just goes for a double target there, so eliminating one of Cabro's fake outs. But now you have Incineroar back in here, gets the Intimidate on the Iron Hands, is going to let it get faked out here as the Glacial Lance comes out, does really good damage to both of these Pokemon, but we're going to see how much a +3 Astral Barrage does into both these Pokemon, just barely missing out on the knockouts.
Both Pokemon holding on a +3 Astral Barrage is not something you see very often when neither of them resists it, but that just goes to show how bulky both Calyrex Ice Rider and presumably this Assault Vest Iron Hands is.
Yeah, two very insanely bulky Pokemon, but against all odds, Cabro looks to be at a point where they have stalled out this Trick Room, and a Protect on the Calyrex is going to be able to stall out this last turn and potentially put Cabro in a position to sweep this game with Astral Barrage, perhaps getting Incineroar out here to potentially get a knockout onto the Calyrex, or maybe just rotate out with U-turn. But unfortunately, protecting here with Calyrex does mean that you leave yourself open to a fake out, and Cabro going to have to switch in another Pokemon that is weak to Glacial Lance, so going to have to sacrifice the Miraidon here. And I guess it will come down to which Incineroar is the faster Incineroar in this fake out exchange. Cabro losing the Covert Cloak on their Incineroar, so not going to be able to get around the fake out here. So it'll just have to come down to potentially which Incineroar is faster, going to fake out each other, or maybe they're going to just try to trade fake outs on the opposing Calyrexes.
Absolutely, and even if Cabro's Incineroar is faster, if this Miraidon on Patrick's team is Choice Scarf, then it looks like Patrick may be able to lock up this game. Can we confirm the item on the Miraidon?
as we're going to see the Astral Barrage go into Incineroar. It does a lot of damage. It looks like it's Life Orb Miraidon. As Incineroar choosing not to get the KO there, instead Parting Shot, bringing the Calyrex down another stage. And actually, whoa, Cabro reveals a tech in Roar on Incineroar, trying to get the Calyrex out, potentially to dodge another Trick Room from going up there. So a very interesting turn there from both players, but this rotating, like PatCon having all 4 of these Pokemon left is, it's good that they're at low HP, right? But the fact that these fake outs keep coming in and out is going to be a huge nuisance for Cabra to deal with, as Iron Hands reveals itself to be faster than Cabra's Incineroar and just gets all of its HP back with Drain Punch.
This is going to come down to an interesting position. Iron Hands should not be able to live this attack. And now from here, Cabra just needs to protect once, and Astral Barrage will remove... Oh, but he can't because Calyrex is still on the field, so we're in a... No.
Yeah, so this is actually a very good position for PatCon here, because what you can do is you can protect the Calyrex, you can let your Miraidon go down, bring in Incineroar, Fake Out, and then Trick Room or Glacial Lance, and the game is over pretty much, right? So, very good maneuvering of the pieces here. Just keeping that one Fake Out on board is going to be the key. PatCon needs to win this game, and just with Calyrex by itself, even though it has a team that is so ripe to be swept by Astral Barrage. Oh, instead we're going to see Incineroar switch out here as wow. Okay, we're just going to see the Calyrex, take 2 knockouts here, and it's faster than the Miraidon, so it looks like Cabra is going to take the game.
Fascinating. I mean, I suppose the line you were talking about is pretty involved in the pressure of the match sometimes. If you don't see those types of plays, maybe there's something missing.
Yeah, very interesting play, because we know that the Calyrex Shadow Rider is able to be faked out. It's Terra Dark. We saw the Covert Cloak on the Incineroar there, so I mean, I guess PatCon just letting the game go to Calyrex Shadow Rider. It's just very interesting end game here, as we're going to go right into game 2, as we're going to see a very similar lead from both sides. The same 2 Pokemon from PatCon side, but Cabra switching up the fake out partner there with the Incineroar over the Rillaboom.
Absolutely no reason to bring the Miraidon, to bring Rillaboom in the front when you see Patrick is preserving his Miraidon in the back. And now we just see the knockoff going right into that Calyrex, getting rid of its Life Orb. No turn 1 fake out the Ghost type this time.
Yeah, opting for a little bit of a safer play there, as both sides are just gonna exchange their attacks. Calyrex getting the nasty plot off, but we've seen in earlier games with that Calyrex having its item knocked off, its damage does drop off quite a bit. So both of these sides just gonna try and pivot their Incineroars out, try to get themselves in a good position. And interestingly enough, Calyrex on PatCon side goes untouched for this turn, so it looks like it's in a good position to get a Trick Room off. But Cabro, knowing that is likely going to be the outcome here, is going to send in the Amoonguss. So, I mean, if you have the option to switch in Miraidon here, it's going to be taking a lot of damage, but you do block that Spore and get Calyrex in a position where Glacial Lance is going to start putting up big damage numbers.
Absolutely, and with this Amoonguss on the field, Patrick is almost forced to switch in his Miraidon here to make sure he gets any amount of value out of his Calyrex. Pollen Puff resetting the CSR to take a lot of damage, but enough to live. Then we get another nasty plot. Exceptionally aggressive here.
Yeah, I do understand the nasty plot play, because I think Cabra realizes that the +2 Astral Barrage, especially without the Life Orb, is not going to be enough here. So just getting that extra little damage bump, and now also recognizing the Miraidon switching in here. But now it's a bit of a weird position, because you can't go for Pollen Puff, because Miraidon will be faster than this Calyrex under Trick Room, so you leave it open to damage. But unfortunately, your only Pokemon that you can switch in now to Glacial Lance is that Rillaboom, and yeah, we did see from game 1 it does barely survive it, so now you do have a fake out on board. But without the redirection here, we saw Glacial Lance does more than half to Calyrex, and even with a fake out here, you're gonna have to let one of these powerful restricted Pokemon attack, and Calyrex Shadow Rider is very much in danger here.
Absolutely. Even with the grassy terrain, a Life Orb boosted Electrode Drift should be more than enough to knock out a 50% Calyrex Shadow Rider. So Cabro is going to need to figure out a way to play this turn a little more defensively.
Yeah, definitely in an awkward position with the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Only 2 more turns of Trick Room to stall out, but I just don't know if the positioning tools are here, because like I think regardless of this turn that you're gonna have to rely on either of these Pokemon living, and Calyrex Shadow Rider actually does live the Glacial Lance, allowing it to fire off a +4 Astral Barrage. This will be enough for Miraidon, but barely not enough to knock out the Calyrex Ice Rider here. And with just one turn of Trick Room left, it looks like Cabro will be able to survive the Trick Room, but we'll have to see what the back Pokemon are for PatCon and whether or not he does have that revolving door of Fake Out that was so detrimental to this Calyrex outside of Trick Room in the previous game.
Absolutely, and funnily enough, knocking off that Life Orb means that Patrick's Calyrex lives, but so does Cabro's not taking that Life Orb recoil. And with Miraidon no longer on the field, and looks like Patrick didn't bring his Miraidon, this Amoonguss is in a very strong position if Patrick does attempt to get another Trick Room off.
Yeah, switching it out there to get the Incineroar to switch in on the Glacial Lance, getting another Fake Out on board just to get a Fake Out onto this Incineroar, and so you have Fake Out Astral Barrage in this turn. I don't know how bulky this Incineroar is, but I am willing to bet that it is not willing to take +5 Astral Barrage from Calyrex, even with an item knocked off. So, yeah, Incineroar, if it's not able to move this turn, is going to be taking a very, very big chunk of damage, and Calyrex is almost looking like it's going to get knocked out maybe 5 times over if it doesn't click Protect this turn.
Absolutely. It looks like Patrick is in an exceptionally awkward position.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to pivot around this Calyrex Shadow Rider. I think the one saving grace here is that maybe there's an Intimidate. Wow, Cabro actually switching out the +5 Calyrex Shadow Rider into Amoonguss on the Calyrex Protect as Iron Hands comes in here. Incineroar, we're going to go for a U-turn here to go back into Calyrex Shadow Rider that just lost all of its boosts.
Fascinating. Is Patrick's Incineroar safety goggles? Surely not.
It is Covert Cloak as well.
Oh, all right. So in this position, I mean, Cabro does have a pretty safe double protect if Trick Room does go up by the Calyrex, and this Amoonguss is the strongest thing on the field.
Yeah, preventing that Trick Room from going up is definitely going to be a huge key to this matchup here, but double protecting just to stall out the Fake Out turn. Interestingly, not going for Trick Room there. Instead, just trying to get the Glacial Lance off and try to remove this Amoonguss, but at the same time, leaving Calyrex vulnerable here, as we're going to see, once again, the Fake Outs come in and the Fake Outs come out, but no Protect from Calyrex here, just going to get knocked out from the Astral Barrage, so Calyrex finally getting a boost back, going to go back to +1 special attack, and we're going to have to see if that's enough to take out these two very bulky Pokemon, as another double Protect comes out just to stall out the Fake Outs, and now with the inability to pivot these Pokemon out, the Fake Out carousel finally comes to an end.
Absolutely, and with these two Pokemon on the field, it is exceptionally unlikely that Patrick will be able to get enough damage down. The Moong is redirecting both Pokemon's attacks. And with Terra burnt, I mean, this Incineroar is going to be forced into at least a 2v1, if not a 3v1 here.
Yeah, I mean, without Flare Blitz, there's no getting through this Amoonguss, and now with Calyrex getting the chip damage into Iron Hands, yeah, easy Astral Barrage spam to win the game, plus a little bit of Psychic to get some extra chip damage there. And Cabro going to take the set here, 2-0.
It's an absolutely masterful performance from Cabro. It seems that Patrick sort of was forced to play a lot more inflexibly than Cabro was here, with a lot of his supporting pieces not really being for this sort of matchup, with the Amoonguss and the Iron Bundle being forced to stay at home. Where Cabro had pieces that made the matchup significantly better. He had the Rillaboom to help with the electric terrain. He has the fast Life Orb Calyrex Shadow Rider. It looks like when you're seeing two very, very strong players like this, it often does come down to who has the room to adapt. And in this matchup, it seems Cabro was the one who had that.
Yeah, I think I'm just really impressed by his ability to play in and out of the Trick Room and just support. That's the mark of a good Calyrex Shadow player in matchups like this, is that like they know how to not only maneuver around the continual cycling of Fake Outs, but also the Trick Room turns. The fact that Calyrex Shadow Rider survived for as long as it did both games, it ended up being the difference maker and knocking out all these Pokemon, ended up being instrumental to winning this matchup. And like you said, these are two very, very strong players. So I know there was a couple plays during that set that maybe were like head scratch, or just like, huh, interesting. I think these were honestly these players just trying to make reads on each other, because like they know that they have the ability to see these game-winning plays, and maybe always the straightforward option is not the way that you're going to be able to win these high-level sets of Pokemon. So yeah, just very, very well played to both players. Um, and yeah, very, very interesting teams to showcase here. But yeah, just very, very well played from Cabro. A very well-deserved win against one of the best players in North America.
Absolutely. And let's see if we have another match. It looks like we're looking for a replay for us to get into. So let's talk about a little bit more about this sort of trend. We talked several times about how, Miraidon makes items like safety goggles less important because it weakens sleep. One of Amoonguss's strongest things it does is it has access to these very powerful spores. And yet we see both players have both Miraidon and Amoonguss together on their teams. Why don't we talk a little bit about that innovation, how that's sort of been propping up since NAIC?
Yeah, I mean, like, I think, you kind of look at Miraidon and Amoonguss on the same team. It's like, oh, wow, the anti-synergy. Like, Amoonguss, one of its best moves is Spore, and you're kind of taking away that ability to use Spore with the electric terrain. Like, I think people that didn't play back in the 3DS era, like, Tapu Koko and Amoonguss were on teams together all the time. I think that's just a testament to how good of a support Pokemon, period, Amoonguss is, outside of its ability to click the move Spore. I just think that extra bit of redirection is just very important to enable these Pokemon like Calyrex Ice or Miraidon. And sometimes you don't even have to bring Miraidon. Like Incineroar, Amoonguss, Calyrex Ice is oftentimes enough to win games on its own. And if you leave Miraidon at home, you have another powerful fake-out Pokemon in Iron Hands, which can oftentimes even take advantage of opposing Miraidon's electric terrain. So Amoonguss has a lot more. I think it just proves like what a three-dimensional or four-dimensional, however many dimensions you want to put Amoonguss on. It's definitely one of the best support Pokemon in the game, and it definitely has a lot of value outside of just clicking Spore. So that's why it can really find its way onto any team if it really wants to.
Absolutely, and as how you mentioned, there was a lot of Tapu Koko Amoonguss teams in the 3DS era, and during Sword and Shield, during Series 12, we saw a lot of Tapu Fini Amoonguss on these Calyrex Ice Rider teams. So it definitely is something that does show up at the highest levels of team building, just because of, as you've said, how flexible and powerful Amoonguss can be as a support Pokemon.
Yeah, we have both players' teams on screen right now, so we can kind of take a little bit of a deep dive. We saw Cabra's Miraidon actually not making an appearance in the set, I believe, at all in this case. I think we're just relying on the capabilities of Rillaboom, Calyrex Shadow, Incineroar, and Amoonguss, the full supporting cast for the Calyrex Shadow Rider. And I think, like, not this exact 6 Pokemon, but I think this concept of a team, I think, is something that's more than likely going to make an appearance at the World Championships in a variety of different forms. Like, you have the fast, explosive Choice Scarf Miraidon to sort of act as your fast burst damage, but then you just have a slow, bulky core of the rest of the team. Like, normally we see it with Calyrex Ice, but also it can work with Pokemon like Lunala or any other more setup focused Pokemon that can take advantage of, the cycling fake outs, the Amoonguss redirection support, and you just have that Miraidon as a piece on the end there. It's like, okay, I have another source of really explosive offense just surrounded by a very bulky setup focused core. It's also something we've seen with the Terapagos teams recently, is that you have that Miraidon there to act as your fast source of damage, but then you have that Terapagos Calm Mind mode that's able to just take advantage of stuff like the Electric Seed, and it can set up Calm Mind, and taking advantage of stuff like dual terrain, so you can really switch the terrain around to your advantage whenever you need the grassy terrain to heal or maybe disrupts another team's terrain control. So yeah, I think this kind of archetype of team is something to look out for. I don't know if we're going to see a Screamtail. I don't know if Screamtail is going to be making a lot of appearances, but it's a very interesting choice to help that more support-minded game plan that this team is going for.
Absolutely. It does seem as though this team is sort of engineered with as many ways as possible to, put Rillaboom, Miraidon, choice items, Miraidon, and Incineroar are all Pokemon you often want to protect in front of, whether to stall out Fake Out or to scout out what they're locking into. Between Nasty Plot, Calyrex Shadow Rider, and Encore Disable Screamtail, this team seems almost designed to punish you for trying to protect.
Mm-hmm.
And similarly, we've seen Screamtail a few times on those Miraidon Terapagos teams you discussed, where instead of punishing with Nasty Plot, you're punishing with Calm Mind or Encore.
Yeah, so you can also see you can see like the similarities in like team building philosophy, as like you see both Incineroars are Covert Cloak, Terra Bug, and a little bit different takes on the on the support archetype here. Is like we have one that has Will-O-Wisp and Parting Shot, then we have the other one that's like U-Turn and Roar, which are some interesting choices for sure. But you can kind of see that similar philosophy kind of taking form in both of these teams. That you have like the double fake outs, whether that be Iron Hands, Rillaboom, but Incineroar remains a constant. You have a Moongus, and you have your sort of tech Pokemon on the end. I think a lot of those Terapagos teams are running the Pokemon like Iron Shreds on the end to kind of deal with the Miraidon Mirror, and just have an answer for the most common restricted Pokemon in the format. But then you have that fast damage dealing Miraidon next to your slow, bulky, slower setup kind of team. Like with in this case, it's just to set up Trick Room with the Calyrex Ice Rider, and then you can take advantage of obviously the incredible damage output that Calyrex Ice Rider is able to provide, but you also have the fake out cycling with Incineroar and Iron Hands that also is able to benefit from Miraidon's electric terrain. So yeah, very similar sort of team philosophy here, but just taking it in two different forms. And I strongly believe that this sort of team building philosophy is kind of what's taking over the metagame right now, and I think it's definitely going to be a very, very common foundation for a lot of World Championship teams that feature Miraidon.
Absolutely. I mean, in the highest levels of play, it's often better to be the more proactive team as opposed to reactive, and Miraidon is a Pokemon that enables you to be proactive in so many different ways. Something that's interesting to note here, and might be worth talking about a little bit, is we've talked a lot about how these games sort of become these positional mind games, especially at the top levels of play. Usually those positional plays include moves like Fake Out and protecting to stall up people's moves and scout what they're going to do. And we have seen out of 3 of the 4 last teams we watched Pakon and Cabernet and Edu and Madimu, and 3 out of 4 of them have had somewhere on their team the move Encore. So what do you think about these more sort of powerful moves, these sort of powerful support moves that we're seeing show up more and more?
Well, it's definitely a good metagame adaptation for the uptick in... so we've seen a lot of these teams is that they have multiple fake outs too, like whether it be Instant Rillaboom, Instant Iron Hands, and Encore is just a powerful move in general, and I think we're seeing a lot of unique choice, like a lot of very unique Pokemon get Encore, like a lot of Pokemon that aren't exactly splashable onto a lot of teams, but definitely Pokemon that there seems to be an Encore Pokemon that fits almost like every team archetype. We have Bundle that goes really well with Miraidon. We have Screamtail, which goes really well with all these like setup cores. And honestly, as a tech move on Ogerpon, I think it's very, very underrated if you're playing the sort of Zamazenta Calyrex Shadow Rider that doesn't really want to rely on the grass spam type mode. And with a Rillaboom on the team, you can often forego a grass move on Ogerpon. And Ogerpon has a lot of really good supportive tools. Taunt, Encore, even some more niche supporting attacks if you really want to go that route too. But yeah, the influx of Encore I think is a very interesting metagame adaptation, as we see a lot of Pokemon like you said, it's a like Cabro's team. What you said about Cabro's team earlier is like it's a team that is looking to punish you for clicking the move Protect. And as we've seen from a lot of these games so far, Protect is a very valuable tool in cycling in and out your fake outs or getting your board set up. And also Encore being a move that punishes fake out very, very heavily is very, very strong into a lot of these teams that are carrying 2 fake out users. And interestingly enough, both of these Encore Pokemon not being Whimsicott with Prankster also working to Incineroar as well. So I think Encore is a very interesting metagame adjustment, and I think it's very emblematic of what players are looking out for when they're team building.
And of course, if we're talking about tech moves, we have to talk about what we saw with that Incineroar on Cabro's team with Roar. These sort of Miraidon, Calyrex, Shadow Rider teams offer a lot of offensive pressure, but of course, with both your restricteds being special attackers, you can run into some problems if you run into something like Light Screen or an Assault Vest Pokemon, or very commonly, a Calm Mind Terapagos. This Incineroar Roar serves 2 purposes of sort of forcing out these Pokemon that boost up, and as a way to deny Trick Room really effectively. So what do you think of Roar showing up on Incineroar? I know this was a thing back in the in the 3DS era. It was a tech people would use to counteract Geomancy Xerneas, but do you think we're at the point where Roar is something to consider?
It is a interesting choice. I just think I don't think Roar is a bad move on Incineroar. I just think it has a lot of competition nowadays. I think setup Pokemon are a lot more common. You have a Calm Mind Lunala, you have Terapagos, you have Volcarona, you have Trick Room Pokemon like Calyrex Ice. So Roar definitely still has a lot of utility, and I think it is a valuable move on Incineroar's moveset. But yeah, it just has so much competition. Like there's so many moves Incineroar wants to run between knockoff, flare blitz, fake out, parting shot, U-turn, taunt, snarl. I don't know. There's so many things that you can run on Incineroar nowadays. Will-O-Wisp, like it just has so much competition for what moves. So it really comes down to what your team values in terms of support and what you want to use. But yeah, like you're saying, like I haven't seen this many. I haven't seen Roar and Incineroar since Xerneas was running around the metagame. But yeah, it definitely still has a lot of utility in the format right now, and I think it's a move that players should be looking at as potentially. It's like, okay, as more setup Pokemon, or if my team really struggles with Trick Room and I need a more consistent answer to it, um, yeah, perhaps Roar is a good option.
So I think we've talked about these two teams to death, so I think we are going to throw it over to a quick break until we're back with round 3. everybody. Welcome back. We are getting into round 3 of the Smogon VGC live event. I have Slim joining me now. Slim, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. We got a lot more Pokemon action to go over today, and looks like we have the thread of who is 2-0 in this event. You know, this event is almost 700 players. It is functionally a regional, so we are not even to the halfway point yet. So these players have a long way to go.
Yeah. So it's really kind of amazing how like everything is kind of like transitioned, like how we get these huge number of players in these tournaments and such high level gameplay. So it's been amazing to kind of watch the growth of the scene, and Smogon's been here for just a long amount of time. So it's kind of amazing, like during this like kind of waiting period, we having like high level events like this going on.
Absolutely, and with Smogon primarily known for its singles battles, sort of mixing with the VGC community, can do nothing but help both grow. And we want to thank them so much for sort of embracing the VGC community as much as they have. Now, looking here, we see a lot of great players doing well in the standings here. We just saw Polar Bear there, a very strong player. But looks like we actually are getting right into our first match of round 3. We have Scarlet Scale versus Dubious VGC. It's the first Lunala we've seen today. So Slim, what sticks out to you about these two teams?
I mean, I think the one thing that stands out, like we've all known, like Lunala is kind of like one of those. You kind of see it, you understand what it does, but to prepare for it and actually play it in real time is always like kind of a iffy like type of matchup, because like calm mindsets, you have leftovers, things like that, and then Raging Bolt, like since its introduction, Raging Bolt I think has always been like one of those like premier Pokemon, just with Thunderclap and being able to its survivability, just kind of stay on the field and put a lot of pressure on. But of course, the best Pokemon in VGC, I will always say it is Incineroar, and I think that's going to be a crucial point as we do get our leads with Calyrex and Amoonguss on Dubious' side, and Ogerpon and Miraidon setting up the sun here. And Scarlet's in a really decent position here just off leads alone.
Yes, both Calyrex and Amoonguss are super threatened by the Pokemon that Scarlet Skill has sent out. He's going to be forced to reposition here. But looking at the Pokemon they have, there's not that much that can switch into a potential Fire type, Fighting type, or Rock type move. So we're going to have to see. Might be a Terrestrialization from this Calyrex pretty early to sort of survive this turn.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think Dubious here, you're such a weird position where it's like, okay, I'm threatened. I don't want to burn Terra early, but you might have to. Incineroar does switch in, so it does get Intimidate on the Ogerpon. Of course, Karada normally carries Clear Ambient, and just like Protect here, trying to scout out to see if you can get the, and predicting actually a Terra there, the Terra Water going for the Power Whip, which really didn't work out, but you do get a turn here. Really great turn by Dubious, because you do get the fake out here, and now you can kind of reposition yourself. You can set up Trick Room now. You can potentially bring in Amoonguss. So honestly, a pretty decent turn off of a really tough lead.
Absolutely. That Power Whip miss was a little unfortunate, but going into Incineroar won't be dealing too much damage anyway. And as you've said, Dubious is now in a position where they can sort of twist the dimensions on this pair of extremely fast Pokemon.
As we do see a switch, so Incin comes in. Of course, Clear Amulet, one of the better items here. We do see the Terra early, and it is the Terra Fairy, and opting to set up Trick Room here. Kind of surprised we did see a Terra there, just because there wasn't going to be a lot of damage dealt that turn by the potential Ogerpon, but opting to just like, you know what, I'd rather be safe than sorry. Go ahead and set up Trick Room right now and blow the Terra. And honestly, a pretty decent position. Scarlet does have Fake Out active on the board, but I mean, there's not really much damage besides maybe a potential collision course or maybe even close combat that can be done here. So you're in a pretty decent position if we do see Fake Out come out.
Absolutely, and Dubious likely tearing last turn to play around that heightened crit rate. A Flare Blitz going into this Incineroar a huge amount of damage, and this is a relatively awkward position. This Calyrex is not threatening either of these Pokemon particularly well.
Absolutely, and with the sun being up, it still creates a huge problem. Even though the Terra is Terra Fairy, you're gonna take a lot of damage. You're already chipped. That's potentially in range. I mean, you could go for a potential high horsepower there. It's not a guaranteed KO there, or you could go for the double tap with a knockoff and maybe a high horsepower and potentially pick that up. But you are putting yourself at risk because the Incineroar is at neutral and it is in the sun, so you will have to take a Flare Blitz here. It's still, once again, Dubious is like kind of in like such an interesting position, having to kind of constantly switch around. We do see the Protect come out. We do see the knockoff come out doing a good amount of damage there. and actually catches the double up into the Calyrex, which was a fantastic turn. Scarlet going all in on that turn, and really, unfortunately, didn't pay off there.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dubious going for that protect, and Scarlet going for that double up gives him a situation where he does get a little bit of damage there. But unfortunately for Dubious, the timer here, the inevitability is not on his side. Once that Trick Room goes down, the pressure on the Calyrex increases immensely.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see there's one turn of Sun still left. So another potential turn of just like absolutely boosted damage here. But this really just depends on speed here. You do have two turns of Trick Room, so you do have a lot to work with. You know, Knockoff continuing to spam makes it relatively unsafe for Lunala to switch in either slot. We do see a Munga switch out, so opting to potentially sack this here, and absolutely does, taking 100% of damage there. Instant takes a lot. We do see a U-turn here, so opting to potentially try to reposition and maybe get in the Calyrex now and then bring in the Incineroar, sacking that off. But having to sacrifice 2 mons is not really worth it.
The question here is, what is going into that Incineroar slot? Any move makes sense here. We don't necessarily need to go for the fighting type move because of the damage already on the Incineroar, and we are going to see a Flare Blitz hitting that Calyrex.
Oh my goodness, opting just because there's nothing else on the board, is going to redirect already into that. Calyrex does take a huge amount of damage, so now, once again, there's one turn of Trick Room left, so Miraidon will absolutely survive this turn. But the question is, what do you do after this? I mean, if you're Dubious right now, I don't know if you have many options to potentially... There's still an Ogerpon in the back. There's still one more Pokemon in the back. We don't know what it is. It could be the Raging Ball, could be the Lunala, and depending on what Dubious has as the last, it really may potentially not even make a difference here.
No, I mean, this is a situation where Dubious needs to find a way to either get Trick Room back up or take a knockout this turn. This with a full health Cornerstone in the back, is going to be exceptionally difficult for Dubious to win this game without speed control.
Yeah, absolutely. Instant is super low. Calyrex is super low. This is a really tough uphill battle. Scarlet just has to feel just amazing in this position, just knowing like, hey, I have a full health Ogerpon in the back. Once I get out of Trick Room, and we do see what it is the Miraidon setting up the electric terrain, coming in, and Instant survives on a slither, just 1 HP. So you will get to have it, and it is Raging Bolt that's in the bag, not Lunala, not anything else. But this is actually a huge deal because now electric terrain is set up, and you get the boosted damage here.
Absolutely, but unfortunately, this Miraidon cannot hit. This Miraidon will not be able to move before Miraidon makes that Flame Charge boost, even if it is Scarf, unless it is the very uncommon timid Scarf Miraidon. So at this point, it looks like Dubious is going to have to rely on something like maybe Dazzling Gleam. What item is this Miraidon, if we can check that real quick?
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a... it is the Troy Scarf. So this is going to be kind of interesting. You do have to lock yourself into one move. You have... Calyrex in the back, which is barely surviving, maybe like 10% of health left. Kind of an interesting spot. So what do you think happens here?
So in this situation, we sort of put ourselves... Oh, did the Miraidon did in fact move first. That does make a relatively big difference here. And what is this Raging Bolt doing? Just throwing a Draco Meteor into this Incineroar, getting that -2 with special attack, and suddenly, you know, it's still looking pretty bad with this Ogerpon.
But not unwinnable just because of that. But like Raging Bolt can be reset because there is an instant in the back, and it is locked into Volt Switch. So you're kind of relatively safe here. We do see Draco come out, but actually Ivy Cudgel opting to take out the Calyrex, and now it's a 1v3, and we just see the forfeit there.
Absolutely, and this was a situation where Scarlet was perfectly stalling out those Trick Room turns, putting Dubious in a situation where he says, if this game goes forever, I will win. And that is exactly what ended up coming out of the game. This played it nice and slow while keeping that offensive pressure going the entire time, and we'll have to see how Dubious can react in Game 2.
Yeah, obviously. So we did see how the lead went, and it was really just unfortunate from the very get-go. The leads were not favorable for Dubious. So if going into this Game 2, what do you think is the optimal lead, the most neutral lead you can have to not put you in kind of the behind the you know, because it really sucked because you have to like constantly pivot and take damage each and every turn. So do you lead Instant here and Calyrex, or do you potentially go another route and maybe bring the Urshifu this time?
Well, this is an Urshifu water. If it is, it's hard to bring into Lunala in the sun. But if it's Inertia Dark, obviously it's still awkward, because unfortunately, Miraidon has a great matchup into both Urshifu forms. But I believe Dubious' situation is exactly like you said. There was very few turns where they could both reposition and put pressure on. It may be a matter of bringing that Miraidon more aggressively so you can Volt Switch around. And we'll see right now, we'll see the Raging Bolt and the Miraidon against the Kali Ice and the Miraidon. Now, this is a situation where Dubious does have the ability to put a lot more pressure on the field. This Miraidon threatening both the Miraidon and the Raging Bolt, and the Calyrex threatening both the Glacial Lance.
Absolutely. We do see the photosynthesis activate, so it is a special attack boost, so that is something you do have to worry about, which is in Scarlet's favor, but I really do like this lead a lot more. You do get a little bit more flexibility here. Now, we do know Terras play a big factor into how this turn potentially could work out here. Calyrex not in a great position because you're in the sun, and even with the Terra Fairy, we do know how much damage you took prior, so maybe not the safest option to just Terra turn 1 and potentially try to set up Trick Room here. But we'll have to wait and see how much damage Miraidon can truly do, even though this is basically a pivoting position here. So for Scarlet, you can honestly take a potential gamble here. As we do see Ensign switch in, and we do see both Ensigns switching in here, trying to get the Intimidate and trying to change up some things. We see Draco does get the critical hit, but not able to pick up the KO here. And Ensign takes a huge amount of damage from a Flare Blitz. Oh my goodness.
Both players switching in their instants to take hits that would have resulted in a KO if they hit their intended targets. And now we're back in the situation where both players, if a fake out pressure is on, and it becomes a matter of, whose Incineroar is faster, does this Miraidon want to pivot out to reset its special attack, or is it satisfied throwing out a weaker Draco Meteor this turn?
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting position, because if I leave here to Scarlet, based off of game 1, you potentially are faster with the fake out. Do you risk that? Maybe not, because Miraidon really, you don't really want to do anything. As we do see the Ensign's actually trading fake outs, and we do see Dubious doesn't spin the other time, and Draco opting just like, you know what, I'm in a good position, I just need to get this thing off the board. Does take the KO here, so no more Ensign for Scarlet. This does create a very interesting situation now, because no more Ensigns, no more free pivots. Things that are in here have to take damage, and you can easily target that slot as we wait to see what potentially comes in here.
Absolutely, and with Ensign gone and Terra burned, Dubious has a much cleaner way to position for the rest of this game. Though, of course, we do see the Lunala here. Now the question is this a Calm Mind Lunala or is it a Meteor Beam Lunala? And it is Meteor Beam.
This is a kind of a tough spot, because Meteor Beam will go into any target. Miraidon right now is not really doing that much damage. You can break Shadow Shield if you want, but it's kind of a sitting duck, and there's really not many ways to pivot in. You can't bring in your Calyrex. Anything else, like if it's a Mungus, will take a lot of damage. Even if it's Urshifu, will take a lot of damage. So Dubious is kind of in a position where you're kind of stuck. You're doing Draco doesn't do much damage at all. Ensign does have to eat the Flare Blitz, does go down, and now you get a free Meteor Beam and your +1 special attack. And honestly, Scarlet is kind of in the driver's seat, and I'm not sure really what Dubious can do here.
Absolutely, and with Dubious does still have their Terras, so they can perhaps survive a Moongeist Beam or a Flare Blitz, but not both. This Miraidon has sort of been relegated to fishing for Draco Meteor crits to do any real damage, and this is looking very rough.
Yeah, because even if you Terra, if you're Dubious aside, you have to eat a Moongeist Beam, you have to eat a Flare Blitz. Miraidon is just kind of here doing just massive amounts of damage, and like you said, they're just fishing for crits at this point, because you're not KOing anything on the board with that minus special attack. And honestly, you just, if you're Dubious, you're hoping to get lucky here and maybe survive a turn, maybe get set up Trick Room and try to just get off some Glacial Lances as much as possible, but you do have to break the Shadow Shield. That is the most important part here, but how much damage will you take in return? That's kind of the pivotal question here, as a Mungus does switch in here. Calyrex does go ahead and Terra and eats almost 90%, and the double tap does come in, and Calyrex immediately goes down. A really free turn here. We do see Miraidon come back in, but it is now Lunala with Shadow Steel still active versus the world, and Amoongus kind of just the little mushroom that could. I don't know if he can really help that much versus, and the Electric Tyrant only has one more turn.
The Terrain Gone and Moongeist Beam going, this is looking pretty problematic. If there had been one less turn of Electric Terrain, there may have been the potential to Snarl and Spore. But of course, Electric Terrain working against Dubious that turn. And from here, I mean, with Shadow Shield still on the field, Miraidon locked into Draco Meteor, this is likely the end of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a really skillful way to kind of position it, and really, I think the one thing out of this matchup we have to really take into account is like the leads. The leads for Scarlet have been really on point. Game 1 is really difficult sometimes to lead, but opting to just like, you know what, I have a distinct advantage here, and in game 2, like continuing with the pressure, bringing Lunala this time, which makes a huge difference here, getting off the Meteor Beam and getting the +1 special attack. Of course, Shadow Shield never been broken, and just really created a huge problem for Dubious in this matchup.
All right, absolutely, and it does look like Dubious throws in the towel, meaning Scarlet wins this match 2-0. Again, wonderfully played, like you said, Lunala coming in here. We saw Dubious manage to get up Trick Room last game, and Scarlet still managed to sort of stall it out, but with access to Lunala, they knew that if Dubious tried to go for a similar game plan, that access to Wide Guard would have been great. But of course, because Trick Room never had the chance to go up, instead we just sat here doing lots and lots of damage. It looks like we do have 2 more matches we're going to try to show you guys for this round. Not going up just yet, but the next one will be we have Fangame 10 versus James Beck. James is one of the best players in the world, a multiple-time regional champion, multiple-time world top cut player. And I'm not familiar with Fangame. I don't know if you know them, Slim.
I do not. But I mean, either way, just like having that matchup versus James is like absolute, just one of those like fun things. It's one of those matchups where it's like, oh, I get to face this person. You kind of like, you amp yourself up for it because it's like a potential like, oh, hey, I got to face this person. Either you go ahead and like you do get a win, and it just kind of gives you that confidence you need going into the next couple rounds. And even if you lose, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, you know what to do, you understand how this player plays. It's one of those things where it's like, you know what, it's kind of a win-win situation just as like a player, where if you win, yeah, amazing. If you don't, you just learn from it, you understand how like one of these top players does play.
And it does sound like, it turns out we got some information from our the folks managing our stream here, that Fangame 10 is an extremely good player from the Smogon community, one of the better doubles players. So we're having a little bit of a crossover of the live VGC scene and Smogon's more online community. So it's always fun to see that sort of overlap, kind of how we saw Joey Pokegame top 8 the Milwaukee Regional Championships just a few months ago.
Yeah, absolutely. It kind of took everybody by storm because, you know, it's one thing to know about a lot of these players from these different communities, but when they kind of overlap and have those moments like that, it's kind of like a really like, almost like, those dream matchups. Like, you just never think these matchups are going to happen. You never think these runs are going to happen. So looking forward to see how that kind of game comes in, because it's going to be really fun to watch.
Absolutely. A sort of almost an sort of ambassador from both communities here that we have crossing over playing each other. And it looks like we are just waiting for the room to generate for the battle, and we'll get right into it. This is, you know, we're in like round 3 right now. We've shown 5 or 6 sets so far, and Scarlet Skill is the first Lunala we have seen on stream so far today, which is fascinating because Lunala Miraidon is the 3rd most popular restricted pairing in this tournament. Slim, how do you feel about Lunala right now? Obviously coming off of a huge win at the North America International Championships.
I do think Lunala is like one of the better Pokemon. It is sometimes a little difficult to set up, but once you do get it set up, like we've seen how amazing it is. Shadow Shield, just being able to just like tank a huge hit and potentially like have leftovers or any recovery at all is what really makes the difference here. As we do see actually another Lunala, so we're getting back to back. Oh, the triple
next to the Lunala.
Oh, is that? Wow. Okay. Not gonna lie, I didn't expect to see this here. One of the favorites. I've actually been playing. Went back and I've been playing past games, past generations. So seeing this here actually makes a huge difference for me because I'm just like, oh, okay. But we do have Snow, Hail, which is like a very interesting archetype because there's a lot of damage. Doesn't really have a lot of defensive, accolades, but you do a lot of damage here. Nothing really likes to take blizzards.
Yeah, looking at James's team, we have 3 Pokemon, Miraidon, Ursaluna, and Whimsicott, that hate getting hit by a blizzard. This is fascinating. It's funny, because if you cover up 2 Pokemon, Fangame's team is just It's pretty standard, but we are
Yeah.
leading with the two not very standard at all Pokemon, Kyurem White and Alolan Ninetales. Not Pokemon I thought I'd see today.
I definitely was not expecting to see a Ninetales. But honestly, hey, it does make sense. You get it. That hyping is amazing offensively. Defensively, not so much, but that's okay. Now, Ensign, of course, does create a problem because you know how Ensign is. I get to fake out and I get to potentially burn a turn for free. But the question is, if there is protect on both sides or detect, whichever one you choose, you kind of just James has to kind of reposition because then you're just stuck here. You won't do enough damage to KO anything, and you potentially take a double hit here, and it does create a problem. We do see the fake out go into the Kyurem, and we do see a Vulture going to the Ninetales. Does crit, does go into Sash, probably unnecessary. Doesn't worry about it, but something has to switch in here into potentially just a Blizzard here. But it is Aurora Veil that goes up.
Absolutely, and we know we haven't seen too much of Aurora Veil, but the screens from Grimmsnarl more often have been extremely popular in this format. And the fact that this Kyurem didn't protect makes me think maybe it has an Assault Vest, maybe it has some kind of choice item. Can we verify that real quick?
Absolutely.
Alright, so we have Scarf Kyurem here, threatening basically every Pokemon.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty interesting here, but the thing is, you have to choose one move of choice. What is your best move here? Is it Blizzard? Is it Earth Power just to do super effective damage into the Incineroar? Blizzard is probably your best bet because you do want to break the Shadow Shield potentially on Lunala and just try to put on more pressure along with the chip. But we do see Ursaluna switching, and Urshifu Rapid Strike comes in, does take a little bit of damage here. We do see Moonblast going to the Kyurem, is able to eat that, but Ursaluna go ahead and the Flame Orb activating here, but Urshifu is not something you really want to see right now.
No, absolutely not. And this Ursaluna, I suppose he was preparing for James to go for a Trick Room, but now it is in a very awkward situation that Urshifu's, of course, Surging Strike's always critically hit, ignoring Aurora Veil's damage reduction. So Fangame is going to need to reposition, switching into Lunala of their own. Unfortunately, this Ursaluna is just going to have to go down to the Surging Strikes.
Yeah, absolutely. James taking the obvious, just hey, you know what, this is pretty free, and we do see a Moongeist being go right to Lunala doing over half. This is a really tough position, even with the Aurora Veil up. Just James having a lot of options to do a massive amount of damage, regardless of the Aurora Veil here, which is a huge issue. It seems that Fangame's kind of struggling to defensively. There's not a lot of switch-ins you can have.
But fortunately, of course, the Shadow Shield is broken on James' Lunala, so if Fangame has the faster one, he may be forced to Terrastalize to avoid a Moongeist Beam. Of course, I'm not familiar with what speed Lunalas normally run on these snow teams, so we really don't have any way of knowing just yet.
Yeah, it's just a tough spot if you're Fangame, because you kind of need to get the Urshifu off the board. The typing is just too good, and being able to crit through your screens just really doesn't help anything. But then also there's we know Miraidon's in the back, and there's an Instant in the back, and it's creating a huge okay, targeting is the most important thing here. Who do you go after? We do see both Terra Grass, and we do see a Terra Fairy come out, but opting just, you know what, I can go ahead and handle this. So Fangame takes the KO there. We do see Trick Room go up, so James opting to understand hey, I can't have it all. I can go ahead and set up Trick Room pretty freely. I'll let the Urshifu go down because I do have Instant in the back, and I do have a Miraidon, so it's not too bad. You lose one thing, but you didn't lose too much.
Fascinatingly here, we do see that it looks like James has the faster Lunala with its Terra going first, even if it was setting up Trick Room. So it's possible Fangame may be able to do something about this here if this Incineroar does not have Flare Blitz.
Yeah, that's the one thing we're worried about. Meteor Beam does come out. It doesn't pick up the KO. Instant able to come back and pick up the KO there. Even with the recoil, is able to. And we do see the Moonblast come out, and that's a huge way that went down. Honestly, I really thought Instant was going to be able to get it done, but the Meteor Beam being able to come out and you picking up the KO there, huge for James.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going into a game 2 here, but that did not look too difficult for either player to come out on top there. Fangame made a read that didn't really pay out with that Ursaluna and sacrificed a lot of tempo, but I wouldn't count Kyurem White out just yet.
Yeah, honestly, and I think for how this matchup went, I think Fangame actually learned more than James did. James has kind of put on a lot of offensive pressure, but understanding the speed tiers at the end there really plays huge into Fangame potentially this game too, because now you're just oh wait, I think I can go more of like, instead of the hyper offensive like setup of Royal, I can potentially just go a trick room mode here and do a lot of damage, and I have the speed advantage. That is the one thing I learned from this that game one.
Absolutely. Now, of course, the fact that the Lunala is slower than the Incineroar may cause a problem outside of Trick Room, giving James an easy way to knock off Power Herb. But the situation, it looks like we're going for the Ninetales and Lunala here against the Incineroar and Miraidon, so we may see the exact interaction I just mentioned, unless, of course, this Ninetales has some form of speed control like Icy Wind.
Yeah, this is a weird spot because Fake Out is a thing, and you do have Focus Sash. Do you have to protect this turn, or do you just opt to just like, you know what? I have this up. I'm going to go ahead and just like potentially just go for the Meteor Beam, try to get that +1 special attack. Or do you just go for Trick Room and then potentially swap? Because if you do have Ensign in the back, and we do see Ensign come out here, and it does opt to change for the Lunala and taking a huge Draco, but not going down, and even with the double up not going down.
It was a huge turn for Fangame 10 there, getting information they would not have had otherwise. It looks like people in the chat are chanting freeze. Fangame 10 apparently known for these ice strategies, so let's see if maybe the old reliable for them will go there. We have the Encore into the Flare Blitz.
Interesting going for the Encore there, not opting for damage, just like, you know what, I don't need you pivoting, I want you to be stuck right here doing this, as we do see Lunala come in from both sides, so this once again creates a interesting dynamic here, because you could go for a Meteor Beam, you still have your Sash intact, which is fantastic, the Aurora Veil is paying off some dividends here, you do kind of want to put on some pressure here if you're Fangame 10, so you kind of want to start doing a little bit of damage here, but it's a weird spot. Even though the Incense kind of stuck into Flare Blitz, if you're James, you're kind of okay with that. It's not the end of the world, you know?
No, absolutely not. The ability for James to go forward with a Moongeist Beam and a Flare Blitz, something like that, into this Incineroar. But it looks like James is... It looks like... Ooh! That did so much less damage than I expected. Looks like we're going to get off this Meteor Beam here. Removing the Incineroar this time around, but... Fangame 10 has already lost a lot of resources, and James's Lunala is still at full HP with access to its terrestrialization.
Yeah, honestly, that was Aurora Veil at its finest. Just like the damage reduction is huge there, because you were able to understand like, hey, I can take whatever move. That's why I locked into this, and I can go ahead and get my special attack boost. But I mean, Miraidon is here, and this is the unfortunate part. But your Ninetales still in a decent position, hasn't lost Sash yet, can still do damage here. Like you said, if it does have Icy Wind, this will be like an amazing time to bust it out. But honestly, just being able to spam, we do see Dazzling Gleam come here, not able to pick up a KO here. Here comes the Encore. Moongeist Beam comes out. Will it be? Oh, not able to take it and just goes down. You did all that to lose it all.
But now we have this Lunala locked into a move where it cannot attempt to wide guard Kyurem's Blizzards. If Fangame 10 can get some kind of... If Fangame 10 can get something going here, it'll have to be this turn, and it'll probably will involve a Blizzard Freeze that the chat seems so convinced is destined to happen.
It has to.
Here comes the Blizzard. Do we get the freeze?
Ooh.
And we do not. So James Beck does take this game 2-0 over Fangame 10.
Yeah, honestly, this was just a really good display of just like, hey, I have a lot of offensive pressure. I have a lot of defensive capabilities. Even with the Aurora Veil, still James able to just like, okay, that's fine. I can get around this. It's just a matter of time. And just opting to just continue putting on pressure. Fangame 10 went a more defensive kind of gameplay this time around. It didn't really pay off because it just wasn't enough damage. Ninetales was on the field the entire time, really wasn't able to do much. And even with the Meteor Beam, you got this special attack, it really didn't help you because you were so slow, you never got to really get full benefits from it.
Yeah, absolutely. It may be a case that this Ninetales would have benefited more from having access to another supporting move like that Icy Wind, or perhaps even disable that, as opposed to this the more offensive double high base power stab attacks.
Honestly, a really creative team though, because we don't normally see anything like this. When are you gonna ever randomly just like, oh my god, that's a Kyurem, like, you know? So interesting concept, great. It's just unfortunately like James really does have a team where it's like, I can do damage immediately. I don't need to set up. I can literally just do damage immediately, and that was the huge issue here, because Fan Game 10 never got to really like get in a position where it's like, oh, okay, I can like now get maximum output from this whole entire strategy, because there's just too much pressure every single turn.
Yeah, absolutely. That's sort of the strength of these Miraidon Lunala teams, is the Pokemon are so passively bulky that you can just start pressing attacks and damage trading every turn. And when your opponent's team has to set up and sort of position these pieces, that is exceptionally difficult to match up with.
Yeah, absolutely. So either way, a really fun game to watch. Very interesting matchup, and you know, it's hilarious that we just literally are talking about when Lunala, and then we get a double Lunala right here. Like, so it's been fun to see, and definitely two completely different versions of Lunala here. One with the electric seed, the other one, of course, with the meteor beam, and the speed tier is varying so differently. One, like an instant being able to be faster than you is not something you see every day outside of Trick Room.
Absolutely not. That was a exceptionally interesting set. Shows off just how flexible of a Pokemon Lunala can be, both as a supportive one and an offensive one, and just how many different types of teams it can enable. So it looks like we are about to switch over to another set here. We're getting that set up for you right now. Get you all one more set for round 3 before we switch over and take another break.
Looking forward to see how this breaks down. Because I think the best thing about this is just seeing the different would you look at this? Okay, Zombie versus Hakate? If I said that correctly?
Hakate is a popular Japanese player, and we're seeing two of the most common variants of these Calyrex Shadow Rider Zamazenta teams, often paired with either this Rillaboom Ogerpon core that we've seen several times already today, or with the Smeargle becoming more popular after it did exceptionally well at the Japan National Championships.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how this kind of goes down, but already we're in a very interesting position because we just saw Nasty Plot on the first turn, so this is going to get really weird as we do see Ndidi switch in here. Setting up the Psychic Surge is able to take the Psychic, no problem here. But the question is, what is the move of choice? If you see Psychic going to Zamazenta and absolutely destroys it, that's a one-hit KO. And now, here comes the issue, because this Calyrex is super boosted as Smeargle swaps back in, and we do see a Protect. So, obviously, just a interesting, just like back and forth, just like, oh, I can switch here, you can't switch here. And we do see Nasty Plot on the other side as well, but speed is the only thing that matters here, as we do see Incineroar does switch in for that Rillaboom. We do see another Protect come out here. Will we see anything else? Nope. Just a Fake Out going to that side. We do see Astral Barrage. This will do a significant amount of damage regardless of typing, and that is a huge chunk for an Incineroar to take.
Absolutely, and these two players are sort of putting themselves in a position where they want to force a single speed tie, and the winner of it will likely win this game. Both Calyrex is so boosted, taking neutral damage worse from each other, and we're playing this terrain war here, right? So now, this turn, Hecate sort of has to... He's just going right for the attack. Here comes the follow me, and he loses the speed tie. But how much will the Psychic do? Does it remove Ndidi from the field?
Yeah, does the turn though?
Psychic boost? Absolutely.
Yeah, and this is like this is the thing with all these Calyrexes. It's just okay. Speed ties, speed ties, speed ties, speed ties, speed ties. We do see Zama come in here, and we do see Rillaboom, and we do see a Protect, and does a double Protect. He's safe turn. He just Fake Out. There's no reason to do anything else here. But the question is, once again, speed ties, speed ties, speed ties.
The only way left here is if this Rillaboom holds on, and it does not. So from here, this game is essentially over. We can't Astral Barrage, so Zombie can just we can't Astral Barrage from Hecate's side, so we just go for the Astral Barrage and the Body Press to wrap up the game. So that is Zombie taking game 1.
You gotta love how fast these games go with when it comes to these Shadow Riders. Just because, hey, I'm gonna set up, you're gonna set up, and then we spam moves, and we're gonna just see where the speed goes. Like these games go so fast, so quick, and everybody already is locked in. Like, this is what I'm gonna do. This is what you're gonna do. Let's see who can go do it first.
And it looks like we're having a pretty similar lead here. This time, Zombie not opting to keep the Shadow Rider in, going right in for that Ndidi. Will it eat a knockoff here? Fake Out on the Smeargle inside terrain. Are we going to see a Spore on the Calyrex Shadow Rider? We are. This is a devastating position for Hecate to be in so early in the game.
Yeah, and honestly, Zombie played that absolutely perfectly. Just understanding, like, hey, I know what you want to do. Let me go ahead and just like get it off first. We do. Oh my
Oh,
goodness, it's a but. Oh, that's gaming. That's gaming to the highest level. A baton setting up and baton passing into your Calyrex. Oh my goodness. And now you just swap back in Ndidi and you just I have no words.
this is just such an absurd amount. But the Calyrex woke up. Okay, and it went for plot. If they had gone for Astral Barrage, that could have been extremely bad.
Yeah, this would have been a whole different story. But now you get this just Terra Normal. You do bring in your Rillaboom, but at this point, I don't think it matters. You have to eat an Astral Barrage here. You can protect the next turn. You do take over like 75% of damage here. You're really in a tough spot. Zombie right now in the absolute driver's seat.
Absolutely, and with this Terra Normal and 2 redirectors, it is almost impossible for Hecate to have their Calyrex Shadow Rider do any damage to zombies.
Yeah, this is going to be a once again, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, I set up, you set up, but the thing is always who gets to go first. So Ensign does switch in here, opting to try to like save the potential, grassy terrain, but Ensign absolutely gets wiped off the board. And now we're gonna play the kind of do-si-do again. Rillaboom comes in. Oh, this is Smeargle coming in. This is a protect, and we've seen this back and forth. We know how this goes.
If this is a U-turn of the Smeargle, oh my goodness, then we are back in a situation where we are playing this terrain war, pretty evenly here.
Yeah, interesting spot though. Because of that, you didn't necessarily have to bring in Ndidi there, but we do see Wide Guard come in. We do see the Follow Me. We do see Astral Barrage. So right now, Zamazenta paying off huge dividends in that turn. We do see Psychic go down, and Ndidi does get wiped off the board. So now this is a completely different ball game.
Now the question is, does Calyrex on Zombie's side have Expanding Force or Astral Barrage? It is Psychic.
Ooh,
so
does take down.
Here comes
the question is
here. And we are back to playing a speed tie once again. Either Calyrex will knock out the other.
Absolutely, and this is kind of we're gonna see a protect this turn easily, but now we click buttons and we hope. That's all we can really do, because the Astral Barrage absolutely clears the board here. But who gets to go first, ladies and gentlemen? Psychic comes out, and wow.
And that brings us over to a game 3.
This matchup is honestly just it's really just waiting to see an accident happen. Like you're just watching, you're just like something's gonna happen, and it's just a speed tie. Literally, we're gonna go speed tie for speed tie, and you're okay. You're living life on the edge at this point as we see these leads come out.
All right, and we get right
Calyrex. And nasty plot. Okay. And Heavy Slam, opting to do a lot of damage here. Heavy Slam doing quite a bit, a little under half, but still a really, really good. Do we see Wide Guard come out here, or do we just see a Psychic? Psychic does go into the Zamazenta, does pick up the KO here. The question is, for Hecate, what do you do here? Psychic goes into Ndidi, so not opting to boost at all. So this is kind of an interesting way this first couple turns have kind of played out.
This is exceptionally interesting. I suppose the line here is that this Incineroar is relatively safe, even at this with us +3 Astral Barrage, to get a little bit of damage, probably going for a U-turn, or just a knockoff here.
Ooh, that makes it very interesting, because you just continue, and we do see, and Calyrex survives on barely any HP here. What is the move of choice? Do you get to pick up the KO? It is a Psychic. Now this is a very interesting spot, because you went down to Life Orb Recoil. Oh.
And that is the game. Zombie winning this set 2-1.
I completely forgot about the Life Orb Recoil, and it shocked me to see. And yeah, I understand. Just like, hey, you know what? This game is over. Like, I get it. I understand. But heck of a matchup. I'm not gonna lie.
An absolutely insane game with these players sort of trading damage back and forth. Neither of them really having a way to force speed control. So we're just playing these games where we're saying either one of us is going to mess up the fake out turns, or that's going to happen. So yeah. I believe that is really all we had for round 3. We're going to throw it to a break until we have round 4. Stay tuned, everybody.
Oh, what a doozy.
Perfect. And do you want to lead in or?
Yeah, I can lead in. Sure.
Perfect. Yep.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. We're here with the next round, and I have Tyson, aka Charisma Check, joining me on the mic. How you doing today, bro?
It's good to finally be back on the mic and cast some Pokemon, especially with you, Slim. It's always a blast. Not only, like I said before, to cast Pokemon, to get to cast it with one of my good buddies. The tournament so far today, watching this stream, has been great. Tons of high-level games, and it's only going to get higher action, even more Pokemon for you guys here as we get deeper and deeper into our rounds. Here we have our round 4 of Swiss, and we have the team sheets pulled up for you here. Our first round of 3 is going to be Sisicot versus James Speed 1. And this matchup, to be honest, looks very, very exciting. Two duos that you really kind of are under the radar right now. Not in terms of like usage, but they're not the top 5. Like, you're not looking at Kyogre and Calyrex Ice Rider and going, wow, this is like the number 1 duo in the game right now, but it's still very prevalent. But what do you see that sticks out to you, Slim?
I think right now for me, we did see James last round, so kind of got used to seeing that. Lunala has been very interesting. We had like 3 games almost back-to-back Lunala, so that's been interesting. But I think the one thing that stands out to me is Amon I don't really get to see pretty much at all. Sisicot with the Iron Jugulus is probably the most interesting here. Super fast with the booster energy. You have Hurricane, you have Snarl, you have Tailwind, you have Taunt. So honestly, a kind of a great mon for speed control. Because like in case you need it, you will always be able to outspeed. Kyogre able to do a lot of damage here with the Terra Grass, able to take some hits. So I think that's probably the one Pokemon out of all this matchup, I would say that's the probably most interesting one here.
I think even more interesting than the Jugulus, to be honest, is the Basculegion is also on a Sisicot's team here. It's a great pairing. Both the Jugulus and the Basculegion were seen on not Gavin Michael's team, but I forget the other player who also used Kyogre Calyrex. They had a very similar team. They had a Jugulus. It looks like Sisicot kind of combined both of those versions together. And also, instead of the Amoonguss on this team, which I thought was very potent with something like the Calyrex Ice and the Kyogre, just having the innate healing of something like Pollen Puff, Sisicot opting for the Smeargle, which is kind of rounds out the team in a different way, similar to Amoonguss, where you still have the Spore, but it's faster and you have another tool in Fake Out. So with the Rillaboom, you have a double Fake Out now to really make sure you can get up something like the Tailwind setup or go for a fast Decorate. And with the spread moves on Calyrex Ice, in Glacial Lance, and Kyogre and its Water Spout, being able to decorate both of those Pokemon and do massive amounts of damage. Also seen on the team here with the Nevermelt Ice and the Mystic Water. Sisicot has kind of opted into this game plan of these bulky Pokemon that just do insane amount of damage, and to have Decorate on top of that, it pushes it to extreme levels. But on the opposing side, I don't want to talk too much about Sisicot's team. James's team here is opting for a bulky and offensive team as well with the Lunala and the Miraidon, but this Lunala actually does not have something like the Meteor Beam where you could boost the special tech maybe, and is instead opting for the Electric Seed to play more bulky. But I mean, we all know with a Miraidon on the team, especially with that Choice Specs item, you're already doing so much damage anyways. The Meteor Beam is usually overkill, and you're also making up for it with something like the Choice Band on the Urshifu Rapid Strike, which maybe could take advantage of Sisicot's Rain, and also things like the Ursaluna to play under Trick Room.
Yeah, this is just like a standard, just like, hey, I have the passive bulk, I can just do a lot of offense basically on turn 1. I don't really have to overthink this too much. I have enough things where I can switch in and out and still like put continuous pressure. So this is like a very just like, hey, you know what this is. Can you handle it is the question. So I'm looking forward to this matchup. And yeah, Rain is something that, like, going back to the Basculegion, we haven't seen a lot, but we know once it gets up, it does a lot of damage. So this is like, I'm gonna lead this. Can you handle it? Boom, bam, bam, and we're gonna find out what's happening. So I'm looking forward to how this matchup goes in. So before even that, like, okay, so looking at both teams, what is probably your innate like POV of like, okay, what do I lead into this if you're James? You know, because like Miraidon's the easy answer, right? But like Jugs being that fast, it kind of creates a weird dynamic because Smeargle is an issue. So what if you were in James, right? What's your default lead?
think something like the Miraidon Lunala is honestly a great lead just off the bat. Like we kind of mentioned before, with the Calyrex Ice Rider and the Kyogre both having access to strong spread moves. Yes, you're worried about something like maybe the Rillaboom resetting your terrain immediately, but with Lunala being a ghost type as well, and the Electric Seed getting activated no matter what, the Miraidon will always make sure you get that up, and Lunala having access to the Wide Guard and the defensive bonus, it's going to be very, very strong against something like Calyrex or Kyogre. Of course, you say you could be worried about maybe something like Basculegion, but it rarely comes into the lead, so something like that Last Respects isn't really going to be threatening you immediately. Of course, you have things like the Jugulus or maybe the Rillaboom to lead, but again, the only single target move that this Jugulus has is Hurricane, so something like Snarl gets blocked by the Wide Guard. I think something like Miraidon and Lunala just have so much offensive pressure, but also defensive pressure into Sisiat's team, and it manages the offense very, very well. Lunala also being immune to both of the fake outers is excellent for James here. And again, the only really thing you have to worry about is maybe this Jugulus. A Snarl to maybe force out a Wide Guard and maybe have to go for a taunt into the Lunala, but I think it's going to be very strong. And if that's not working, you also have tools like Whimsicott in Tailwind to get your own speed, considering it's Prankster Tailwind, which means it's going to go before something like the Jugulus, having only the booster energy to boost up its speed. The Prankster Tailwind and the Prankster Light Skin are also going to be very strong options, and with Cover Cloak is another way to be that fake out immune.
Yeah, looking forward to see how this matchup kind of breaks down. Seeing the teams on lead here, it's kind of an interesting matchup. I normally like Miraidon is one thing I'm always worried about, but like when you have like such different ways to kind of like slow it down just a bit, it does make this very interesting. So looking forward to see how this kind of breaks down. And this is probably the one time where Calyrex is not the oh, what do you do about Calyrex? It's really not the star of the show here in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're getting into the match here as both of our players sit in team preview, trying to figure out what they want to go into. I mean, there's a delay on this stream, so they're not going to be listening in and getting our game plans. But I am very excited to see how this matchup is going to play out. I think the dynamics of both the Calyrex Ice Rider and the Miraidon are always fun to see, as maybe straightforward as some players would maybe assume it is the Ice is strong against Dragon, and then the Electric move just so much to back the Calyrex. But we are going to see the leads here. Calyrex, Ice Rider, and the Rillaboom, and Miraidon and Urshifu here from James.
Yeah, I really do like this lead from James, just opting like, hey, I'm going to do a lot of damage, but Sisiat countering that perfectly with Rillaboom, being able to fake out, getting rid of the terrain, and just having a lot of options here. Just like, I can potentially just set up Trick Room turn 1, not really an issue. And then after that, you can go ahead and continue to spam, because Calyrex right now is in a position where it's like, you know what, I can just do a lot of damage early, and then Basculegion potentially in the back, Kyogre potentially in the back of Instant is something I have to worry about. So I really, really like both leads on both ends. It really shows like what their thought process is going to this matchup. I do like this. Sisiat does continue to actually not fake out here and just opts to potentially U-turn or maybe even knock off here. We don't know. And it is a U-turn, breaking the Shadow Shield in Lunala.
Yeah, that Shadow Shield being broken is great here. The thing is, with that Glacial Lance, if you didn't go for it, the Lunala would have been able to heal up, considering Grassy Terrain was active on the field. This Lunala is left without its Electric Seed, though, because it wasn't used on lead there for James. It's going to be left without that defense boost, and you don't really want to switch him right on, considering you haven't used your Terrestrialization yet, and you could be at risk of a Glacial Lance. Of course, you can go for a play here, something like the Wide Guard, to block maybe a Glacial Lance, but that leaves the Kyogre to go for a very strong single target move, maybe into the Lunala, which could be very dangerous considering the rain is up and its Shadow Shield is broken. It does have access to that Hydro Pump. It's not Terra Water, but a Hydro Pump without the Shadow Shield is going to do so much damage to the Lunala. You're also threatening the Incineroar as well. So James is going to have to make a defensive pivot here into that Urshifu to block any water moves and ice moves, as the Calyrex goes for a Trick Room there.
Yeah, honestly, not really surprised there, because, you know, you do take the, you are -1, you're not going to do a lot of damage here, so there's really no point in go for a Glacial Lance here. I was expecting maybe a potential even Leech Seed there. Would have been great to just continue to get some healing, do some residual little chip damage here and there, but honestly, that was the best option of choice there. You couldn't really switch in anything else, so Urshifu coming in here is no problem. But the issue is this does have Thunder, so not something you really want to get into. Instant really can't do too much here besides, you know, kind of stall a little bit and just kind of like knock off would help a little bit in this matchup. But either way, you're in a tight spot, and right now Sisiat does have a really nice little advantage here. Glacial Lance is the one move that comes out doing a little bit of chip damage. You do see the knockoff, like I just talked about. Mystic Water and Hydro Pump just go straight into the Urshifu.
Wow, and that is a interesting Hydro Pump there going into the Urshifu. Instead of opting for something like the Thunder to just immediately get the knockout on the Urshifu, just going for the Hydro Pump, hoping maybe it would get the knockoff there or get the KO there, but the Incineroar knocking off the Mystic Water is actually going to allow the Urshifu to survive and get huge damage on the Calyrex, which means that the Incineroar now can knock off the Calyrex for the KO or even U-turn if it decides to pivot back out and reset that fake out. I was actually going to elaborate earlier on what you said as well, kind of going for the fake out into that Kyogre the previous turn, allowing Calyrex to get up this Trick Room. I think if you were okay with sacrificing your Incineroar, maybe getting rid of it so that you could fake out the Calyrex and then maybe you lose the other slot. Urshifu switching in on the Hydro Pump anyways, you're not taking much. Of course, the Thunder could go into that slot, but it really doesn't do much, and you're able to position your other pieces a lot safer, I feel like, as the Glacial Lance does go into the Urshifu. They're getting the knockout. U-turn from this Incineroar, whatever comes in is still going to take a lot of damage. The Miraidon comes in, Water Spouts, doesn't do nearly as much. Instead of opting for the Hydro Pump, just going for the consistent damage there. Miraidon does take a decent chip, considering the Calyrex is at neutral now, having knocked out that Urshifu. Something like the Glacial Lance is still very threatening here. James does have the option of switching into Lunala, though, to go for the Wide Guard, and with the HPs that Sisiat's Pokemon are at, James could very easily go for a Wide Guard and pick up a KO on whichever slot he deems fit. You do have to be careful of a Rillaboom swapping in, but I think that damage is better than none.
Absolutely, and it's a very interesting position just because, like, now what you could do is potentially go for a Leech Seed just so you can start getting residual damage because this Calyrex is pretty much done for at this point. The Kyogre is the interesting spot because you do want to preserve it, but how is kind of the question. I mean, Rillaboom is in the back, we do know that, so it can swap in here, but is it worth it? Because there's a potential, just like Moongeist Beam, you're going to take a lot of damage, but you definitely do need to kind of control how this kind of goes down. You do have 2 more turns of Trick Room, so you can make it work, and Rillaboom is the one that opts to switch in here, which I do think is a great swap in there. Glacial Lance just going for it all, and we do see the Wide Guard unfortunately not working out here. Does pick up the Calyrex. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking like potentially that, you know, going for a damaging move, completely understandable. But I thought maybe even the residual damage, because if you just set up Leech Seed that turn, whatever comes in right now could have potentially just gotten some healing. But, you know, so be it. You know, sometimes there's some decisions you have to like make, and you have to understand like, hey, if I do get some damage here, this Miraidon goes down. If not, then I mean, hey, either way. But Calyrex was cooked, so honestly, understandable decision there.
And this is a great positioning here from James, realizing that Lunala was going to have to switch out at some point to kind of get itself back in. So playing around the terrain control here, knowing that Rillaboom was eventually going to come back in, managing to get the Electric Seed when you swapped in the Lunala in the previous turn is actually very well positioned. You can assume something like Sisiat has something like the Basculegion in the back. So preserving the Lunala at a decent amount of HP, we're able to switch it in now. It's getting some grassy terrain recovery, and you have the defense boost. This is looking very, very good now against something like the Rillaboom, which can't fake you out. You have to go for something like a fake out into the Miraidon and maybe go for a Hydro Pump into Lunala, hoping it connects and gets the knockout, which I think it might not even get there because remember, the Mystic Water was knocked off from the Incineroar. And yeah, we see the Woodhammer there to try to get some chip down. We do see the Moongeist Beam go into the Kyogre. This Miraidon is locked into that Dazzling Gleam, getting the knockout into the Rillaboom. That means no more terrain control for Sisiat here. As, yeah, the Basculegion is going to be the last Pokemon here, but with Terrestrialization on James's side, you have something like the Terra Fairy on the Lunala to take neutral damage and from that last respects and maybe live the attack and force a double up into the slot. And this Miraidon is just kind of able to roam free. You can swap back into Incineroar. Even if it gets knocked out, you get a free swap back into the Miraidon and you're kind of smooth sailing from there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is what Basculegion is all about. Hey, I did everything I could, try to put everything in range, and I'm going to click last respects and everything. But like what we talked about in team preview when we were going over the team sheets, like this team James is running is just so innately bulky passively without having to do too much. We do see Wave Crash going to Miraidon, not even not even picking up the KO, which has to hurt there. Doesn't pick up the KO. Hydro Pump does go into the instant, is able to pick up the KO. So this does change the dynamics just quite a little bit of grassy terrain recovery. But once again, Lunala still at a good amount. Doesn't have the defense boost as normal. But the problem is with the Terra Fairy, this is going to be, you kind of need to take care of the Miraidon, and you kind of have to like rely on Hydro Pump, and we do know it's not necessarily 100% accurate, so this does kind of create a very interesting dynamic here. Last Respect goes into Miraidon, is able to pick up the KO, absolutely. Now, the question is, Thunder goes in, not able to pick up the KO, Moongeist Beam comes out, and now it is a 1v1 of the most interesting types, because Hydro Pump and Thunder, I mean, you do get, 100% Thunders here, but will you pick up the KO? And it does, just in the nick of time, because if not, that would have definitely picked up a KO there.
And that was a really interesting choice there from James' Terastallization usage. Instead of the Lunala actually opting to the Miraidon, removing its resistance to that wave crash there, and Sisiat kind of capitalizing on that, right? You have kind of two different directions, because if you do Terastallize and you play around that, that's obviously very roundable. Like you can very easily just click Last Respects into a lot of the team anyways, but actually capitalizing on the fact that James did go for that Terra Fairy and wave crashing into that slot, you did so much damage even at the cost of your own HP. But with that grassy terrain, because you didn't reset their electric terrain, was actually able to live, forcing it into the slot. So if that last turn, if you didn't have grassy terrain and the Basculegion had gone for another attack, it would actually have dropped to its own life or recoil. So because the grassy terrain was around, the Lunala and Kyogre weren't able to 1v1 in time, and Kyogre was able to win those trades with the Thunder, which were, like you said, 100% accurate in the rain. And I'm really curious what your thoughts are, Slim, and how maybe that James could adapt in this game too, or if he needs to adapt at all.
Honestly, I really like James's game plan going into that. I don't think there's much of an adjustment you need to make. I do think like that end game got a little like, it's a little, if like a small tweak there. The terrestrialization, I think maybe is the difference there. But honestly, the same four worked out perfectly. And if it isn't broke, don't fix it. We do see Incin in the lead here, which makes a significant difference in the matchup. We do see Smeargle and Rillaboom. So this creates an interesting dynamic because now you have fake outs all across the board. But the pivoting is the crucial part of this. Smeargle, of course, does have a focus sash. Do you opt, if you're James, to go into and try to get rid of the Smeargle off the break? Is kind of like the most interesting part here. But I do like the double pivoting options for James now that you've seen what these two are, because you just know there's just Calyrex in the back. So potentially Basculegion might be the one that stays home, because I think in this matchup, you kind of always need Kyogre. So this kind of helps James. James learned a lot of information just off leads alone.
Yeah, and I think there's so many different lines that you can kind of go down here. I really think it comes down to what both of the players really are analyzing in their heads and what they value. And as we see, James values his Incineroar, which makes a lot of sense as we see it swap out there, redirecting the Surging Strikes, being able to knock out the Smeargle. Rillaboom is going to trade for the Urshifu, but actually is not able to get the knockout because the grassy terrain is gone and it's at -1. The Urshifu gets to live a turn, and Miraidon comes in for free. And because Rillaboom didn't U-turn that turn, grassy terrain isn't going to be reset this turn. So whatever is here, this Calyrex is going to potentially take a lot of damage from something like a Miraidon or Urshifu double up. And because we know the Urshifu is faster than the Rillaboom, you are very safely able to go for a Surging Strikes and maybe even a Volt Switch or just a straight up attack into the Calyrex. And even if it protects, because of Urshifu's ability Unseen Fist to be able to go through Protect, you're going to be able to do a lot of damage, and that forces Sisiat to kind of switch out and to probably something like the Kyogre, and I have to take a lot of damage potentially, and you're really on the back foot here if you're Sisiat.
Yeah, that was absolutely an amazing switch there from James. Just like, you know what? You can't do anything to me here. And just opting like Urshifu, I just need for the initial damage, and that's exactly what happens. Hard switches and puts himself in a fantastic position. We do see U-turn come out here. So Sisiat now having to play a bit of terrain wars, even though you've already lost 2 Pokemon already. So you're on the back foot. So you only have Rilla and potentially what I do think is this potential Kyogre here. And Urshifu is still on the board, no problem. And like Miraidon, full health. We have an Incin in the back. We haven't even seen what James' 4th Pokemon is. So opting to just like, go ahead, you got this, because there was really not much you can do there. And a fantastic game plan from James there.
And I think that was one of the quickest game 2s I've ever seen. Just the amount of pressure that we had on that lead there with the Urshifu, we see how broken it is. Being able to go through Protect creates so many board positions exactly like that, right? Where you feel like you're able to bring in your bulky Calyrex Ice Rider in, you feel like you're able to eat some attacks, but guess what? You have this pin with this Miraidon and this Urshifu, and regardless of what you do, you're taking damage. And I think that's what James's team really excels at, is no matter what position you're in, you're usually taking some sort of damage, even if it's a small amount. And you have tools like the Whimsicott with the Encore to kind of capitalize on that as well. If your opponent even wants to try to play defensively, to try to get around even that small amounts of chip, you have things like the Encore to punish passive plays like Protect, or defensive plays like Protect. I'm really curious if Sisiot's going to lead with Smeargle again, because I don't think that really worked out. But we're going to see the leads during Game 3 as Sisiot does lead the Kyogre and the Iron Jugular.
And there's
again, and James leading the Urshifu, Rapid Strike, and the Incineroar.
Yeah, I'm actually not really surprised that the Iron Jug finally came. I feel like this is one of those matchups where it's like, you know what? I can't do this on the regular playing field. I have to have speed and then just capitalize off of Kyogre's Thunders, capitalize off doing a massive amounts of damage to James's team. This, I think, was the call. And now, okay, cool. You can go ahead and fake me out if you want to. The problem is, I'm leaving with something. It doesn't matter what it is. Either I'm taking this Instant or I'm taking this Urshifu, and then I can potentially, like, you know, depending on what I have in the back, I can make some adjustments, especially if Rillaboom comes to this battle, which it has to. So you can make adjustments. So this puts James in a really interesting position, because now it's like, oh, I have to choose. What am I opting to lose here? Kyogre is getting hit with the the good old critical surging strikes. But the question is, what's the move of choice? And it is the Water Spout, interestingly enough. So thinking, oh, you might try to go for the Jug and I can get this all for free. If I was Sisiot, I think maybe potentially here the Thunder was probably the better option, just because you get to clear something off the board immediately. But it's interesting position either way, because you are like the fastest thing on the board now, so you can make some adjustments to that, because a Hydro Pump clears this, even a Hurricane clears this, so you're in a really good position if you're Sisiot right now.
Yeah, I think Water Spout was actually probably the most consistent option you can go for there. Sure, Thunder gets the immediate OHKO on the Urshifu, but that means James gets a free swap into something else. So keeping both the Pokemon on the board here and threatening a double knockout instead of the singular knockout, and just forcing consistent game plan, I think was really well played by Sisiot there. And instead of going for the Hurricane there, just opting for a Tailwind and Thunder, recognizing how important the speed is going to be for something like the Miraidon, if it does choose to swap in, which James did pick. As the double swap comes in there, no double KO this turn. Instead, the Miraidon and Lunala repositioning on the board for both of James's Pokemon. Sisiot now is on the back foot, I'd argue. Even with Tailwind, you're in a really difficult spot. You're now staring down the Wide Guard. Hurricane isn't doing really much into the Lunala with that Shadow Shield. They would have to hit it first before the Kyogre. You could go for a Hurricane and a Hydro Pump, but that doesn't seem really too nice, considering I think James' very straightforward play here is going for something like a Terra Fairy, Dazzling Gleam, and a Wide Guard, and you're very safely able to get damage on no matter what comes in. Even if Rillaboom comes in, you're doing a lot of damage. Even Calyrex Ice here, you're still doing good damage. And yeah, we do see Wide Guard, no Terrestrialization. Hurricane does go into Lunala, a Confusion, which could be big, and the Hydro Pump to follow up. And yeah, Lunala does live. That's exactly what I was afraid of, and a Volt Switch into the Iron Jugulus.
Yeah. It was such an interesting turn, just because I was thinking about, like, okay, what could you go for here? You could go for Snarl, which, like you said, Wide Guard is a potential issue. Taunt would have been pretty interesting too, just because it does have that. But opting just like, you know what, I need the Shadow Shield broken and I need to get maximum amount of damage here. So opting for the double up there, you do lose your Jugulus, but you do get a free switch in. Now, Incineroar, of course, is the issue, but if Rillaboom is in the back, you automatically just continue just like press on the advantage. I get to fake out before you do. Lunala is in a danger. You can't just keep it in. I mean, you can try, but like then, okay, guess what? What happens the next turn? I potentially take the Instant, and then something has to switch into that slot. So you have to just like, each turn of these Tailwind turns are critical. There's only 2 more left. If we see Basculegion is actually the one that comes in this turn, which actually does make a lot of sense. And now James is in a really interesting position where it's like, okay, how do I deal with this? This is a issue. We have Wave Crash, we have Last Respects. Like there's a lot that plays into this next couple turns.
Yeah, and I think bringing in Basculegion here is actually very, very smart from Sisiot, because it leaves more for James to have to kind of game plan for. If you bring in the Calyrex Ice Rider or you bring in the Rillaboom, those are very clear game plans that you can kind of play around. You know that the Basculegion is most likely the last Pokemon. You can play around that. Bringing in Basculegion, now you have to make a guess if it's the Calyrex Ice Rider, and you maybe have to preserve Wide Guard, or it's Rillaboom and you have to preserve Terrain. And those both play very differently, right? Because your Miraidon being the last Pokemon, for James here, you have to play around either Glacial Lance or you have to play around Terrain, and the way you formulate those game plans are very different. So bringing in the Basculegion, forcing the immediate damage here, and forcing whatever comes in has to take the last respects is very, very well played. But opting to go for the Terra Ghost there to maybe get the OHKO on whatever swaps in does mean you now are going to be no longer resistant to something like the Urshifu's water moves, which could be very dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. But we do have to remember this is Choice Band, and there's still one more turn of Tailwind. So this Urshifu cannot protect. You get a potential free, you get a free knockout here. I don't think it can really live anything, being that it took Chip already. And so now it's just a matter of like, okay, what's the targeting? Like, I think Kyogre always just potentially you can even double tap a slot if you don't pick it up, because like, I don't think there's any combination where you don't pick up double KO here. There's only Miraidon in the back, and you have a Rillaboom at the end to win the terrain war, and then you have Woodhammer. So this creates a situation where I'm not sure what James does here. We do see Miraidon switch in for the Incineroar. Last Respect comes out, instantly deletes one Pokemon. Hydro Pump comes out, is L with the critical hit, does pick up. Don't know if it mattered too much because of Mystic Water in the rain last turn. You know, there wasn't really much you could do there, but either way, he was living with something, and Sisiot does pick up this KO in a really tough matchup, and Iron Juggle is making the world of a difference in how this matchup played out.
I was really surprised to not see it being brought game 1 or game 2. Really interested to get Sisiot's thoughts on why Smeargle is maybe the adaptation for game 2. I think Jogulus into Lunala and a Miraidon team being able to threaten with the Snarl, the Tailwind control against the faster Miraidon as well, being able to have your Pokemon be faster than even something like the Choice Band Urshifu, I think is so oppressive. And seeing it brought in that game 3, I mean, was a perfect example of exactly what we talked about, of why it's so strong, and just threatening that Tailwind, even if it sets up Tailwind and gets knocked out in the next turn, the Tailwind being able to be on the field for those turns just allows the rest of the team to succeed in a way that it otherwise couldn't.
Yeah, it was such a tough matchup once you saw Jug come out. I think maybe deciding to just like, oh, I know how these teams play, try to go a little more passive, like, hey, let's play a little bit of a chess match here. And I think that's what Sisiot maybe was kind of played into. But when you have something like Jug, which is such a huge thing with Snarl, Tailwind, and like, the thing about these Miraidon teams, right? It's offense. But when you can get a heads up on them, why not just lead that off the bat and just go for it? Because then they are the ones who are on the back foot and have to make the adaptation. So honestly, not really surprised Jug made the difference there. Like that instant, just turn 1, seeing it, you're just like, oh, okay, this is how this is gonna go. You can't delete it literally turn 1. There's too much pressure depending on what it's led with. So make the world of a difference there. And, you know, Basculegion just being a powerhouse, able to clean up in the end. It's just, it's a lot to deal with. There's not really many things in the game that really can take it head on, you know? So really well played set by both of them. But Iron Jug making the difference there. And it was really well played.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm excited to get into our next games here. I believe we're getting the OTSs together right now for our second game. And these teams are so cool. There's the small things that are being able to be changed. Something like the Smeargle, right? We talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the game, where it doesn't feel that strong. I mean, this wasn't the game to showcase it either, clearly, but I just think looking at the teams as well, having that 6th Pokemon just be changed to what the player feels like is strong into the meta, or what they feel like is strong for their playstyle. I like seeing that kind of thing happen. And but even things like James's team, where it's kind of like a tried and true team, I like seeing how those are played, and I think even the core principles of how a team is played can change throughout a season. I think we'll see that even going into the World. You might see the same 6 Pokemon, but the way they're played and the game plans are going to be way more refined. And I think, as we talked about on stream all throughout today, the teams that people are bringing are definitely teams people are considering for the World Championships. It's close enough where a lot of the people who are playing in this tournament are using this for legitimate practice. This isn't just a 50-person limitless tour. This is like a 700 player, I believe someone said earlier, like mini regional level event, and with Smogon competition nonetheless, and I believe prize money on the line, people aren't going to just be, you know, messing around. They are going to actually be putting their best foot forward to try and win this event.
Yeah, this is one of those things where it's like you kind of you look forward to this kind of competition because it really puts you in the mindset you need going into Worlds. And just like, even if you're not going to Worlds, the competitiveness of these events is what you need to really become better as a player. So it's like a perfect way to just really like try to up your game, or just to understand where you're at and what things you need to improve on. So the scene has only grown so much, and it's helped people like become amazing players nowadays, as we do see the leads come out here for our next game versus Robbie and Sylveon is cute.
Yeah, and apologies for having no OTS here. We're going to figure it out with you guys as we go along. Robbie here jumping into that turn 1 with the Tailwind, and the Smeargle going to be getting knocked out by the Psychic and Fake Out from the Sylveon on the other side.
Yeah, we do have the OTS. I just like found out we have OTS 2 on the same thing we have. So it is a Assault Vest, Ruler Boom. Of course, we have a Choice Scarf, Earth Shifu for Sylveon side. We do have, of course, the Ogerpon Hearthflame. We do have Life Orb, and this is Terra Dark, Nasty Plot Shadow Rex. And we do have a Rocky Helmet Ensign with Terra Bug. So very interesting. And on the opposing side, we do have a Mystic Water, of course, and we do have Sharp Beak Tornadus, which is really interesting. Love to see that. Focus Sash, of course, Smeargle, and Safety Goggles, Ensign, and an Assault Vest Rillaboom for Robbie.
Yeah, I think even more than the Sharp Beak Tornadus, I think that is definitely one of the more interesting things on the team with Tailwind. I feel like I haven't seen a Tornadus in a while. I mean, we were seeing the power of Sharp Beak there, immediately showing its prowess. Not able to get the knockout there with the Kyogre, but that Bleakwind Storm did over 50% to the Rillaboom, which is very strong. I actually thought maybe the Water Spout was going to be able to get there, considering Robbie is opting for that Mystic Water item. The Fake Out there going into the Kyogre, and another Bleakwind Storm able to finish off the Rillaboom, and a speed drop into Kyrex, which could be nice.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see Astral Barrage comes out here, is able to pick up the Tornadus very easily and doing a huge amount of damage to the Kyogre. Now, we do see, of course, a round of, Grassy Terrain healing. Tailwind does have one more turn. It was Zacian versus Zamazenta. A nice little battle of the little brothers here, the little doggies. So, Butter Dog, Shield Dog, what's your preference here?
I definitely like Shield Dog more right now. I know from Sword and Shield, it's kind of been a seesaw. They've kind of flipped places. We see the Zamazenta actually go for a Protect there on the Play Rough, and Hydro Pump also into the Zamazenta slot. So that means Sylveon's Incineroar is going to come in for free here, getting an Intimidate there onto it, and Robbie throwing in a towel for this game 1 and giving it to Sylveon. I think from that position, that makes a lot of sense. Sylveon gets an Incineroar in for free, and Incineroar is able to fire off a Fake Out with a Body Press from the Zamazenta, and you're just kind of able to break down the team from there. But going into this game 2, now that we have a little bit more time in preview, what do you think our players are going to lead maybe this time?
Yeah, just based off of game 1, I think we've seen what Robbie tried to do, but unfortunately didn't really work out. The sheer bulk of the Rillaboom able to swap in and take the actual, because I'm just as surprised as you. I saw Bleakwind come out, and I was like, okay, with Sharp Beak, and then also take the Water Spout. I was like, wow, that's kind of impressive. So it's one of those things where it's like, oh, this is a free KO, and it's not. So it does kind of flip the tables here. And of course, you having to like do so much with Robbie's side, having to invest and try to get the Zamazenta on the field. So it makes a huge difference. I do think maybe preservation on Robbie's side, preservation of the Tornadus is probably key here in this matchup, because you're going to need it for later and not immediately off the bat. As we do see, Smeargle, Kyogre is the lead, and Calyrex, of course, always going to be leading, because you can potentially just set up very, very easily here.
And I think this is always going to be the safest lead from Sylveon there. Yes, I think Robbie is the player to know that, like, that 9 times out of 10 that Bleakwind Storm and the Water Spout are most likely knocking out most Rillaboom. That is why you would run Sharp Beak in the first place. That is what comes to mind. Maybe you pick up a KO on Ogre Pawns, like bulky Ogre Pawns. Those are like the 2 things that immediately come to mind. But I think, like, as you said, preserving the Tornadus, really making sure you can get the most out of your Tailwind turns and not just getting immediately KO'd is going to be very important. And this is an excellent pivot here from Sylveon into this Incineroar. Yes, it gets faked out, but the Rocky Helmet is the important thing to note there. As the Smeargle's Focus Sash is now broken, and Rillaboom comes in here to reset its fake out, and you're now threatening the same position you had game 1. Yes, you're losing out on the Intimidate on something like the Zacian later in the game, and maybe a fake out into the Tornadus because it's not Covert Cloak, but something like the Zamazenta later in the game next to something like a boosted Calyrex Shadow Rider is definitely going to be enough, and Incineroar won't be needed there. But again, as we said before on the turn 1, it's kind of the same thing here. We actually see a double protect into the Calyrex there. A double up from Robbie is actually not going to be able to go off, and a Woodhammer knocks out the Smeargle. That is a huge turn for Sylveon.
That has to be one of the most, like, devastating things. It's like, oh, bro, come on, bro. Like, I did everything I could. Trying to go for the triple. Water Spout comes out, does pick up the KO, but it is definitely one of those things I'm like, bro, come on now. Like, come on. What do you want from me? I'm doing everything I'm supposed to. As you do see Zamazenta hit the board. Tornadus opting for the protect here, and we just, double protects all around. And pretty interesting spot. Robbie, just kind of like, hey, I can kind of spam here, and I'm not sure there's anything you can do about this.
Yeah, I think now if you're Robbie, you're in a fantastic position. Bleakwind Storm actually does a lot to Zamazenta, more than I thought. That's definitely another calc that Robbie has in mind with that Bleakwind Storm. Considering its neutral damage, that actually did a lot more, and being able to follow up with it, Robbie's actually going to take game 2 here. I think maybe Sylveon should opt for maybe a different game plan. I think going for a triple protect with the restricted and having it do nothing else really isn't what you maybe want to be bringing it for the matchup 4. I understand that it was a bit of an impressive lead, but I think there are maybe some better tools that we could be using the Calyrex for, maybe if you bring it in the back to match something like the Tornadus later. Very importantly as well is only one of the Pokemon on Robbie's side can Terrasilize. So either the Kyogre to avoid the Rillaboom grass moves, or the Tornadus to resist the Astral Barrages with its Terra Dark. So having to pick one of those and making Robbie pick those when the Tornadus and the Kyogre actually are on the field, I think maybe is a key in Sylveon's game plan. They should maybe analyze and try to use that to their advantage to win this game 3. But on the other side, on the flip side for Robbie, I think the way he's playing and managing his pieces, it felt a lot better in that game 2, just immediately putting on the offensive pressure and forcing Sylveon to kind of be on the back foot.
Absolutely. I do think, like, that's the key part of this is just, like, the preservation of, like, bringing Tornadus later puts on so much pressure to Sylveon where, like, that has to be taken into account, like, in the leads, because these first couple of turns are going to be absolutely crucial. You need something to kind of, like, not only be able to take some damage here, but also, reply with damage and then save something for later. But we do see Tornadus and Kyogre as the lead. Kind of interesting position here because Rillaboom and Zamazenta is in the lead. So Fake Out is active. Body Press is an issue. There's a lot of different things that go. We do see the Terra Dragon and Fake Out just go right in, and Body Press comes out doing a ton of damage to Kyogre here. Hydro Pump comes out, thankfully because of the Terra, does less damage, but still taking a significant amount there. So now it's just a matter of like, hey, I can't Water Spout you. I have to Hydro Pump. The question is, your Kyogre is looking kind of like some, looking kind of easy mode to get a KO here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, too, the Tornadus is going to have to take a lot of damage. You don't really have a safe move here. Tornadus actually opts for a taunt there, which is very interesting because if the Rillaboom does double up into the Tornadus, that means no Tailwind, and that was a very interesting turn from Robbie. Instead of going for something like the Tailwind to make sure you get the speed, yes, you get Zacian and you're able to attack the Zamazenta without having to protect here, but I think the Tailwind is way more important to your game plan, considering now the Calyrex Shadow Rider comes in and the Kyogre is pretty chipped, so something like a Grassy Glide and an Astral Barrage, even if you feel like it doesn't knock out, or just a straight up Woodhammer into the Zacian and get some chip onto it, is going to be very detrimental for Robbie if Sylveon does opt for that game plan.
Yeah, very interesting game plan here from Robbie, just opting to let the Tornadus go down, which I feel is a little detrimental to your end game here because we know what's potentially in the back. We do see Smeargle switch in, so I'm kind of waiting to see how this goes in. Honestly, from Sylveon, completely understand. Just let that go down. It's like Zamazenta has done his job. You got the Terra, you got enough out of it. We do see the Intimidate come down. So now Zacian, of course, is at neutral, and it does make a huge difference as Calyrex comes in, and we kind of know how these stories normally go. Kyogre is really not in a position here. You need to get this Incin off the board, but what can you really do? Because Calyrex is free to set up here, honestly.
And this Smeargle we know can have any move in the book, quite literally. This one, though, does not have Wide Guard, so something like an Astral Barrage here is absolutely perfect, as the Zacian goes for a Swords Dance, but I think it's a little too late, considering the Calyrex was able to get a boost off of that Kyogre there. You're just able to do so much here. You can very easily just protect the Calyrex if you think the Zacian is going to go for it very safely and pivot something into the Rillaboom, and then just go for an Astral Barrage Fake Out, and you can kind of cycle that in and out. And considering the Rillaboom is also Spore Immune, I guess there is a couple of mind games if the Zacian does go for Protect or attacks into the Incineroar, because if you do go for something like a Behemoth Blade into the Incineroar expecting like a Protect swap, you kind of lose the game if you're Sylveon, but Sylveon just does not care. They're about to protect Spore and just fires off the Astral Barrage, and I believe with Smeargle's only attacking move being Fake Outs, Sylveon is going to take this game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And just honestly, just there really wasn't much you can do if you're Robbie. Your only way to go about that game plan was to just like, hey, I can go for a Swords Dance and then see what happens. But like you said, like it's just a matter of cycling, because eventually you have 2 Fake Outs, you're gonna get caught lacking, and eventually one of those turns, if you get called out and just like, oh, guess what, I'm just gonna go ahead and just go for Psychic into the Smeargle, then the game is over. So really well done. Robbie, unfortunately, losing Tornadus early with the detriment to this whole entire like game plan. You kind of need it, because Calyrex at any moment, once it comes in, you don't have that speed advantage, and it just clears the board eventually.
Yeah, and I think that also goes to show the Calyrex and why Zacian hasn't really done too well in this meta, specifically for something like this matchup. Not only is Calyrex faster than you, but the other dog, Zamazenta, has a defense buff and is just very bulky. It's a physical wall. So usually a lot of players like Robbie here are pairing it with something like the Kyogre, which can do very well into both those Pokemon, kind of the counterpart where it has very good special defense to do well against the Calyrex, and it does really good damage into the Zamazenta and forces out its Terastallization. But as we can see here, Calyrex kind of warps the rules of the game, and Astral Barrage really doesn't care. So no Wide Guard, no problems, and even with staring down something like the normal type, considering the only thing it can do to you is Spore, you have tools like the double Fake Out into the team to kind of mitigate that and play around that. Even in Rillaboom, having that Spore immunity is excellent for Sylveon there, and being able to position that, I feel like the game plan is so simplified, where you're able to just click Body Press into things, get trades off, and then click Astral Barrage on whatever's left alive. And I think that game plan is going to be very prevalent at Worlds there, and I mean, Sylveon did a great job at showing it off here, but Robbie also played to, his outs as well, and I think something like the Sharp Beak Tornadus is pretty cool. We actually saw, KO something like the Zamazenta, and I'm excited to see if he's able to make it farther in the tournament as well.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting to see this go by. But, I mean, this would be the constant theme no matter where we go down the line, is can you have enough speed or enough damage or enough bulk to outlast Calyrex Shadow? It is Calyrex Ice Rider is one thing, right? Where it's just like bulk and I will wear you down over time. But Shadow Rex is one of the raid bosses where it's like, hey, I'm an immediate threat you need to deal with. And it's been constantly showing out, and we understand how good it really is, with, of course, Rillaboom and Incin just being the dynamic duo of like, yeah, you can't get past us because we have enough utility. Like this is like the Sharp Beak was, I think, a great addition here, but unfortunately just not being able to preserve it, because it's like it's so easy to take down. You kind of need to preserve it like heavily. Maybe the Terra Dark would have been in your favor, but honestly, this is going to be a constant theme throughout, and I'm looking forward to see more matchups.
Absolutely, and I think that's going to be it for round 4 here, but we're going to cut to a quick break real quick, just so I can grab water personally real quick, and then we're going to jump right back with more action from myself, Tyson, and Slim with round 5. Give us 2 minutes, we'll be right back, but don't go anywhere. Yep.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We have an interesting and fantastic game coming up for you guys right now. It's going to be, well, actually, we'll wait till you guys can see it on screen. So, Tyson, me and you, talking behind the scenes, we know who these players are. I'm a bit hyped for this matchup, and looking at the team sheets, I'm a bit hyped on how this is going to go. How are you feeling about it?
I feel amazing because this is definitely a Worlds level match here that we're going to get to see. And it's a matchup that you don't get to see at Worlds. I say Worlds level because of the caliber of players here. We have Edu and Pietro Fiera, Marco Fiera's younger brother, who are going to get to play here in this round 5 in this game 1. But I'm not only, it's Worlds caliber players, but because Pietro isn't in the Masters Division yet, it's not something you actually ever get to see. Like, you're not going to see this at Worlds, but it's a Worlds level. And I keep repeating that because something like this is really only something you get to see in tournaments like these.
Matchup,
Yeah, where you have like a massive gathering of these top level players. These are the only really times you get to see it. This isn't like Victory Road tournaments and like World Cup tournaments where the talent really gets to pull together. And this is one of the later rounds as well. So as we get deeper and deeper, we're only going to get to see more and more matchups of these. But speaking of matchups, what do you think about the team, Slim?
Teams are very interesting because they're both like kind of like built on the backbone of like, hey, I have passive bulk, I can do a lot of offense, I have a lot of pivoting options, and there's 2 different types of Shadow Rexes here. We have Calyrex Shadow with Spell Tag, we have Calyrex Shadow with Life Orb. So one is a more immediate damage, I don't need to set up as much, I get a little bit more extra power. And then of course Zamazenta, both, how that goes, it is a Terra Water, Heavy Slam, Wide Guard, Body Press, and all that. And just the same usual suspect. It's just a matter of Terras and items are really the only differences here. We do see double fire on Edu's side, which is the Ogre Pawn, Hearthflame, and the Incineroar, while on, of course, on the opposing side, it's literally the same thing, but it's just like helping hand parting shot. So it's like slightly different, like here and there, here and there, here and there. But for the most part, it's an almost exact mirror.
Yeah, exact mirror. I actually would argue that maybe Pietro has I want to say it's so difficult because the change that immediately comes to mind is where the Life Orb is located, because on Pietro's side of the field, you have a Life Orb on the Calyrex, which means that's going to be the thing taking chip damage, while the Raging Bolt there on Edu's side has the Life Orb, the Raging Bolt. But the difference, the trade-off there is what you get in the Life Orb on the Raging Bolt for Edu is you're able to switch out the Raging Bolt and keep that boost, which could be very, very important in preserving it for something like a Thunderclap later in the game, or even like a Draco Meteor. Preserving that is going to be so important in this matchup, I think, considering how important Raging Bolt is. You're able to threaten Thunderbolts and Dracos into a lot of the teams here, and then also Thunderclap to finish it. Like Thunderbolt into Thunderclap is not, or Draco into Thunderclap, like move into Thunderclap is my point, gets a knockout into a lot of these Pokemon. And considering even something like the Zamazenta doesn't have that Dragon Trostalization, they're both water, so they don't really have a Trostalization to opt out of, to get away from the Raging Bolt either. So it's going to be a very dangerous Pokemon, and I think both players definitely know that going into this matchup, and with something like Terra Electric as well, you kind of maximize your damage on that Pokemon. I honestly think in the mirror, Raging Bolt is more important than the Calyrex or even the Zamazenta because of how much damage it does and the priority move that it offers.
I think the biggest thing here is just like what's going to be the leads, right? Because in matchups like this, you've probably practiced it and you're just like, okay, you don't want to just immediately Shadow Rex. That feels like, okay, we're just going to throw everything away. What's the point of the team construction? So it's just a matter of like, okay, who can get into a position first to get their Shadow Rex in and start spamming damage? Or are we just going to like, because nobody wants to ever play in the speed ties. Like Worlds level, you just try to mitigate as much nonsense as possible. So it's just a matter of what happens here. We do see it is just Calyrex versus Calyrex, and we're just going to start spamming some damage here and see what happens. But I mean, honestly, this isn't the worst case scenario because you can take another hit. We do see the Terra early, so a bit kind of interesting because you can just pivot here if you're Pietro. So kind of neutral standing, no?
Yeah, and I think it's funny because you mentioned the speed ties and both players opting to not play around those, leading their fake out Pokemon to capitalize on something like the Terra Dark on both of these. Edu actually instead going for a Nasty Plot and a Terra Dark, I think is a fantastic turn. Also being able to live with both Pokemon. The Raging Bolt there does come in for Pietro, but because you've used your Terrestrialization, I'm not sure if something like the Thunderclap is going to be able to get the Calyrex. Thunderbolt instead going into the Rillaboom though, and knocking it out, and Knockoff going into the Calyrex as well to maybe knock off its item. The Zamazenta does come in for Edu here, and this Calyrex is going to be threatening so much damage into both these Pokemon, and just honestly might just straight up knock out, but actually swaps out instead as Helping Hand Thunderclap fails into that Calyrex Shadow Rider slot, and Body Press is able to get rid of the Incineroar.
These are the subtle high level things where it's just like, you know what, I have everything set up, but why bother? I can just like save this for later. We do see, and just an immediate one turn after turn, just one KO, just pivotal options here. Just like, you know what? I don't have to stay in here. I can just come back later. Draco in here, picking up the KO, and we're just going back and forth. And now it's Zama versus the world, just like really just fine lines, just like a surgeon, just like precise precision, know exactly what you want to do, and just immediately clean just like that. And a really outstanding game one.
Absolutely there, and of course it could be a speed tie considering how these teams are constructed, but we did see in that game one at least that the Raging Bolt on Edu's side was actually going to be able to outspeed Pietro's, so that's a very good piece of knowledge to play off of. Of course, you could assume maybe that you're speed tying and you were able to win, but I think having in your head that you're faster is going to be good. I think in these matches a lot of the time, me personally at least, I like to play as if I'm always the slower one and playing around that just worst case scenario. But of course, sometimes you have to opt for the speed tie, as we all despise. But we do see the fake out from Pietro going first, and a whole heavy slam into the Calyrex as a Nasty Plot is there from Pietro's Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting because even though you do set up your Calyrex, right, this is still an Incin and a Zamazenta, so you can't just stay in after taking that chip damage because you're not going to pick up a double KO here. Well, actually, never mind. This may change a bit just because the Astral Barrage does come out here. Let's see how much it does. With the Helping Hand is able to pick up the KO. Incin immediately off the board. I did forget, it is Life Orb and it is Helping Hand and you're busted. There's a lot of modifiers that go into that decision, and right now, all of a sudden, just like that, this game too is looking kind of interesting, and we still got a long way to go because this Calyrex is something to deal with right now.
It's not over yet, I will say, because the Rillaboom comes in here, which is fine. You have fake out here. It's just a matter of which side you're going to fake out. If you think Pietro is going to Terrestrialize, if you're Edu, you could of course fake out the Calyrex again if you think it's going to Terra Dark. That is a bit of a risky move as the Zamazenta does go for double protect against the Psychic. Does Rillaboom go for a Woodhammer though into the Calyrex? If that's the case, you maybe have a game, but the Incineroar is going to be able to just do so much damage and just re-pivot back out. Parting shot there into the Zamazenta. I don't know if Calyrex can win this 1v1 there. You kind of have to hope something like a double protect maybe and get enough chip, like Woodhammer into Psychic is able to knock out the Zamazenta, then you go for Astral Barrage and you're able to get knockouts. But it's looking very rough for Edu, and I'm pretty sure Pietro is able to take this game too.
Yeah, absolutely. Just opting to just like, hey, I'm going to just lead here and just do as much damage as possible. But the setup was the real big thing here. And we do see Body Press going to that, not able to pick up the KO here. And, Rillaboom just doing its very best. It is -1. Knockoff just absolutely, of course, annihilates. And, we're going to go into game 3. So this is, hey, I get my Shadow Rex out. You get your Shadow Rex out. So, game 1, we saw it go one way. And game 2, completely flip an absolute this is what Calyrex does. This is what Calyrex Shadow Rider does. I'm going to set up, and of course, with the Helping Hand, I can take out anything on the board as we do go into game 3.
And I think even more than the speed ties, which a lot of players would immediately look at, is just the way that both of the players are playing around this. As we see both the Edu and Petra go for a nasty plot here in this game 3. Instead of going for the fake outs, just opting for just straight up damage, knockoff, and Woodhammer being the respective moves. Helping Hand, seeing if Petra's Pokemon is able to go first, it does fire off and is into the Rillaboom, but this is actually fine because now you're able to bring in something like the Zamazenta, and again, or even the Raging Bolt there for Thunderclap, that also makes sense. You could go for Wide Guard, I was thinking, but Raging Bolt here also makes a lot of sense. You could also play, again, the Speed Tie. You could go for Astral Barrage and Thunderbolt into this Incineroar, and if you win, you kind of just win the game. You do lose it here, though, but no Helping Hand. Doesn't need it with a critical hit, though, and is able to knock out Edu's Calyrex Shadow Rider, so it doesn't even matter. And that looks very rough now.
This Calyrex is... It's such a great Pokemon because it's like, hey, I'm gonna go max speed and you're gonna go max speed and we're just gonna see what happens. In situations like this, it's like, what do you want from me? Like, what else can I do? You can pivot all you want to, but Astral Barrage is Astral Barrage.
And I think maybe like it's difficult because, of course, I think you actually maybe should have Thunderclapped into the Calyrex Shadow Rider slots.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
And you're able to get even if it does go for a Nasty Plot or something like that, you can click Astral Barrage in both the slots, and Incineroar can't really knock you off because you're Terra Dark. And it could Parting Shot to weaken the blow on a opposing switch in, but I think getting rid of the Calyrex and maybe removing as many options possible, as many factors as possible, to make sure this Calyrex doesn't have the chance to even speed tie you, maybe could have changed this game for Edo. I mean, even now, this is still a game. Like, don't get it twisted, because you were able to get the knockout. The critical hit again from the Calyrex, though, able to do so much to the Zamazenta. That means Raging Bull is going to be able to follow it up. If it moves first, but it doesn't. Edu's Raging Bull is able to move first, and yeah, we have a game still now.
How did this flip just that quickly? And we do see Zama go for Protect here. And we do see Body Press going to that slot. So we're just opting just like, hey, I'm going to just keep chipping away. The Life Orb starting to slowly tick away. Protect. And somehow this flipped into such an interesting position as a 2v1. But is it possible to pick this up? We do see Body Press. Body Press going to the Raging Bolt, actually. Thunderbolt comes in. And the Para...
And from the jaws of defeat, Edu squeaks out a win in Game 3 and is able to take the 2-1 victory against Pietro. And that was honestly phenomenal because the way he played that endgame, even against 2 critical hits. One knocking out the Calyrex Shadow Rider and one bringing Zamazenta into range of another Body Press, but getting that turn correct, protecting against the other Zamazenta. Maybe if Pietro went for a Body Press into the Raging Bolt on that Protect turn, calling that, and you were able to get maybe a third critical hit or do enough damage to the Raging Bolt, you have a different game there. But especially with that paralysis there that Edo was able to get at the end, kind of sealed the deal. Even without it, for sure, you have a 2v1, and Zamazenta's big problem, right, is that it only can single target attack. So when you're in a 2v1 situation like that, it's very difficult to come back. But very well played from both players, and I think a great example of the mirror of what to do and what not to do from both players, to be honest.
Yeah, that was a fantastic display of just like, hey, when there's always a line somewhere, you just have to like make sure you get you got to call the right things correctly. Never click X too fast, because that right there was the epitome. Because most people, after the whole Shadowrex in the early game, you'd have been like, you know what, it's chalked, I'm calling it a day. But there's always a win. You just got to take your time, think it through, and that was a marvelous display of it. As we're about to look, or as we're looking at the team sheets actually right now of our next game, which is another banger and another interesting matchup, because now we're getting back to good old Miraidon, which everybody's favorite, but Eevee like a fairy making a huge difference, because we all know how this goes. It is I'm gonna set up, you can't take this off the board, good luck to you, I'm gonna Draining Kiss and take all of your HP. So interesting matchup we have here in Zamazenta. Zama versus Cali, Shadow has always been kind of like the dynamic duo ever since this format came to be.
Absolutely, and I think even more interesting than the Zamazenta and the Calyrex Shadow Rider. I mean, anything's more interesting than that, right? But the Indeedee here is what is very interesting to me, being the option for Deathstroke here. Their terrain control is the Indeedee female, and with the Psychic Seed, you're actually going to be able to take hits from the Miraidon decently well, considering it's not choice specs, and you are going to have the terrain controls, considering you are the slower Pokemon. Even if you were faster, again, the Miraidon has a choice scarf, so you're always going to be the slowest thing, and make sure you get the terrain up, especially even against things like the Rillaboom, which Justin, or excuse me, Panda does have access to the double terrain, which is super cool. But having the Indeedee there, being the slowest thing, making sure you can guaranteed get it is going to be super cool. As well, having a double normal type into opposing Shadow Rider has to feel very good, as well as Wide Guard. But we do see the leads from both players here. Smeargle and Calyrex being the lead from Deathstroke, and Miraidon Volcarona from Panda.
This is going to be a pretty interesting matchup just because we've shown how it goes. And like Volcarona is something I've seen a lot of, but it makes a huge difference when you just get to sit here and just kind of like nuke everything and you just take all the damage. As we do see Indeedee switch in, and we do see the Quiver, which is going to be a huge issue later on. We do see the Spore come out, which, you know, it does make a difference, but honestly, you're kind of not threatened by that. You can kind of sit here with Volcarona. You're not really threatened by anything, and Instinct gets to reposition. You just burn sleep turns. We do see the Baton Pass here, which has been an interesting tech we've seen quite a bit of, getting the speed boost, of course, and passing it on, and then the Decorate, and now this is where things get interesting. But we do see the Roar tech being able to get the Shadow Rex out of there, no boost for you.
And I think that was an excellent turn from Justin there, being able to play around that. I think it was a bit telegraphed, so that Roar was actually very safe, even if the Indeedee chose to stay in for whatever reason. It's such a passive duo that you're not really worried about it. The Volcarona was okay with taking the sleep, because what are they really going to do against you? Rillaboom actually able to eat that critical body press. Maybe actually hoping that it got swapped out there for free, but you're able to at least get a little bit damage in these Calyrex here. The Volcarona is still taking its sleepy times, unfortunately, but with the defense boost and the special defense boost, it's going to be able to eat these attacks. Not too well, but a decent amount. Grassy Glide going into the Calyrex there, though. Volcarona stays asleep still, and Astral Barrage is going to finish off the Rillaboom and give itself a +1 thanks to its Grim Neigh.
It's a little unfortunate Volcarona is taking this time, just getting all these sleep turns. You're kind of like, I would like to wake up now because I really have a really good position I'm in, and having to eat that. But Miraidon coming in and just being able to be like, okay, you know what? While you're sleeping, I can go ahead and potentially try to like make it a huge difference here. Electro Drift goes into Indeedee, does over half. Finally, Volcarona wakes up. We do see Flamethrower not actually able to pick up, and Miraidon just having to eat that body press. You take it as well as you possibly can be, but a little unfortunate that Volcarona was not able to pick up there, even at +1.
Yeah, the trade-off with Volcarona, I feel like, is you get to eat all the attacks in the world, but you really rely on those Quiver Dances to be able to do any meaningful damage. Even at +1, we see here, not able to get the knockout on Zamazenta, which most don't, considering the Zamazenta themselves are also bulky. So it's bulk versus bulk, but Volcarona does have the advantage, not only having super effective damage in the Flamethrower, but also having something like the Quiver Dance to boost up the damage. Electro Drift there, going into the Indeedee, being the fastest thing on the field. Flamethrower with the Terrify Fire is going to be able to get the knockout there on the Zamazenta, though, and is now threatening a fast Flamethrower into this Calyrex if is able to get it off. Smeargle, though, is not going to be able to go for Fake Out, is going to get brought down to Focus Sash, and Struggle Bug being the move of choice here from the Volcarona, able to knock it out, and Calyrex is left to fight the Miraidon and Volcarona, and considering they're both faster, is going to be a game 1 here for Panda.
Yeah, the one thing is Volcarona just absolutely just kind of like, even with the sleep turns, just like, hey, I got one Quiver Dance up. That's kind of really all I need. I can just kind of sit here and wait this out. And of course, Zombie not opting to, just really didn't have much damage into it. So that's kind of the issue. You don't want to body press into it because guess what? You potentially could get burned. And then you were never in a position with your Calyrex to really do effective damage because of the +1 Quiver Dance. So it's really kind of a struggle of positioning. How do you position to make sure the Volcarona does not set up on you and become a threat for the end game here?
I mean, that's a struggle bug, right? Like, that's Volcarona's whole thing. That's what Volcarona does best. And I think this is a great lead here for Panda. I mean, this makes the most sense. Yes, you have a cheeky play of switching in the Indeedee to make sure you can get off a Spore or something like that. But in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't do much. The Calyrex does go for a nasty plot here. And I like this a lot better from the opposing side just because it's a lot more offensive. You do actually lose speed there on the Smeargle thanks to the Moody drop. But the Volcarona is outspeeding you anyways at +1. The really dangerous tool here now, though, is that the Calyrex is going to be threatening a lot of damage into whatever comes in for this Miraidon. Assuming you want to switch out the Miraidon in front of a +2 Calyrex.
Yeah, at this point, I think this is probably just a potential, just maybe a struggle bug, just to calm down the damage just a bit of the Calyrex going through, and then maybe a Volt Switch, because you just need that extra bit of damage here. But we do see a Protect come out of the Calyrex, and a Volt Switch right into the Smeargle, which ended up being perfect, because I was thinking it was potentially going to the Calyrex. Instant does come in, which not surprising at all, and we do see Struggle Ball comes in, so this is really a free turn if you're a Panda here. You got everything you needed. Zamazenta comes in, you get Fake Out this turn. You do have to play around, of course, what is potentially the Indeedee in the back, but your Volcarona is still in a really safe position, honestly, and you can kind of just do what you want to do here, as we do see the Terra Dragon come out. Fake Out goes out, opting just like, you know what, I don't think you're going to bring it. I don't think you're switching in. It doesn't matter. Struggle Bug, Astral Mirage does come in, and critical hit, and Volcarona is down.
And that's absolutely huge. I actually think this works in Justin's favor, or Panda's favor, excuse me. Here, you get a free swap into Miraidon, and even if Indeedee comes in, because you're Terra Electric, Miraidon's still going to be doing a lot of damage to this Calyrex, and I think something like an Electro Drift, depending on how this Miraidon is EV'd, will be able to get the knockout still. You could go for Protect on the Calyrex and swap the Indeedee in for a Follow Me, but that loses to a double up play into something like the Zamazenta. You even have Draco Meteor here, and yeah, Miraidon actually being the Pokemon of choice, or excuse me, Rillaboom being the Pokemon of choice to come in for the Incineroar to reset that Fake Out and potentially reading in for an Indeedee swap. If Indeedee did come in for that Zamazenta, you would have been able to Fake it out next turn and play around the Follow Me, and that would have been definitely interesting. But now Grassy Glide going into the Raging Bolt instead, and Electro Drift following it up, trying to get that knockout, not able to, and Body Press doing so much to them Miraidon.
Yeah, this unfortunately is a really tough spot, and honestly, the Volcarona going down was the pivotal point in this matchup, because Volcarona, honestly, at seeing what, especially there was just Raging Bolt in the back, takes care of this, handles this matchup. But losing your mount to that critical hit really put you behind the 8 ball, and there was really not anywhere you could find any wiggle room. Having to eat that body pressures now, and then playing terrain wars with basically yourself, because you want your electric terrain up so you can do more damage, but it's just a really tough situation. So I understand the forfeit there, and listen, if Volcarona sets up one time, I think it really is the key to this matchup, and unfortunately the critical hit took it out, but Zombie has to figure out a way around this Volcarona, because it's proven to be a problem each and every time.
Yeah, and I think what you really have to do is weigh the option of that Quiver Dance, because that Quiver Dance really is what allows the Volcarona to be a Pokemon in the first place. Getting that +1 speed is so important against a lot of the Pokemon on the opposing team, and not only in terms of speed, but in terms of damage as well. Getting it in range of the Flamethrower into the Terra Fire Flamethrower on the Zamazenta, for example. Struggle Bug being able to do meaningful damage, maybe make it a 3-hit KO on the Shadow Rider. Small things like that do add up in the large scheme of things, so that Miraidon can finish up with its moves, or your own Shadow Rider is able to do damage, which I don't think you're bringing here into a double normal type. But Justin really has to be careful of when and where he sets up his Volcarona. I'm not sure if the lead is correct anymore, but it also feels bad bringing in your setup Pokemon in the back, and not having the tools immediately kind of get destroyed is definitely the hardest part about this matchup. But we are going to see the Miraidon Volcarona again from Panda, and from the opposing side, Indeedee Smeargle just straight up leading the terrain to make sure the Miraidon doesn't get its boost from Hadron Engine.
Yeah, this is honestly, I'm kind of surprised about Zombie. This is such a passive lead where Volcarona continues to just do Volcarona things. Like, we all seen it just eat, oh, okay, cool, I'll take the sleep gems if I have to. That's not really a big deal. And giving Justin, or aka Ironic Panda, a free swap into Rillaboom here, and just to change terrains. And we do see Struggle Bug, so opting, you know what, I don't feel like dealing with sleep, I'm just gonna go ahead and bring in Fake Out, and then maybe next turn I go for my Quiver Dance here, as we do see the Baton Pass come out, and Indeedee comes right back. So we're having a whole bunch of terrain wars right now.
And this is an amazing turn for Panda there, because the Baton Pass is actually going to pass down that Struggle Bug as well. So Calyrex is struggling even harder now. It starts off the battle with a -1 with special attack, and Volcarona doesn't need to go for a boost anymore because it's already gotten the Struggle Bug off. It has essentially a +1 special defense on itself, if you really think about it. So you can go for another Struggle Bug to bring this Calyrex back down to neutral, or even a Quiver Dance of your own, and this Rillaboom is able to go for a U-turn into the Indeedee. I was thinking you could even go for a Wood Hammer, but I guess resetting the terrain also makes sense. You can bring in the Miraidon or the Incineroar here to either reset terrain or just have a resist, and you're able to kind of threaten both these Pokemon here. But now the Volcarona is faster, the Heal Pulse does fail, Struggle Bug comes out for free here into the Calyrex potentially, and Incineroar can follow off with a knockoff or even a parting shot.
Yeah, absolutely. Like huge turn, honestly. We do see the Terra Normal come out, but there's the Struggle Bug, does KO the Indeedee, and Calyrex once again having to try to boost just to try to get into some kind of position. There goes the Life Orb taking a lot of damage once again, but Volcarona continues to shine. It is the star right now, just with the Struggle Bugs along with the Quiver Dances. Calyrex has been fighting for its life, trying to get back, and we do see the Terra Flamethrower able to pick up the KO. Now it's Raging Bolt versus the world, and this is just not a matchup it can win.
Yeah, and that was a really interesting lead there from the opposing side. I think Panda kind of got away with the Volcarona there. That was like the perfect storm for it. Being able to go for the Struggle Bug, having it Struggle Bug being Baton passed into the Shadow Rider was just perfect for Panda here, and being able to get that Quiver Dance. I mean, this is exactly what we talked about, being able to get that perfect position where you're able to get the Quiver Dance off. I mean, the Volcarona didn't even take damage this game, where it was just kind of so well positioned that it just got to do everything it wanted to do. And I think this is definitely one of those sets where you, if you underestimate the power of Volcarona, it kind of sneaks up on you how good it is and how vital it can be to some people's game plans.
Yeah, absolutely. If you don't have anything that can really put on a lot of pressure, like even if the potentially like a physical attacker that can get burned, but like still you just need the damage, because like when your best sweepers are things that are, I kind of want to boost here, but then it's like, Struggle Bug, and it creates a huge difference. But as you can see, Zombie's team's really not constructed in that manner. So your best thing is Zamazenta, and it was never in a position to do anything. Of course, you can Terra Dragon, but then it's like, I mean, okay, how many turns do I have to body press here and Flamethrower, and it can just set up on me for free? So yeah, and with the double Fake Out, it really creates a interesting like dynamic where it's like, how can I get around you? I need to like do something, and then we didn't even see Clefairy. If Clefairy was here, that would be even more of a struggle, to honestly. So a really well-constructed team and a really executed game plan, really well done, and fantastic match.
And I'm really excited too. Like, I mean, you kind of alluded to, mentioned a little bit, but like, I'm really excited to see both these teams and how they progress later into the tour, or maybe even further into the meta development. I think like something like the Indeedee, I've tried it out myself for sure, like Baton Pass. I think there is something there with Indeedee just in general. Maybe not Baton Pass, but Indeedee in general, I think is a very interesting Pokemon, right? It's a third terrain setup that you can kind of get around, but I won't ramble about that too much. We are going to cut to a quick break real quick before jumping into round 6. Both me and Slim are going to be hopping off the mic. I'll be on later. I think, Slim, this was your last round for the day, but it was a pleasure casting with you. These were some great games we got to commentate over, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for more Pokemon action at the Smogon Tour.
Absolutely. Been a pleasure. You guys have a good one.
Welcome back, everyone. Looks like we're going to be starting round 6 in a little bit. Exciting matches for you today. I think we're still finalizing exactly who we're going to be doing, but going to be some exciting matches as people are fighting at the 5-0 tables. Proverbially speaking, I guess some people are at their tables with their laptops, but yeah, the 5-0s are going to be fighting to make the top cut tomorrow. 6-0 record guarantees it, and the rest of the tournament are just trying to avoid that that X and 3 ranking that will eliminate themselves from the day 2 competition.
Yeah, we have a lot of strong matchups coming up here. We have 2 great matches to feature for you guys. We're going to be starting out with a 5-0 match here between Big Mike and Carson, 2 very strong players, and it looks like we're going to be getting into the match shortly here. But yeah, this is a very important round for these players. This is the one that is going to clinch day 2. For whoever the 5-0s that are able to come out of this round with a victory. And we're getting right into this game right now. Calyrex and Grimmsnarl from Carson's side, and Shenpao Dragonite from Big Mike. As Big Mike going to Terra Normal the Dragonite there. Going to do a lot of damage to Grimmsnarl. 99%. Of course, the extreme speed going before the screen going up, so not going to have the benefit of the defense boost there. Another extreme speed still doing a ton of damage there behind the Reflect, as Grimmsnarl able to get both of its screens up. Calyrex able to get Trick Room up as Grimmsnarl goes down there.
Yeah, a bit of a breakneck pace as we sped up to basically catch up. Carson and Big Mike had already started the match, but really interesting that the Grimmsnarl was even able to live the extreme speed. Most of the time, they're not EV'd physically defensive these days, but this one, thankfully, able to tank that and get a super high value Reflect Up, with most of Big Mike's team being physical attackers outside of that Miraidon. So yeah, we see the Ditto come in, an interesting choice on Carson's team, able to copy the Dragonite. Probably not the same level of damage output with no choice band on it, but definitely a strong option in the Trick Room, underspeeding the Shenpao and most of the other Pokemon on Big Mike's team.
Yeah, we're just going to see Dragonite keep firing off extreme speeds here as it goes into a Protect. Ditto, on the other hand, getting an extreme speed into the opposing Dragonite. Shenpao going to go for a Sucker Punch, more than likely. Well, I guess it could have gone into either slot because Shenpao's Sucker Punch not really working out there. But Zamazenta is going to come in here, and this is a Pokemon that can do pretty well into these 2.
Yeah, definitely. Kind of depends on the coverage moves on the Dragonite. If there's Stomping Tantrum, you can do decent damage with the Shenpao boosting that up, kind of working against Mike here. But the Calyrex, if you're Leech Seed, you can, I guess, start stalling the match out. But even high horsepower, we do see the Leech Seed come out into the Zamazenta, unfortunately missing, and another miss on the Ditto, going for Giga Impact and missing the Shenpao. Super influential misses that turn, as instead of a healthy Calyrex Ice Rider, we now have one missing, and the Shenpao is still on the field as the Miraidon takes the field.
Yeah, the super impactful misses there. A hit on Giga Impact would have probably... Actually, a hit on either of those moves, maybe potentially enabling Calyrex Ice Rider to stick around for another turn. But unfortunately, the double miss does just lead to Big Mike getting the KO into the Calyrex Ice Rider. And Miraidon's going to have a bit of a tough time here, as it's, it's going to be... Oh, actually, the Miraidon is faster than the Zamazenta under Trick Room. As, oh my gosh, another stroke of bad luck for Carson there, as the Miraidon gets critical hit by Body Press with Sword of Ruin, and that's just going to be the end of the second restricted Pokemon, and it's just Ditto versus the entire rest of the game. And Carson, recognizing that this is going to be nothing short of an uphill battle, just going to click the forfeit button there.
Yeah, really unfortunate series of turns. You see that the Miraidon, I think if Carson's using the same Miraidon as he did as Nationals, was an Assault Vest bulky one, underspeeding the opposing Zamazenta in Trick Room, which would have been pretty nice, just to potentially KO it next turn and maybe clean out the Shenpao with the Dragonite somehow. But yeah, unfortunately gets crit through the screens. A very unfortunate series of turns that made what was kind of a close game end up just really in Big Mike's favor at the end of that game. As we head into game 2, the game plan seemed solid for Carson, assuming you can live the extreme speed again. The Reflect seemed really, really potent against the rest of the team, but just gotta hope you roll a little bit luckier on the hits and the crits this match.
Yeah, you can tell Carson's team definitely wants to be playing that more longevity-based gameplay with the setting up both the screens and just bulking out your team to the maximum amount of its ability. But, with a couple misses and just a couple critical hits here and there, all of that groundwork that you lay up could just completely be gone with such a hyper-offensive team for Big Mike. So that's just kind of the things you needed to get over the humps in a lot of these situations, and it just kind of was really unfortunate for Carson. But we're gonna have to see if, barring some bad luck, again, not going that way this game. I think Carson has the tools to potentially pivot around these pieces a little bit better. But we'll have to see. Yeah, we'll have to see if the Grimstone can actually take that extreme speed if it was just a damage roll. But I think getting screens up is going to be a huge pivotal piece in this matchup if you can avoid getting critical hit or avoid missing your attacks.
Yep, see an immediate switch up from both players as the Annihilate is led on Carson's side. For those unaware, probably the Choice Scarf Final Gambit set, which is capable of knocking out the Zamazenta if it's able to attack before the Sucker Punch from the Chen Pao. But countering that, Carson going for the coaching to boost up the Calyrex's defenses, which is basically like a light screen, but like a reflect into these two Pokemon, but one better. You're also getting an attack boost. So yeah, really strong turn one from Carson, adjusting from that first game.
Yeah, really good play there to avoid the double up attack, and you're just able to get 2 coachings off here, which makes Calyrex an unstoppable tank in the face of these 2 strong physical attackers. And this now allows Calyrex with the Terrestrialization to get up that Leech Seed and puts itself in a good position to stick around on the field as Chen Pao, recognizing it's not doing anything on this board, going to switch out for the Miraidon as Zamazenta going to cover that switch in with the wide guard, protecting the Miraidon switching in. And now Miraidon finds itself in a much better position to start throwing off damage here, as you have the speed advantage, so there's no Trick Room, and then you have both of your restricted Pokemon on the field. So we're going to have to see how Carson pivots as the Miraidon comes in.
Yeah, I think Big Mike basically recognizing that you have to just get a special attacker on the field. I'm not breaking this physically boosted Calyrex, as we see a double up into the Calyrex as it plays it safe, going for a protect, and we get Carson's Miraidon on the field, which not going to be able to take a knockout on the opposing Miraidon anymore because it's gone for the Terra Electric. But yeah, definitely still going to be threatening lots of damage into the Zamazenta. Probably a 1 at KO with the Electro Drift as we saw from last game. But, not threatening an immediate knockout on the Miraidon. But how Carson's Calyrex is trained on the specially defensive side is definitely going to be super important here with a choice. I guess we don't know the item on the opposing Miraidon or on Big Mike's Miraidon. But it is a Choice Scarf. We lucky to see that hovered. Thank you to the stream team. Yeah, the Terra Electro Drift still going to do a lot, but if it's going to be the body press is the big question, and it is able to take the knockout there. Big swing for Big Mike.
Yeah, that's the sort of the downside of Choice Scarf Miraidon, is that you do have to give up a lot of your damage output. Terra Electric can help mitigate that a little bit, but Calyrex Ice Rider does not need to be invested a lot in order to take that hit, requiring a double up. So Carson doing all that setting up onto the Calyrex Ice just for it to ultimately get not much damage, considering it only was able to damage it with Leech Seed. But now you got Miraidon and Annihilate here. Annihilate now not being locked into coaching can actually go on the offensive, but it'll remain to be seen how Carson maneuvers this position as he's going to bring in Ditto, and now we suddenly have 3 Miraidon on the field.
Yeah, basically just brings in the Annihilate to bluff, just baiting in an Electro Drip on his own side. Basically is able to copy so many Miraidons, Big Mike's Miraidon with his own, and have the quadruple resist on the Electro Drift. Because of Ditto's HP stat still not taking it that well, it's looking like it's going to be a clean 3 at KO. But yeah, the Miraidon on the field, or the Chen Pao on Big Mike's side, definitely threatening a lot of damage if it is max speed against Carson's slower one, as we do see the 1 at KO, not the 1 at KO, but yeah, the knockout onto Carson's Miraidon as the Ditto just pivots out, bringing the Chen Pao to Sash as the Annihilate takes the field. Unfortunately, though, outsped still by the opposing Miraidon.
Despite having 3 restricted Pokemon, Carson still finds himself on the back foot here, as unfortunately 3 Miraidon is not enough to threaten enough offensive pressure into Chen Pao and Miraidon on the same Miraidon being terrestrialized. And now with Miraidon having the Choice Scarf being basically the fastest thing on the field at this point, it's just still able to click Electro Drift into whatever it wants. And now Carson being without resists, and just not really enough HP at the end of the day. And now Annihilate also has to lock into a move too. Yeah, especially with a Clefairy in the back. So if you wanted to go for something like Close Combat, that can easily be redirected or just removed entirely. But no, it's going to be a Rage Fist doing pitiful damage since Annihilate has not been touched this game. And just like that, Big Mike going to walk away with an impressive 2-0 victory.
Yeah, definitely a super solid win for Big Mike there. I think in that game 3, or the game 2, I did like the coaching adjustment from Carson. Was able to boost up the Calyrex enough, but he probably needed Fake Out to at least stall the Miraidon for 1 turn. Unfortunately, only had the Ditto and his own Miraidon in the back, so just had no ways to prevent any damage onto the Calyrex from that Miraidon. Ultimately needed that piece to be doing a little bit more damage than just Leech Seeding and boosting up its physical defense to be able to clean that game up, and ended up being pretty convincing for Big Mike as a result.
Yeah, I really do like the adjustments from both players here because Carson recognizing how big of a threat the extreme speed was, opting to go for the Annihilate game plan just to boost up the physical defense on the Calyrex Ice Rider, but also having a Ghost type to just be immune to the extreme speed. But Big Mike almost calling that out by switching up his game plan entirely, more focusing on the Zamazenta, Chenpao, and Fairy in the back, which proved instrumental in sealing up that game. And just really a well-positioned Miraidon there for Big Mike, just to put it in position where it can just start clicking Electro Drift and set up a KO onto the super buffed Calyrex Ice Rider, just making the boost not even matter at that point, just putting it in a solid situation to get 2-tapped there by both of the restricted Pokemon. But yeah, I mean, I guess that shows if still get outmaneuvered by a well-positioned team there. Carson at one point playing with 3 restricted Pokemon with 2 Miraidons, a luxury that I'm sure a lot of players wish they could have in every single game, but Ditto does afford you that luxury.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ditto wasn't able to get as influential of copies as you usually want. Being able to copy something with, for example, a boosted up Calyrex Shadow Rider is definitely some of the more impactful turns it can have when you're up against a fast Miraidon. With the Choice Scarf item that's tear it out of any 1 at KO potential, can be a little less impactful, but ultimately, yeah, big shoutouts to Big Mike for an incredible adjustment. That game 1 Dragonite doing a ton of work, but ultimately identifying, the Zamazenta lead a little bit more potent there, and is able to punch his ticket into day 2 with a 6-0 record. Very convincing, with a Dragonite that's not really prominent in the metagame, so definitely an interesting team call there, carrying him to a 6-0 record today.
Yeah, really, really good stuff there. It looks like we're going to be getting into our next set for this round. I believe, who do we have coming up here?
Yeah, I think we might have one of Toller versus Neon or Tanner Mask versus AC Tornado Boy. I think they're both at 4-1, or rather, no, they're all actually 5-0 matches. So yeah, definitely going to be seeing another win-and-in match, basically.
Yeah, these players just looking to getting into day 2 with a 6-0 record is always optimal, just because not only because you're winning, but also just because it allows you to have a little bit more wiggle room in day 2. If you don't have the losses in the column, you don't really have to worry about being excluded from that asymmetrical top cut. Gives you a little bit more leeway to drop some games in day 2 and still make it to the final bracket. We're going to see Toller versus Neon. Their teams are up on screen right now. We're going to see a Calyrex Shadow Rider, Fluttermane, Miraidon, Incineroar, Clefairy, and Raging Bolt for Toller. And Neon going to be rocking with the Choice Specs Miraidon, Electric Seed, Lunala, Whimsicott, Urshifu, Incineroar, Ursaluna. So a little bit more of an unconventional team on the top side for Toller, and Neon just rocking with the tried and true winning team here. Probably one of the most popular and potent teams in the format with the Miraidon and Lunala. Interestingly, we see another Clefairy too.
Yeah, seeing the Clefairy once again, it's definitely been popping up a lot in the metagame as a partner for the support Pokemon like Volcarona or Calyrex Shadow Rider. Seeing that here with the Calyrex Shadow Rider nasty plot on Toller's team. I do want to point out, I believe Neon is the South Korean player who was able to get top 8 at the World Championships in 2024 in the restricted format, featuring a very similar team. I believe it was the Whimsicott, or basically the Arabega team. And this team bears obviously a lot of striking resemblance to that. So a team that, Neon's probably not just carrying one, like this season of experience using it, but also, some remnants of the previous season. So definitely a very tough opponent for Toller. Dimsun, the 2015 national champion for the United States, as well as a former world champion in the senior division. Going to be a very stacked match at 5-0 to get into the top cut today.
Yeah, it's definitely a real clash in terms of talent here. This might be finally a game where we get to see Ursaluna maybe do some work. I know a lot of these teams, or these games I'm seeing with this team, Ursaluna has not really had its time to shine here, but I do think with how fast and aggressive Toller's team is, I think leveraging that Trick Room is going to be a very good option if Neon is able to get it up here, as the leads are going to be on screen: the Miraidon, Fluttermane, and the Lunala Miraidon for Neon.
Yep, double restricted's led, just a very offensive lead overall, as we see a Draco whiff into the Koraidon's Protect and a Moongeist Beam chipping the Fluttermane all the way down to the Focus Sash. The Lunala not opting for Trick Room there, could have gone for that, as the taunt we see from the Fluttermane would have potentially stopped that in the previous turn. We'll see if Neon bites this turn. Does end up going for the Trick Room. Excellent read from Toller to stop that. A untimely Trick Room could have spelled defeat there, with the Ursaluna actually being in the back as Moonblast coming into that slot.
Yeah, it's almost like we saw turn 2 happen. Like the play we saw
Yeah.
turn 2 almost is what should have happened turn 1 there. But unfortunately, Neon not able to get the Trick Room up there because of the taunt. The taunt actually working double time here to not only stop the Lunala from clicking Trick Room, but also to stop it from clicking Wide Guard, which now allows Calyrex to kind of pop off here, as Ursaluna is going to, with its Dying Breath, pick up 3 knockouts, including one of Neon's own Pokemon. So actually, Ursaluna not even needing the Trick Room to do any work there. Ursaluna's just like, you know what? I'm going down to Flame Orb. I might as well take everybody else with me. So just clicking Earthquake into the entire field there. Oh, unfortunately, the Photosynthesis Terra Electric Raging Bolt Thunderclap not quite enough to pick up the KO into Miraidon. And with that, Neon is going to take game 1 in a pretty explosive back and forth game there. Not a very long game at all.
Absolutely not. 5 turns in total to finish that match. Basically, same amount of time as Trick Room, so didn't get it up, but ultimately similar state of the game. The Pokemon on Neon's side of the field just living every attack with just enough HP. Like if the Ursaluna doesn't go down there, you can easily imagine the Calyrex Shadow Rider snowballing the rest of the game, but instead takes a double KO with the Ursaluna and then lives with the Miraidon on the Thunderclap. You could maybe imagine, I think it still probably would have been uphill for the Raging Bolt to be able to beat the Lunala, but it's definitely possible if the Moongeist Beam was not a 2-hit KO, or the Moongeist Beam didn't 2-hit KO, then the Raging Bolt could have closed that out with Thunderbolt, Thunderclap. Would have been tough, but just really fortunate in terms of damage for Neon there, and really well executed.
Yeah, at that point might have just been hoping for a Draco Meteor miss at that point, but just completely just knocking it out, straight up. Basically, it would have been a little bit tough for Raging Bolt to win the 2v1, might have needed some stuff to go their way. But yeah, ultimately, the double restricted's able to start and finish the game there for Neon, as we're going to get into game 2 here. As I think if you're Neon, you recognize that the Fluttermane is probably going to be one of the most disruptive Pokemon in the matchup. But instead, Toller deciding to switch up their leads this time, Incineroar Calyrex into the double restricteds once again.
Yep, Fake Out being threatened into the Miraidon, but not going to get any use here unless you Fake Out the Lunala. Nope, the Miraidon switches out. The Ursaluna takes a pretty useless Fake Out, and the Astral Barrage doing nothing to the Ursaluna switch in. As Ursaluna activates its Flame Orb, Terrestrialization is burned for Toller, and the Ursaluna is ready to sweep under Trick Room as an Earthquake starts that barrage of damage in the Trick Room.
Yeah, just a brilliant turn 1 play from Neon there, just perfectly calling the Fake Out, terrestrializing the Lunala so it wouldn't get knocked out by the Astral Barrage, able to get up Trick Room now, and even an intimidated Ursaluna. This Facade still doing over half to Koraidon. Incineroar's U-turn not doing anything to Lunala. Now it just gets a free hit off into whatever it wants. Easily, both of these Pokemon are in KO range. Koraidon switching in and immediately going down there. And it's with 2 more turns of Trick Room left, it's not really looking good for Toller here, as the Calyrex protects itself being on such a low amount of HP, as the Incineroar fakes out the Ursaluna to stop it from attacking and also gets some more Flame Orb ticks. But I think if you're Toller, you probably need a double protect, as it's going to fail, and that means Calyrex is going to go down. Complete 4v1, or I guess not a 4v1 because the Incineroar got the knockout there, but still Incineroar having to face down pretty much the rest of Neon's team by itself. Going to find itself susceptible to its own Fake Out as the opposing Incineroar comes in, as Fake Out Electro Drift probably just closes out this game, and Neon takes the set pretty convincingly.
Yeah, I want to highlight Neon's Trick Room play in that game. Basically, every defensive play that Toller made was exploited extremely precisely by Neon. The Clefairy tried to come in, maybe stall some turns with Follow Me, and just Friend Guard in general. Immediately gets double tapped by Earthquake Moonblast. And then, the Koraidon attempts to switch in to protect the Calyrex Shadow Rider from a knockout, doubles that slot that would have been knocked out by an Earthquake with Earthquake Moonblast. So just really excellent knowledge of the defensive play that Toller needed to navigate outside of that really unfortunate turn 1 where Neon just called the turn incredibly and got Trick Room up and the Ursaluna in for free with 4 turns of Trick Room to go.
Yeah, just playing really aggressively and putting on so much pressure with the Ursaluna inside and outside of Trick Room was very key to this matchup. Clefairy, unfortunately, coming in maybe just a little bit too late, not able to quite mitigate enough damage that was coming out with the Ursaluna being under Trick Room. Just sometimes you just don't have enough turns, and even with hyper offense teams like this, if you're not taking KOs often or just kind of ripping through the opponent's team, sometimes these defensive and bulkier teams can just outlast you. And I think it was a clear example of why this is the team to beat currently in Regulation I, and how many tools it has to win games against popular Pokemon like this.
Absolutely. Trick Room didn't work the game 1, but then game 2 just went perfectly with the taunt Fluttermane being dropped, as Toller was like, okay, I lost when Trick Room didn't go up. Surely, like, they might default to that game plan again, but no. Just really smart call to go for the Trick Room mode once again, or in game 2 overall.
So we're getting into a third match for you guys. These round 6 games have been going by in a blink of an eye. So we have time for 3 games. Going to be another great set for you guys. We're gonna have Tanner Mask against AC Tornado Boy here, and once again we're going to be seeing a Calyrex Shadow Rider Zamazenta team, but with a little bit different of a supporting cast. We're going to have Raging Bolt, Shenpao, Amoonguss, and Ogerpon Cornerstone versus AC Tornado Boy, pulling up with the Calyrex Ice Rider, Fluttermane, Miraidon, Rillaboom, Smeargle, and Chi-Yu. So a bit of a mix-up here with Calyrex Ice Rider now being partnered with Miraidon, a less common partner for it, but one that has definitely been seeing success over the course of the format.
Yeah, I think early on, Miraidon, Chi-Yu, Fluttermane was a core that people had projected to be incredibly strong into the Calyrex Shadow Rider Zamazenta teams, and it, that was fairly accurate. However, as the metagame progressed, all the other archetypes seemed to be pretty hostile toward it. However, when the CSR Zama is once again on the rise at this point, coming into the World Championships, definitely a smart call to start bringing that strategy back. You usually have to look at the Zamazenta Terastallization to see just how strong that combination is. We have a Dragon Terra to resist the Miraidon's fire type attacks, as well as the Chi-Yu's fire types attacks, but we have a very offensive Choice Specs Fluttermane that can sort of exploit that in retaliation.
Yeah, very interesting appearance of Choice Specs Fluttermane here. As you see on Tanner's team, like, there's not really a lot that deals with the strong fairy type damage. So with the Fluttermane kind of taking a back seat on the support role in favor of a Smeargle here, with holding the Focus Sash, able to support with Fake Out, Follow Me, Spore, and even Decorate to bump up the damage. You mentioned that Chi-Yu and Fluttermane were once considered to be pretty good into the Calyrex Shadow, kind of dipped off towards the middle of the format, but with these two coming back in full force, this once prevalent special attacking duo has kind of made its way back up to the forefront of the metagame, just having a really good matchup here. And I think, trying to mitigate this Fluttermane's damage is going to be a challenge for Tanner in the matchup, especially you mentioned the Zamazenta Terra. We notice now it's Dragon type, so it's not going to be able to really, if you have to commit the Terastallization into Zamazenta, you're only making yourself weaker to the Fluttermane and also the Calyrex Ice Rider. So Zamazenta might honestly have a bit of a tough time here, so Tanner might be leaning a lot on that Calyrex Shadow Rider to position itself and try to pick up some crucial knockouts before Fluttermane can go too crazy.
Yeah, the Ice Age combination, as I like to call it, the Calyrex Ice Rider and the Miraidon with all the Photosynthesis Mons. I guess we only have the Flutter here, but honestly, the Calyrex Ice Rider can sometimes feel like a bit of a sore thumb, just sticking out like a sore thumb on this archetype against Calyrex Shadow Rider, Zamazenta in particular. Not able to really get into the spots it loves to be in. Needs to commit a Terastallization and not be locked up against the Calyrex Shadow Rider. The Leech Seed, Trick Room, Protect stuff, not as good against the Encore on this particular Shadow Rider. And yeah, just lots of potential damage mitigation with the Zamazenta Wide Guard. And just going to be kind of tricky to bring that Pokemon, but I do expect the Miraidon Flitter Chi mode to be extremely prevalent here. And honestly, Smeargle with Follow Me against all the priority on Tanner Mask's team could be a really smart bring as well, just kind of dropping the restricteds. Or dropping the Calyrex, not both restricteds. Definitely going to want that Miraidon to come.
Oh yeah, I agree 100%. I do feel like Calyrex Ice maybe doesn't have the best time in this matchup. I mean, I guess there's maybe spots for it where it can click Glacial Lance into non-Zamazenta boards, but I do think the Koraidon Fluttermane game plan is just so strong into this kind of team, and I do like the inclusion of Smeargle here as not only a means of disruption for Fake Out, but also being something you can just switch into Astral Barrage also, and just being a general nuisance and, you know, in endgame situations, potentially blocking stuff like Thunderclap and Sucker Punch from Pokemon like Raging Bolt. And yeah, Chien-Pao's Sucker Punch and Chi-Yu just being a Pokemon that can go off and start spamming fire moves into most of this team. And yeah, I guess it'll just depend on whether or not you want an extra Fake Out or not. But I do agree that the Koraidon Flutter Smeargle Chi-Yu 4 probably is going to do a lot in this matchup as we're getting into the replay for game 1 here. Tanner Mass going to be leading off with Zamazenta and Calyrex, another double restricted lead as Calyrex Ice actually does make an appearance here alongside the Smeargle.
Yeah, I guess on this turn 1, it is a pretty strong position in that you can Fake Out Trick Room relatively safely, but we're not going to see that. We're going to see the Smeargle potentially get cheeky, goes for probably a Spore or a Decorate, but just gets knocked out in exchange for burning the Terastallization and going for a Glacial Lance to chip the Calyrex down. So immediate KO from Tanner Mask's side.
Yeah, Smeargle almost using Follow Me without having to use Follow Me there, with that just threatening so much pressure into a team that cannot mitigate Spore at all. So Smeargle just drawing all the attention away from itself. And AC Tornado Boy just not even clicking Trick Room, just content to just sacrifice Smeargle and just start throwing out Glacial Lances, as Tanner Mask does not feel incentivized to click Wide Guard here. Probably going to click it here just so they don't lose any more Pokemon to Glacial Lance, but close combat from Life Orb Koraidon, able to clean up this Zamazenta as Raging Bolt clicks Electro Web, just lowering the speeds on the opposing side, as Glacial Lance finally is going to be blocked by a Wide Guard. But this speed drop, I guess, is not really going to work out well for Amoonguss, as it's just going to get KO'd here by Koraidon, damaging itself with a lot of recoil damage. Able to hang on, as this Calyrex is able to hang on. Single target Glacial Lance into Raging Bolt, able to clean up the game, and Tornado Boy taking a dominant game 1 with the restricted that we were not confident in whatsoever.
Yeah, in my wildest dreams after that turn 1, I wouldn't have expected the game to be that convincing from AC Tornado Boy, but I think burning the Terastallization on the Calyrex Shadow Rider to potentially get some additional damage and knock out the Koraidon and get just enough on the Calyrex ultimately spelled Tanner Mask's doom there a little bit, because you were forced to just take the Koraidon's close combat with no defensive counterplay there. So yeah, really tricky game 1 where you get the turn 1 right, but ultimately you just lost too much resources in the process that the game snowballed out of your control in future turns.
Yeah, almost like taking the appearance of Calyrex Ice Rider for granted there, as we saw no Wide Guards for the first 2 Glacial Lances, and Smeargle not even having to click Follow Me there, just being such a huge presence on the field to where it just redirects both of its attacks into it. It's like, oh, because you don't want to get spored. So Calyrex Ice Rider kind of just left to its own devices, not even bothering to set up the Trick Room there, put itself in a better position. But I mean, I guess probably for the best that you didn't set up Trick Room there, considering you had such a fast, aggressive mode in the back with that Koraidon. Able to get rid of Zamazenta if you're just able to take out the opposing Calyrex with just a couple of Glacial Lances. And I think Tanner recognizing that too late, and that last Wide Guard just not quite enough to save the game. So we'll have to see how game 2 goes to see if these players are going to change up their game plans a little bit, or maybe try to work on something similar, maybe try to play it a bit differently. Tanner, believing in the double restricted lead, going to lead with Calyrex and Zamazenta, as AC Tornado Boy bringing out the Koraidon Fluttermane to start out game 2.
Yep, great lead from both players, just getting their offensives on the board immediately. We see an immediate Terastallization from the Zamazenta. Could have gone for a double protect to see what the Fluttermane locked into, but instead just takes the defensive posture with the Terastallization and immediately knocks out the opposing Fluttermane. Really solid. Now you don't have the speed control on AC Tornado Boy's side to slow down the Calyrex, and you're able to get a free shot in, even if you are potentially knocked out by the Koraidon. As we see the Terra Dark Flame Charge, actually no risk of being knocked out because of the Focus Sash, but yeah, we see the speed boost on the Koraidon potentially could spell doom for the Calyrex next turn, as we see the Flare Blitz come out.
Yeah, the last bit of damage being picked up there on the Calyrex. Very risky turn 1 Terastallization, but the Icy Wind actually paying off in the later game, allowing Smeargle to outspeed the Zamazenta and get that Spore off. So now AC Tornado Boy in a very good position to support this Koraidon, as it's just going to start clicking attacks with the +1 speed, the fastest Pokemon on the field, able to bring everything down to low HP. We'll have to see if Zamazenta, no, not going to wake up that time. So that will be the end of Smeargle there, as Ogerpon, and the critical hit into the Zamazenta, just adding insult to injury there. Potentially able to take that attack with the Terrestrialization, but finally Koraidon's Reign of Terror going to be brought to an end by Ogerpon. But Ogerpon not going to stick around long enough to see the end of the game here, as +1 Calyrex Ice going up against Chien-Pao. But now with the Terrestrialization being gone on both ends, Calyrex does not have any moves or any way to resist this Chien-Pao Sucker Punch. So it looks like we're going to be seeing a long, drawn-out end game here, as AC Tornado Boy going to use the Leech Seed to dance around the Sucker Punches and basically not allow Chien-Pao to hit it with any super effective damage.
Yeah, unfortunate crit there. Really didn't go for the wide guard though that turn. We did see the close combat come out before the Zamazenta moved, so didn't go for the defensive wide guard. So likely would have been, might have been, the damage might have been done with the Glacial Lance at the end of that turn regardless to win the game. But definitely doesn't feel good to just not get to see that play out. But yeah, unfortunately, Chien-Pao going with Brick Break here over the more common Taunt on the Life Orb Chien-Paos. And we see why that move is so common, as you get stalled out by the Calyrex Shadow or the Calyrex Ice Rider. That if you had the taunt, you could maybe play the Sucker Punch mind games and be able to win. But unfortunately, there's just no shot. If you hit your first Leech Seed, or really any of them, you have a great chance to win that end game. And that's what we see from AC Tornado Boy once again in a pretty convincing set, punching in the 6-0 to make it to day 2.
Yeah, congratulations to AC Tornado Boy. A lot of really quick sets for this round 6. A lot of really hyper-aggressive matchups, just trading KOs back and forth. And originally when I saw Chien-Pao come out, I was like, oh, this is a pretty easy endgame. And then I remembered, oh wait, this thing only has Sucker Punch to be able to damage the Calyrex Ice, and now you have Leech Seed, which could completely bypass any super effective damage that Chien-Pao is able to do to Calyrex. So now if you're Calyrex, you don't even have to attack to win the game. You just kind of sit there and chill and just click Leech Seed and recover all the way back to full HP and just not basically take any damage at that point. So really interesting end game. Eventually, just Tanner just being burned by the coverage move that is on that Life Orb or on that Chien-Pao there. So yeah, really well played set. Tanner still has a chance to punch his ticket into day 2, only falling to X1. So has 2 more chances to pick up a win. Just needs 1 more to seal that placement.
I think pretty interesting that we both underestimated the Calyrex so severely, but at the end of both games, here it is standing on the field, triumphant, just really carrying both games. So yeah, definitely defying expectations. I think the Smeargle played a big role in that. If the Zamazenta doesn't fall asleep due to the Icy Wind, like if that's an Amoonguss in that slot, you don't necessarily get that sleep off so easily. And yeah, just the Calyrex with those extra turns, it's definitely not a Pokemon that you want to be granting those, given the ability for it to snowball out of control with those Glacial Lances.
Yeah, I agree. I think we really undersold how much of an MVP Calyrex Ice Rider was going to be, standing at the basically end of the game both times, just being the Pokemon that honestly just closed out the game. So that was really entertaining to see. But yeah, I think that is it for our round 6 games. So I think we're going to cut it to a quick break, but we'll be right back with some more action from the Smogon live tournament. So stay tuned for round 7.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 7 of the Smogon VGC live tournament. Going to have some really excellent matches today. We are starting off with Panda Justin Tang versus EMB CPT, which is Eduardo Cunha, the I think 2022 world champion. So basically a newer, really excellent player in Justin Tang versus one of the best players of, I guess, honestly, like up until like 2016, he got like top 4 at World. So he's been around, definitely a veteran and one of the best players in the game. So it should be an excellent matchup today.
Yeah, definitely a high caliber, definitely a day 2 Worlds type matchup here. Are these players 5-1 or are they undefeated?
I am not sure. I can get back to you on that. But yeah, gonna be, I think at this point they should both be. Okay, I'm thinking it's looking like 5-1. Let me just confirm that. But yeah, this is a 5-1 match, so neither player has locked in the day 2 yet. So going to be trying their best to guarantee that they don't have to win their 8th round to make the day 2. They're going to try regardless, but yeah, definitely some high stakes to clinch this day 2 performance for both of them.
Yeah, both of these players looking to notch that last win to get into the day 2 of this tournament. As we see Justin's team with the Miraidon, Volcarona, Calyrex, Shadow, Rillaboom, and Cinemark Clefairy, a very interesting team that looks to capitalize on the hyper offensive potential of the 2 restricted Pokemon with just a bunch of defensive backbone support pivot pieces, while also having that support or the setup Volcarona, which we saw do a lot of work in the previous set that we had Justin on stream, and Edu once again with the Calyrex, Shadow, Zamazenta, Cineroar, Rillaboom, Raging Bolt, Ogerpon, Hearthflame, one of the classic take on this archetype. So yeah, this should be an interesting matchup. A bunch of Pokemon that we've been seeing pretty much all day. Just some of the best Pokemon in the format. And yeah, as we've seen against these kinds of teams, Volcarona is quite a good piece to have. I think Edu, recognizing this, is going to try and leverage that Ogerpon as much as they can to try to force a lot of damage into that Volcarona. And this Volcarona is Terra Fire, so it does have the ability to resist Ogerpon's Ivy Cudgels, but yeah, especially with that defense boost, that it will be definitely a hard Pokemon to break if Justin is able to get those Quiver Dances going.
Yeah, the Terra Fire typically a defensive or an offensive terrestrialization, but like you mentioned, in the face of the Ogerpon, a very strong defensive terrestrialization, being able to suddenly resist that Ivy Cudgel, so you really don't have the option on Edu's side to just go for the Terra Fire Ivy Cudgel, unless you just want to risk really losing that damage trade as the Volcarona gets set up pretty quickly. I want to point out the Choice Scarf Miraidon on Panda's side, basically a set that was almost entirely built to beat the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Miraidon outspeeds almost every other Pokemon in the metagame outside of Zacian and Calyrex Shadow Rider, so having a Choice Scarf Snarl in front of that Calyrex Shadow Rider, 1, forces the Terra, and then 2, like later in the game, if you've eliminated the redirection in the name in Ogerpon or the fake out Pokemon like Incineroar and Rillaboom, you can just clean up the Calyrex with a Terra Electric, Electrodrift, or just a Draco Meteor. As we see a Rillaboom switching in to get rid of the electric terrain for the Miraidon, as a Volt Switch comes out to get that Miraidon out.
Yeah, I do like the early terrestrialization here from Justin's side, just making it as defensively good into these Pokemon. But this is a tech that Edu has been making good use of this tournament. Encore onto Ogerpon. As we see, the Ogerpon's actually slower than the Volcarona, so we do actually get to see the move come out from Volcarona, and it is the Quiver Dance, which is going to be encored in this position. But, I mean, there is not really a lot of urgency to switch this thing out. It does have a boost to defense, and now it's just going to keep clicking Quiver Dance, and if you're able to remove some of the threats to the Volcarona in the end game and not able to renew that Encore, this Volcarona can just sit here and still set up all of its stats as much as it wants really at this point, just because of how good it is in the matchup, especially with the Incineroar helping with Fake Out here. So it's almost like Justin doesn't even mind the Volcarona being encored here.
Yeah, exactly. The Encore came out, but if you don't really have the offensive tools to handle the Volcarona while it's just locked into the non-attacking move, it's just like we see now, just at the last turn of the Encore with an Incineroar on the field, just really dealing with all the physical attackers, and that special defense just keeps getting higher and higher, and yeah, it's just gonna be really difficult to deal with this thing now with really only the Ogerpon offering any offensive coverage into this Terra Fire Volcarona. So we see a lot of shuffling. We see ultimately at the end of the turn, the Miraidon establishing terrain control as Incineroar gets on the field with fresh Fake Out, as the Ogerpon is now at +1 attack again.
Yeah, it's almost like the game plan here is try to focus down the right side while you try to keep Volcarona in check as much as possible. The problem is if you're Edu, like, you just don't have a lot of tools to damage this Volcarona. Like, you have 3 physical attackers, all with their primary moves either being resisted or just not doing any damage, as Incineroar's knockoff is not going to do any damage to a +1 defense Volcarona that has already consumed the Electric Seed. So if you're Edu, you're kind of just hopelessly watching this Volcarona set up all of its Quiver Dance boost, and now that it has a speed advantage, it can honestly just sweep the game with. We've seen this Volcarona have Struggle Bug, or it could just click a Terrafire +3 Fiery Dance into the restricted Pokemon and just pick up a one-hit knockout that way. So Volcarona, as we've seen plenty of times today against these Zamazenta, Calyrex, Shadow Rider teams, just completely run away with the game, and it's going to be quite the uphill battle for Edu to deal with this particular Volcarona.
Yeah, the Encore took me aback for sure on that turn 1, just having not looked especially hard at the team sheet, but ended up being kind of inconsequential. Justin might have just been going for that many Quiver Dances in a row regardless in the face of the Pokemon that Edu brought. I do think the Encore play is definitely very cute. If you can like force the Terrafire out of the Volcarona and get that Encore, maybe you can just leverage a Zamazenta instead of one of your support Pokemon to be able to just knock it out with a couple body presses. But yeah, bringing those 4 and getting that Encore off is almost just delaying the inevitable, as we saw in that battle. Kind of a long game with lots of shuffling around, but ultimately the Volcarona just cleaned up the game regardless, as we see Ogerpon Rillaboom led into once again the Volcarona Miraidon. Justin seeing no reason to change the game plan, as Edu changes it up a little bit and does not lead the Calyrex Shadow Rider this time.
Yeah, I think the difference between this game and the last game is that Edu, I think, is going to focus on more a damage-centric strategy rather than trying to... Because, like, disrupting this Volcarona with something like Encore, as we've seen, has not been very effective. But, I mean, I think the idea is that you just want to try to get as much damage down into Volcarona, maybe Terrastalize the Ogerpon, try to get that Terrafire crit Ivy Cudgel, as you can ignore the defense boost that way. But at the end of the day, it is still going to be a resisted hit, and there's still an Incineroar in the back. So there's just so many ways to mitigate damage in this Volcarona, and feeling not threatened in the slightest. Volcarona just going for another Quiver Dance. I was going to see a very identical board state as we did to turn 1 with Volcarona getting up a Quiver Dance, getting Encored into Quiver Dance, as Zamazenta actually makes an appearance here for Edu.
Yep, forced out the Terastallization on the Volcarona, and now without the bug type, even with the defense boost, Body Press is going to be doing a lot. Maybe not to a KO, depending on how Justin has EV'd that Volcarona, but we see the Incineroar switch out, not going for Fake Out, and the Ogerpon goes for the Terrafire. And we're just going to see maximal damage coming out into this Volcarona. Not quite, but thankfully no burn on the Zamazenta, so you can just follow up the next turn with another Body Press and at least deal with that threat. Unfortunately, Calyrex Shadow Rider did enter the field and is dealing a lot of damage as Edu is forced to deal with this Volcarona.
Yeah, actually avoiding the burn there twice makes this game plan actually solid for Edu here. The problem is that, like, if you're not mitigating the Astral Barrages, you're still taking a lot of damage from elsewhere. But Rillaboom's still very much healthy, able to come in here. Zamazenta not protecting is going to take an Electro Drift, but able to easily tank it as the Heavy Slam able to take out the Calyrex Shadow Rider. And suddenly, Edu has swung himself back into this set, taking the score to 1-1. So the strategy pivot there actually making a huge difference there. And yeah, Edu might have just found his way to start dealing with this Volcarona.
Yeah, aggressively doesn't go for wide guard there or protect on the Zamazenta, and heavily gets rewarded for it as Justin reads a more defensive option, loses the restricted, and yeah, just goes down. So I do think that Edu kind of was really just able to navigate around that game 2 perfectly. Expected a similar game plan from Justin as game 1 and exploited it to the fullest extent. Got a little lucky on the burns, but yeah, I think was able to deal with the almost basically secondary restricted. It's like the third restricted on the team against you as the Volcarona, but was also able to weather the storm of the additional 2 restricteds, which is definitely not a easy feat, as we see slight switch up from Justin in the Incineroar over the Miraidon, so not immediately getting the Electric Seed, but gets Intimidate in exchange.
Yeah, interestingly, we don't see a Fake Out here from the Rillaboom, instead allowing Incineroar to get a free Fake Out into the Ogerpon there. And this just allows Rillaboom to cycle out, maybe anticipating a Miraidon switch in there to get Volcarona the Electric Seed boost. But I feel like if you're Justin here in this situation, you maybe not don't feel as inclined to immediately rip the Terra on Volcarona because you just saw how much damage the Zamazenta was doing with body press into it. And maybe your strategy now hinges on, okay, we can mitigate Ogerpon's damage. Maybe if I dodge enough crits, I can, have Volcarona not have to use the Terastallization and keep it as still a usable Pokemon into the Zamazenta. So now that Pokemon has revealed itself, Justin may be thinking twice about wanting to Terastallize the Volcarona, maybe just wanting to keep it in its base form. Try to cycle in the Miraidon to where it can get its Electric Seed, and maybe having to play around a few critical hits.
Yeah, I think that turn 1, you sort of alluded to it a little bit, but like not faking outing with the Rillaboom and not going on the offensive with the Ogerpon is a really interesting call from Edu, and Justin basically calls it perfectly. If fake out Terrafire Cudgel comes into the Volcarona, that might just knock out and win you the game immediately, but ends up calling it perfectly as we roll into this next turn. The Electric Seed activated with the Miraidon switch in. Really good call on Edu's side, going for Terra Water to avoid the immediate knockout from the Terrafire Flamethrower, and Ogerpon Encores into that Flamethrower, just locking it into that offensive option, really allowing you to go for a body press and potentially start chipping this Volcarona down like in that first game.
Yeah, Volcarona is still going for the Terastallization here, just boosting up that Fire-type damage. Still doing a lot of damage to Zamazenta, even through the Water Terra, as it's able just to pick up a clean knockout into the Ogerpon there. Clefairy is a new Pokemon that we're seeing to the matchup. The Friend Guard here going to make it even tougher to take out this Volcarona with now getting, it's Omni Boost at this point. It's facing down both the restricted Pokemon. Clefairy can do a lot of things here. It can follow me to redirect any damage. It can, I think this thing has Life Dew, but it unfortunately is not going to be able to see the field for very long, as it just gets taken out by a Heavy Slam as the Choice Scarf Miraidon comes back into the field here. But as we see, Edu does still have a very healthy Rillaboom in the back, but it does have to be careful of where it switches in here, as that Volcarona can fire off a Fire-type move at any moment.
Yeah, that's where the Terrafire comes in really handy here. Like an Assault Vest Rillaboom, maybe if it wasn't Terrafire, would be able to live a Fiery Dance or a Flamethrower, but the combination of one Quiver Dance, Terrafire, and the slight boost of Flamethrower over Fiery Dance really guarantees the knockout in the Rillaboom, and it has a great chance to knock out. Nope. Is that bulky? Do I not know my calcs? That could be the case. Not really close to even knocking out the Calyrex Shadow Rider there. I'm thinking of the Sun Volcarona, I think. But yeah, Calyrex able to take out the opposing Miraidon, gets a boost up, and now we see the faster fake out on the Rillaboom go into the not the Incineroar, as Incineroar is just going to go for the knockoff, and clean up the Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah, once again, we're seeing how menacing and unchecked Volcarona can be in this type of matchup, and once again, Justin going to clean up the set with Volcarona. Ended up being a 3-game set, but Edu still finding a way back in game 2, but ultimately the Terrafire Volcarona just being too much to overcome. And I think the Terra Water on the Zamazenta, having to burn it there, just made it really easy pickings for that Miraidon in the back. So yeah, very well played to Justin. Getting the turns right in the early game in that game 3 really helped to set up that Volcarona for success in the end game there. As we're going into our second game of the round here, we have Arcali going up against Sitiat. As we've seen Sitiat on the stream earlier with the Calyrex Ice Rider, Kyogre, Basculegion, Rillaboom, Iron Jugulis, and Smeargle. Arcali, on the other hand, using Calyrex Ice Rider, Miraidon, Incineroar, Landorus, Farigiraf, and the Urshifu Rapid Strike.
Yep, Arcali on a pretty similar composition that I believe Kazuki used to top 4 North American Internationals. However, the Urshifu Rapid Strike here is the Focus Sash set as opposed to the Choice Scarf set. That can be really key in the Calyrex Shadow Rider Zamazenta matchup, but in this matchup, it still should pretty much be outspeeding everything on the field regardless, so almost entirely a net positive. But yeah, really the Calyrex Ice Rider Kyogre, a way less common combination than the Calyrex Ice Miraidon, but no less potent. It did win a regional, and I believe the Miraidon composition also won a regional with Michael Kelsch winning in Europe. The Kyogre version being a little bit more consistently used in the North American circuit, but haven't really seen them pair up too often. You would think that the Kyogre just loses to the electric type. However, with the presence of the Terra Grass, they're really hesitant to just stay on the field and go for an Electro Drift. Oftentimes they'll just be Volt switching out early, and you can really punish that with big water spouts if your Kyogre remains healthy.
Yeah, one of the main issues you have with Miraidon teams into a team like this is that normally with Rillaboom being a Pokemon in this matchup, you can take away the Miraidon's train, and normally teams like this would have an Amoonguss in previous iterations, but Smeargle can kind of focus in a feature in a similar role here. But this team has a lot of things it can do into the opposing team. Like you have the Calyrex Ice Rider, which can still do a lot of its Trick Room stuff, but you can also set up that Basculegion to be an absolute menace in the end game. I guess you just have to be a little bit careful in spamming Last Respects, considering there is a Farigiraf on the other side, and also an Incineroar that can just cycle in and intimidate in and out. But yeah, this is definitely a team that is good enough to deal with the Miraidon compositions. Kyogre has a little bit of a tougher time, especially when it has to face down Pokemon like Urshifu and Miraidon. But yeah, we'll have to see how Siciat is going to play this game, and yeah, maneuver these Pokemon in a way where they can overcome the restricted type disadvantage.
As you mentioned, I do think Rillaboom's definitely going to be a super key piece here. Even if it's not doing a lot of damage turn one, it's always able to U-turn out into the Miraidon Calyrex Ice Rider, and most of the Pokemon it's pretty happy to be on the field against and just U-turn. So yeah, probably going to be pretty safe, but you could of course go for a little bit high risk of a lead in the Smeargle, where if you catch the Miraidon on lead, you can switch the Rillaboom in and just get a Spore on everything, as long as the opposing Urshifu is not led, since that will almost always just knock it out with the Surging Strikes.
And the interesting thing about these teams is that we see the Calyrex Ice Rider using the Never Melt Ice instead of Clear Amulet or Leftover. Still using Leech Seed, but the Never Melt Ice actually is a very good item in just increasing Calyrex's damage. It does leave it open to Incineroar's Intimidate, but I mean, unmitigated, those Glacial Lances, even into resisted hits, are still going to be doing a lot of damage, and they're definitely attacks that these Pokemon do not want to be switching into, i.e. Miraidon does not want to be switching into. Even after an Intimidate, it could still possibly pick up a knockout. But Akali going to be leading off with the Calyrex or Shifu, as Calyrex and Rillaboom going to be the leads for Siciat.
I think this could be a potentially really volatile turn. If you're able to catch the Urshifu protecting and you turn the Rillaboom out off of the Calyrex and get Trick Room up, the next turn a Water Spout Glacial Lance, even though double resisted on the Urshifu, would probably knock out just due to the sheer power of the Kyogre. And we do see the Urshifu detect, but we do see a double detect, just playing it safe on our Kali side, as we see a Leech Seed go off from Siciat's.
Yeah, it doesn't... Did the Leech Seed miss?
It was a double protect, so...
Oh, okay. So just stalling out the fake out turn there.
Mm-hmm.
So as... Yeah, these sides look to pivot around their pieces. Obviously, there's Pokemon that don't want to be in front of, like Rillaboom doesn't want to be in front of Calyrex. Urshifu doesn't really want to be in front of Rillaboom, so we're probably going to be seeing some pivoting here. Would not be surprised to see an Incineroar potentially coming in here for the Urshifu, able to get the Intimidate down into both these physical attackers, but I imagine Rillaboom is probably not wanting to stick around for very long, as it is a key piece in this matchup in trying to keep the terrain advantage. So probably going to see some switching around here. Calyrex probably just wanting to get that Leech Seed down just to try and start, getting some of that residual recovery. As no, Urshifu's going to stay in, going to fire off the Surging Strikes into the Calyrex, does really good damage, about 40%, as Woodhammer comes out. Unfortunately, with the Intimidate, just barely going to miss on the KO, but with that extra little chip damage left on Urshifu, this does allow Calyrex to go for a Glacial Lance and bring itself back up to neutral attack.
Yeah, big knockout there. I think outside of the Miraidon, the Kyogre really kind of can just go absolutely crazy at this point if it gets on the field cleanly. The Urshifu previously would have been able to close combat it for a pretty hefty amount of damage. With that gone, yeah, that Kyogre endgame is looking really precarious for our Kali, so they have to really preserve their Miraidon and fake out pressure efficiently. However, they do have a pretty positive position now with fake out active, Rillaboom susceptible to a Glacial Lance, so you could read that Rillaboom switching out or terrestrializing and making an aggressive play to get yourself back in the game a little bit, or you could just play it straight and take the knockout with a fake out Glacial. As we see, the Kyogre is coming in this turn.
Yeah, it's an interesting position of whether or not you want to fake out the Calyrex to stop the Glacial Lance, possibly trying to get your Miraidon in, but knowing that Rillaboom is going to switch out, I like the fake out into the Calyrex just to, capitalize on that Pokemon staying into the battlefield. But Kyogre switching in being in a relatively good spot against both of these Pokemon, but unfortunately having to take a hit as a result of it. So I think this Kyogre doesn't have Origin Pulse, if I'm remembering correctly. I think it might be Water Spout, Hydro Pump, Thunder. So yeah, so there's no Origin Pulse here. So the spread damage already a lot weaker thanks to the damage that Kyogre has taken. But I mean, even a chipped Incineroar doesn't want to take a half health Water Spout. But this does allow Miraidon to switch in pretty safely if it wants to here, as the Terrestrialization on the Incineroar still taking a big chunk of damage, able to get the knockoff onto the Calyrex. As Calyrex is going to get that Glacial Lance off, it's still going to be enough to knock out the Incineroar now that it does not resist the Glacial Lance. As Glacial Lance from Akali's side, not quite enough to pick up the knockout on either of these two Pokemon. And with the Pokemon advantage here, Sichiot definitely in a position to where they can position a lot of the pieces in here and just, yeah, basically you can let Calyrex go down if you want to, just because if it doesn't have a lot of HP left. You can bring back Rillaboom, get back terrain advantage for the rest of the game, get some recovery, and yeah, just looking like a really good position here.
We see a Protect come out from Arcali's, Arcali's Calyrex Ice Rider as the Thunder comes out, trying to take advantage of that electric terrain and a 100% accurate move. Good call there, doesn't take any additional damage on the Calyrex or Miraidon, and is able to knock out their Rillaboom. Unfortunately, I do believe that Terrestrialization is still available on Sichiot's team, or on side. So with Terra Grass available on the Kyogre, you can probably pretty easily tank that Miraidon's Electro Drift if that's what you choose to do. Or you can maybe preserve it on another Pokemon that just basically navigate to a win in another way that is a little less reliant on hitting your moves, as we see, the Basculegion come in 100% accurate on the last respects, could provide a little bit more consistent of an end game if Sichiot chooses to go that path.
Yeah, it's an interesting position here, because I don't know if Basculegion's Last Respects is strong enough for Miraidon just yet, because it's only 100 base power at the moment. And I was thinking, like what we were saying, if Rillaboom comes in here, then you're in a position where, yes, you get the terrain advantage, but you also have to, like, Calyrex is still relatively healthy, and you're also giving it grassy terrain recovery, so, you know, it might be out of range of those quote-unquote safe attacks that you were talking about, as we're just going to see Protects coming out from both sides, as both sides attack into Protects here. So, interestingly, Sichiot might be wanting to keep some eyes on the rain turns here as well, so I believe you said, yeah, Terrestrialization is still available here, so maybe potentially there's an angle for Terra Ghost in this particular situation if you need the extra damage bump to get the KO onto the Miraidon here. But there is also a universe where a Miraidon locked into Electro Drift has really no answer to the double grass types in the back, so maybe potentially wanting to cycle out the Kyogre here for the rain, use now the free turn that Calyrex doesn't have protected to get rid of it, and then sacrifice Basculegion, and then you just have Rillaboom plus Terra Grass Kyogre to finish up the end game.
Yeah, I think a switch on the Kyogre slot would make a lot of sense here. Just eliminating the electric terrain wouldn't really matter for damage purposes, but with the Calyrex, I believe, only having a 1 in 9 chance to double protect here, you have a reasonably safe Last Respects knockout into that. We'll see if Sichiot is able to find a, even safer than 8 and 9 win here. But I think if you get Rillaboom in this turn, and even if Basculegion goes down, Kyogre plus Rillaboom should be able to 1v1 this Electric Drift Miraidon. It might even come down to like PP, like it'd be out of PP and you just beat it with the Rillaboom. But I think even without that, you'd have it more or less locked.
Yeah, it would be definitely a slower end game, because neither side, I mean, this Kyogre doesn't have Ice Beam, so it would be definitely a slower end to the game, but it looks like that's the win condition that Sichiot is playing towards, as the Basculegion going to trade itself for a Calyrex Ice Rider knockout, and now Miraidon in grassy terrain going up against Rillaboom and Kyogre, but a lot of free damage on this particular turn, as Fake Out Water Spout does a fairly good chunk of damage, does about 40%, and now it looks like we're going to see the Terra Grass go into the Kyogre. Still does a lot of damage, but I mean, yeah, the Hydro Pump landing pretty much going to seal the game here, as Woodhammer going to pick up the last bit of damage on that Miraidon. Not as slow as an endgame as we originally thought, as these Pokemon are just too strong, and Sichiot going to be taking game 1 here of the set.
Yeah, really smart at the end of game 1 to not basically delay a turn to basically bait out the second double protect, or the initial double protect attempt. And then Arcali got it, and then after that, they were kind of in trouble with the Basculegion on the field. But yeah, looking into this game too, I do think that losing that Urshifu and getting relatively little from it was a big problem in the game plan. If you're able to make that Urshifu just get damage into the Kyogre early, or just not go down so easily against the Rillaboom, I think overexposing that Urshifu was definitely the biggest flaw in the game plan from Markali's side in that game 1.
Yeah, I really like the win condition of this team of like if you have the Miraidon that's locked into an electric move, you can just outbulk it in the end game with the 2 grass types, especially with the terrain advantage. But you just have a lot of pieces that you can work with. We have Basculegion that can also end game if you find yourself in a position where you have Rain up, and then also Basculegion with a full powered Last Respect. So there's just a lot of maneuverability in this team when going up against Miraidon teams. I think the key part is getting rid of that Calyrex Ice Rider, because of course making all of your Pokemon grass type does leave you open to Glacial Lance, and that can kind of limit your options if Calyrex Ice Rider sticks around for a little bit too long. But I think Akali is going to need to find a better way to leverage Miraidon maybe in the early game to try to get down some damage onto these Pokemon, to where it doesn't come down to where the Pokemon advantage is lost too early, as allowing Sichiat's team to be able to pivot like it did in Game 1 and having all those pieces still available is definitely a big part of their strategy. Calyrex Rillaboom from Sichiat's side and Calyrex Urshifu from Markali's side.
So definitely a reset of the Game 1. Knowing that the Double Protect came out from Markali Game 1, if Sichiat wants, they could switch in, just really aggressively switch the Rillaboom out into the Kyogre, and then be threatening a huge amount of damage with the Glacial Lance Water Spout into both the Urshifu and the Calyrex. Up a game, you could really just go aggressive and go for that, but you could also just play it a little bit safer, go after that Urshifu once again, but you do have to be careful of that Calyrex threatening with the Glacial Lance, which should knock out your Rillaboom if your Rillaboom does get a little bit too antsy here and goes after the Urshifu and leaves itself unprotected.
Yeah, it is a bit of an awkward spot here for sure, because you just had these Pokemon that are just not going to be doing, at least from the Calyrexes facing off in against each other, like not a lot of these Pokemon are not going to be doing a lot of damage into the opposing Calyrex, but getting that Leech Seed off turn 1 is huge, as Sichiat actually content to potentially just let the Rillaboom almost go down here, also potentially just being confident in that damage calculation to survive the unboosted Glacial Lance here onto Rillaboom. But I would say getting a Leech Seed off pretty big for Sichiat and Calyrexes being able to stay around, potentially maybe having the maybe thinking the Urshifu is going to switch or something, but no, just faking out the Urshifu, getting out the Leech Seed, and trying to keep this Calyrex as healthy as possible, as I would likely assume that Rillaboom is probably going to be switching out here at some point soon.
Yeah, you could get aggressive and try and Grassy Glide on your way out to get the Urshifu, but maybe not of a trade when we saw how valuable the Rillaboom was at last game at tanking the late game. But nope, the Urshifu is going to stay on the field but not target the Rillaboom. No Grassy Glide coming out. It does end up U-turning the Calyrex, so very aggressive, was content potentially sacking the Rillaboom, as we see the Calyrex take a bit of damage on the U-turn, as the Calyrex on Sichiat's side does get that aforementioned Trick Room up, and now Water Spout Kyogre threatening heaps of damage next to this Never Melt Ice Calyrex. There's really nothing on the team that can switch into that combination outside of the Calyrex that is already on the field. So definitely a very, very great offensive spot for Sichiat.
Yeah, I really like the Trick Room play there, because giving Urshifu the Rain just completely unchecked like that would have been a terrible position to be in, but Sichiat recognizing that having Kyogre have the speed advantage here makes it so you do set up that board position in Trick Room to where Never Melt Ice, Glacial Lance, plus Water Spout in Trick Room. You're going to have to take a little bit more damage with Kyogre just because Calyrex is going to be slower than you, but I mean, you said it yourself, our Kali's back line is not going to want to switch into either attack, because you more than likely have Miraidon and Incineroar, and yeah, either of those Pokemon, if they want to switch in, are more than likely getting knocked out if this is the case. So, I mean, your best option is to try to stall out as many turns of Trick Room as you can, but like, even into these 2 resisted targets, Never Melt Ice Glacial Lance is going to be putting in enough work on its own.
Yeah, kind of an interesting double protect there, in that you really just give your, I guess the Urshifu heals up to Focus Sash, but it doesn't particularly matter since Glacial Lance Water Spout is going to be coming out regardless and break the Sash. But you also just let the Kyogre heal just a little bit healthier with the grassy terrain, so Water Spout will be doing more. Yeah, interesting call. I'm not sure it advances the state of the game a huge amount, but we do see a big crit Glacial Lance. Just if Water Spout came out here, it's going to be doing a lot less damage than expected. but it was a Hydro Pump covering for, if Water Spout wasn't enough or just trying to catch a switch in. Yeah, really good play from Sichiot there.
Yeah, hitting the Hydro Pump being pretty huge there. Also not even mattering into the resisted target, as Mystic Water Kyogre Hydro Pump is just a super strong move. But yeah, maybe just anticipating that Kyogre would just be taking too much damage to go for Water Spout. With Incineroar on the field, you do now have an opportunity to go for Fake Out to stall out another turn of Trick Room, but if you're Calyrex on our Cali side, you're so weak at this point, and you've already been giving up so much HP, and Grassy Terrain is still on the field, so you're going to be giving both of these Pokemon even more recovery, so it's just still a really rough spot, because like you don't really want to, you want to Fake Out Kyogre pretty obviously, but you're just not really doing much with your own Calyrex into both of these Pokemon, and Incineroar just finds itself in danger of getting knocked out here if Kyogre is allowed to attack, but double Fake Out, or double Protect just to stall out the Fake Out on that turn.
Just once again seeing the value of this Leech Seed Calyrex, especially with Grassy Terrain. I believe it took 2 Glacial Lances this game and a Surging Strikes, and now it is at effectively 100% HP, while the opposing Calyrex has taken way less hits, but is at 18%. So that definitely being a huge swing in this matchup in particular. Now the Kyogre, I'm not sure if we saw which of the Calyrex between the two outspeeds, but this Never Melt Ice Glacial Lance going to come pretty close to a knockout, and if it does, I'm not sure knockoff in return from the Incineroar without the Glacial Lance damage is going to knock out the Kyogre, and you might just have a Hydro Pump KO into the Incineroar if you want it, which Shichiot appears not to as the switch out into the Rillaboom comes, and Rillaboom able to survive that hit, although not surviving the U-turn from the Incineroar.
Almost got away with it. Almost got away with the free Rillaboom switch in, but now unfortunately Miraidon is here with its full terrain advantage for at least 4 more turns. So Rillaboom not going to be able to take away the terrain advantage as Incineroar comes back in, is threatening a Fake Out on board. Sichiot still has the Terastallization available. I believe both sides still have Terastallization available, so definitely some room to make some plays there. But losing out on one more Grass type and the ability to take away terrain from Miraidon does make this position a little bit stickier. But especially if it depends on what your last Pokemon is, because like if you want Calyrex to switch out here, then you're probably going to be switching it into something that's going to get blown out by Miraidon, and yeah, it'll have. I don't know if Kyogre is. Kyogre doesn't really do much to Miraidon in the fact that it doesn't have Ice Beam, but probably just looking to get the knockout here on Incineroar and probably just trying to end game in a very similar way to Game 1, or maybe trying to put Basculegion in a position where it can actually do something as Kyogre protects, the Miraidon terastallizes, the double Protect to stall out the Fake Out, and actually catches the Miraidon on the Terra Fairy as it goes for Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah, Shichiot has the benefit of knowing who his 4th Pokemon is, whereas Arcali doesn't, so tries to go for a pretty mid-ground Dazzling Gleam where, okay, maybe if it's like Iron Jugulus, that's a little bit better, but also just not wanting to lock into Electro Drift in the face of the Terragrass Kyogre. Dazzling Gleam, because of all the previous turns of Grassy Terrain not knocking out the Kyogre, and then the Miraidon really not loving taking that combination of attacks as it goes down, and now it is just Incineroar versus Kyogre, Calyrex, and maybe even a Basculegion in the back, so Arcali punches in that forfeit. And we see a pretty convincing game win for Sichiot there. And then I think that was a 6-0 match, if I'm not mistaken. So that is going a long way for Sichiot to make the top cut of Day 2. I think there's 3 additional rounds in Day 2, so you only need 9 wins overall. Mm-hmm. So yeah, really only needs 2 wins out of the next 4 to make the top cut. Definitely loves getting that win here.
Yeah, really big win there. Just really well played overall. Just able to get off that early Leech Seed and just put themselves in a good position. The Terra Fairy proving super clutch, allowing Calyrex to live. And even at -2, like still doing a ton of damage, getting a lot of damage down with those Glacial Lances. And Kyogre being a champion and toughing it out, not even needing the Rillaboom to have terrain advantages in the late game there. So very well played to Sichiot. Very solid reason that they are 7-0 in this tournament, using a really strong team, and yeah, able to get their chances a lot closer to that top cut bracket, which they will need at least just 1 more or 2 more wins to solidify their place in. So we have some round 7 matchups on the screen right now, but these matchups are looking like they're getting getting close to concluding here, so we should have round 8 up for you pretty shortly. But yeah, a lot of really standout matchups here at 6-0 and also 5-1.
Yeah, a lot of excellent players coming to this tournament. I think just a really incredible turnout coming up. I think we're roughly 1 month out from the World Championship, so even though people aren't finalized on their team, they're definitely in the testing stage for Worlds that they're taking very seriously. This being an enormous grassroots tournament with a pretty nice prize of, I think, $400 overall. Might have changed since I last looked, as well as a pretty cool custom Smogon avatar and a custom Smogon banner. Definitely great incentives to play, and it brought out a lot of top talent as well as just a lot of players throughout the community. So really exciting to see, see this event.
Yeah, I was talking about this earlier a little bit with Scraw, but just having a tournament this big before the World Championships, a lot of eyes are going to be on it. You have a lot of big names playing in it, so it's just good practice if you're able to match up against some of these Worlds caliber players, but also an opportunity to test maybe an idea that some of these players are working with, or maybe get some inspiration from some other players that are placing highly in this tournament. But I think this will be probably one of the best snapshots of what the World Championship metagame is going to look like, and these teams that we're seeing are probably going to be the teams to beat in that World Championship field. Maybe not going to take the exact same form. The metagame is still very much evolving. We've seen adjustments all over the place, like Incineroar is having Roar now to get rid of these setup Pokemon, or a lot of Clefairy in the field. I've been seeing a lot of Volcarona, so different Miraidon items as well. So you just got to really be prepared for anything. And I think a tournament this big right before the World Championships is, very enlightening as to what these players are going to have to prep for in this final countdown to Worlds.
Yeah, it's super cool seeing a format develop this late and just seeing all the players figure out exactly what makes each top archetype squirm. We're seeing the Volcaronas with the Electric Seed really dominate the Zamazenta archetypes. Clefairy coming in against a lot of the a little bit chippier single target archetypes not being as effective. You kind of need these spread moves to get around that Clefairy and its friend guard in a lot of circumstances. And then, Smeargle just coming out at the North American International Championships, and ever since been making its impact on both the Calyrex Shadow Rider Zama compositions, and now we're even seeing it with Calyrex Ice Rider Kyogre. So that's definitely a big standout for me as well. But just a really big testing ground for the World Championship, and we see a lot of really excellent players fighting it out, even at the 5-1 tables. Like the 6-0 players are all just dominating, but we see some really impressive names at the 5-1s too. We saw on the stream, we saw Justin Tang versus Eduardo Cunha. We saw, I think, Yotam Cohen versus Toller Webb, some of the best players in North America. So just an incredible set of players that we have had on the broadcast today, as well as who are just like battling it out for practice for the World Championship.
Yeah, unfortunately, with all these great names being stacked towards the top, not all of them will be able to make day 2, as it is going to be with so many great names, as you said, at the top of the tables here. It's going to be very, very cutthroat in this final round of Swiss. So these 5-2 matches are definitely not going to be a walk in the park for anybody who has to fight their way through that last gauntlet. But yeah, I think there's just a lot of, this format's interesting, right? Because you said that, it feels like there's still a lot of development this late into the format, but also there still seems to be a lot of stability. There's still a lot of players that are doing really well with teams that have been established in the format already, but then there's been a lot of innovation in a very short time, and it's interesting to see that innovation show itself in these grassroots type events with players who are, maybe just testing things out or working on their strategies for Worlds, but also just, trying to get that last bit of practice in before they actually have to play the big tournament. So yeah, it's a very interesting format to see develop. We've definitely seen both sides of it today. And this last round should be an exciting one to close us out for the day.
Yeah, I think we sort of framed it in the context of this is a great opportunity for Worlds players practicing for Worlds. But I see a lot of players on this list that I don't think are qualified, battling it out at the 5-1, 4-2, 6-0 tables against World Championship caliber players. So I think these tournaments are not only a great opportunity for those still in the chase for the World Championship, but also a great opportunity for those maybe looking forward to next season. To be playing against Worlds players who are giving it their all in top form and actually, be able to improve based off of that to maybe make your own run for the title next year. So yeah, really incredible tournament. Love seeing these online tournaments and how much they allow players to improve, as well as to see the metagame progress at such a breakneck pace as we've seen in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, just really an amazing turnout. Just a lot of very talented players, a lot of interesting format insights, a lot to talk about for sure. But we do have round 8 being paired up right now, and we're going to showcase, I believe, a X and 2 match for you guys. So there's probably going to be a good matchup that we can look into. But a lot of top names here at the top tables, as we've seen some players that we've already featured on stream going up against each other. We have a lot of really good 5-2 matchups. Definitely a lot of recognizable names in here. Just a matter of picking one. It's tough. We have a lot of talent in this field, as we've been talking about endlessly. But yeah, I'm sure we're gonna have ourselves a good match or two to end things off for the day.
Yeah, definitely gonna be a gargantuan task for us on the caster team and the streaming team to figure out exactly who we're gonna stream. Might just pick a name out of the hat, honestly. I don't know. All these players at this point are just so excellent. It's going to be really difficult to pick who we feature for y'all. Yeah, I think maybe it would be a good idea to just like mute for a second and just decide quickly for ourselves. We unfortunately didn't have the usual break that we have between the rounds that we used to pick, but yeah, I think we're just going to take a second, maybe take 1 minute and select the matches and then come right back. All right, y'all, welcome back. We did end up picking this 5-2 match between Mario YT and I believe that's Francis. So both at 5-2, fighting for the final win that will get them into day 2. And if they lose, they will not be progressing to the next stage in the tournament. So definitely very high stakes. Interesting team from Mario with an Ogerpon base form. So really uncommon Pokemon in this format, but could have some cool tricks against this Calyrex Shadow Rider Zamazenta combo. You see a Bullet Seed come out from the Ogerpon. Could deal a lot of damage, but only gets the 4 hits. 5 hits and a crit would have knocked out, but does follow that up with a Glacial Lance to knock out the opposing Calyrex and score an attack boost on the Terra Fairy Calyrex.
Yeah, five hits and a crit, or 4 hits and a Glacial Lance, enough to knock out the Calyrex Shadow Rider there. Prioritizing the Ogerpon is an interesting choice. Makes me think that there is probably an Incineroar on the back, so Ogerpon with an attack boost thanks to Defiant could be potentially a problem there, as we're going to see Miraidon come in. Calyrex gets double targeted and still able to eat the hit. No wide guard once again coming out from Francis' side allows Calyrex Ice to get another knockout with Glacial Lance, and as anticipated, the Incineroar does come in to that slot as Miraidon gets faked out here. Zamazenta Body Press is able to KO the Fairy-type Calyrex, and now we have Landorus, Therian, and Incineroar actually going for Helping Hand here, but unfortunately Zamazenta not quite speedy enough to outspeed the Miraidon, and Miraidon able to pick up the knockout with Draco Meteor as Landorus cleans up the game for Mario with an Earth Power. So lightning fast game there, just a lot of knockouts being traded back and forth. But yeah, Mario able to come out with a Game 1 victory. As Game 2 leads, we're going to see Calyrex and Ogerpon versus Calyrex, Ice, and Landorus.
Yeah, lightning fast Game 1. We see a mirror of the first game in that we see the terrestrialization from the Calyrex. Still going to be taking a lot from the Astral Barrage. We'll see what the Ogerpon follows up with. Going to be the Ivy Cudgel trying to knock out the Landorus as Trick Room goes up. Calyrex Shadow Rider switching out. Zamazenta into Landorus definitely could be a tricky position. If it's an Earth Power or a Sandsear, we're going to see as the Landorus does end up moving first and goes for a Sandsear Storm, dealing super effective damage into the Zamazenta and knocking out the terrestrialized Ogerpon. Definitely a rough start for Francis.
Yeah, as you were saying, switching Zamazenta into a Landorus, definitely a crazy, a risky gamble at the end of the day. But Calyrex Shadow actually able to live through the turn here, able to get an Astral Barrage off. But these Pokemon, Calyrex and Landorus, still having the speed advantage. Yeah, so Rillaboom having to switch into a Glacial Lance, never a fun time, as Landorus double targets that slot with an Earth Power, able to pick up the last bit of chip damage, and just one more turn of Trick Room remaining. And it looks like, barring a double protect, and it looks like it fails. So Zamazenta now going to be alone against Mario, all 4 of Mario's Pokemon. And yeah, another quick game, but a much more decisive win for Mario right here, as they are going to claim the set 2-0 and punch their ticket into day 2.
Yeah, absolutely no doubt about that one. There was like a turn, the turn where the Rillaboom came in on the Glacial and the Earth Power. If that had just been a wide guard Astral Barrage, I think you just take a double KO and maybe you're able to sweep out of Trick Room with your +2 Calyrex Shadow Rider, depending on what's in the back. But didn't go for that play, and Mario reads the turn perfectly and punches that 2-0 in lightning fast, and subsequently also guarantees their spot in day 2 of the Smogon VGC Live. Going to be coming back tomorrow with this interesting team. I feel like we didn't get to see a whole lot of the Ogerpon, just went for a Bullet Seed and then fainted, but got to be a lot of tricks there that might be able to carry them to a strong finish in the next day of competition.
Yeah, definitely an interesting choice, the Teal Mask Ogerpon. One of the more unique Ogerpon forms, just because it has the ability to hold an item, and then also functions pretty well into the Incineroar running around, and also with the terrestrialization, it gets a speed boost. So in certain situations, if you have that attack boost, you can suddenly terrestrialize your Ogerpon, and it really doesn't have a way to, you don't have a way to mitigate its attack stat. Thanks to Incineroar just activating Defiant and boosting its attack even more. So it's a pretty interesting Pokemon there. Can turn into a pretty potent offensive threat, but also combines Ogerpon's ability to have a lot of crazy support moves. Like, it can still use Follow Me, it can still Encore, it can still Taunt, it can still do a bunch of... it even has good coverage moves that it can potentially use to help bolster its Grass-type damage. So very interesting choice. Pokemon that I think we're seeing a little bit of an uptick in usage in, but... yeah, I think Francis recognized how big of a threat it was in the first game and just focused it down immediately. But yeah, really well played to Mario, and they will be punching their ticket to day 2. And I believe we're waiting on just another match for you guys to get us through the final round of the day.
I think I've seen the Ogre Pawns on ladder, at least the few that I've seen, and it has been very few. I've seen a set of Covert Cloak with the Embody aspect, Terra Grass, where you can avoid Fake Out. If Incineroar is led, you avoid Fake Out and also get the attack boost, which at that point Bullet Seed can do a heaping ton of damage, and you're probably going to knock out most Calyrex Shadow Rider if you get a decent Bullet Seed roll, of course. And you can also cover them going for a nasty plot with Terra Grass to get the speed boost and then encore them into that. Definitely a very high commitment Pokemon, but also has the benefit of potentially Bullet Seeding to knock out Smeargles if you get a decent roll. So yeah, kind of odd, not something we're used to seeing, but in the very specific context of certain matchups, can go pretty hard. As we do actually have the open team sheet for the next match on the stream. I believe that's going to be Snower, who is Sonoru Daowei, to those who know the IRL circuit. And then we have, I think that's Nani Roma. My screen's a little bit blurry, but I think that's their username. And yeah, going to be an interesting match.
Yeah, once again, we're seeing another Miraidon Calyrex Ice team that is going to be leveraging that Landorus along with the classic gang of Incineroar. This time it's going to be Choice Band Urshifu Rapid Strike with Terra Grass, and then another Quiver Dance Volcarona, this time using Struggle Bug and Terra Dragon. Meanwhile, Neni Roma is using the Iron Hands Choice Specs Terapagos, a Pokemon that we have not seen in this current environment very, very much lately, along with the Smeargle, Calyrex Shadow, Whimsicott, and Chi-Yu. I believe the Choice Specs Calyrex Shadow, or the Choice Specs Terapagos plus the Calyrex Shadow team, this is either the exact same 6 or very similar to the team that Ryan Collins used to win one of the recent Victory Road tours, if I'm remembering correctly. A team that also did pretty well at NAIC. So this is a pretty interesting take on Terapagos, usually being a Calm Mind Pokemon that you've been seeing a lot next to Miraidon recently. A Pokemon that you used to see a lot next to Calyrex Shadow in that Calm Mind role. But taking on a very unique role with this team as just a Choice Specs attacker, next to just a lot of support pieces and also Pokemon like Chi-Yu that can also bolster the offenses a lot.
Yeah, this team definitely hit the scene starting at NAIC. I believe it was a collaboration between Ashton Cox, Bruno, and Brian Collins kind of hopped on a little bit late, but definitely added his own input to it and was able to go on to win the St. Jude charity grassroots tour.
The tournament. That was it.
Yeah, and it's definitely a super strong team. As you can guess, very hyper offensive with the Smeargle able to decorate the Choice Specs Terapagos. And at that point, if you don't have a normal resist, you don't even need to go for the Terrestrialization to Terra Starstorm. And if you do, you go for Terra Starstorm, and then you're hitting like +2 specs Starstorm into both the opposing Pokemon, which over the course of the battle, like you hit 2 of those into anything, they go down. So yeah, definitely a very potent strategy. So I think it's up to Daowei to really have the ability to deal with that Smeargle 1 and also deal with just the onslaught of special attacks that can come from both the Terapagos and the Calyrex Shadow Rider. But I do think that the Choice Scarf Snarl Miraidon is definitely going to be important too. Even after you deal with the Terapagos, oftentimes the issue is dealing with that Calyrex Shadow Rider. The Miraidon could definitely play a huge role here, as well as the Quiver Dance Volcarona. I didn't quite catch if it was Struggle Bug or Giga Drain, but if you get the Quiver Dance up, then Struggle Bug Volcarona has the potential to go very hard here.
Yes, it is Struggle Bug on Volcarona, so you do have 2 ways of mitigating special damage, which this team relies a lot on. So those pieces definitely going to be integral to the matchup, as Nani Roma going to be leading off with the Iron Hands Calyrex into Sonoru's Calyrex Ice Rider Miraidon lead.
Yeah, identifying that, okay, maybe special attacking, I can't entirely rely on this match. So brings out the Iron Hands, boosted up immediately by that electric terrain, and is able to stop the Miraidon for a turn. Unfortunately, well, really fortunately, now that you have the Iron Hands on the field, if you're faster, which they typically are on these Tailwind teams than the Calyrex Ice Rider, not the case here though. You could deal a ton of damage with low kick to the Miraidon or while charging the Calyrex Ice Rider slot. Ultimately, yeah, now in a bit of a tricky spot with the Calyrex not under really any threat of being knocked out, and the Incineroar comes on the field with a lot of damage mitigation and yeah, just pressure on the field as a U-turn knocks out the opposing Calyrex.
Yeah, Calyrex getting knocked out there, but still doing its job. Iron Hand still putting out an impressive amount of damage here, just throwing out those low kicks and drain punches, still having the Quark Drive boost. Not even really caring about the Intimidate, as Terapagos is going to come in here as the Terra Shell. Finally going to be broken here by the Choice Band Urshifu. That does a lot of damage even through Terra Shell, but Terapagos has the choice specs, able to go for Terra Starstorm. Going to be doing a lot into this Assault Vest Incineroar, but now, Smeargle getting the speed boost here as Terapagos going to Stellar Terrastalize here. Smeargle, being the fastest thing on the field, just goes for a fake out as the Specs Terra Starstorm, enough to claim the double knockout here, and this is why Choice Specs Terapagos is a force to be reckoned with. Just a move if you have no way of stopping it, especially if you have a Terrastalized Pokemon on the field. It is a Pokemon that can rip through teams that are not prepared to take Terra Starstorm. So, very good game one from Nanny Roma there, just getting the damage down with the Calyrex Shadow Rider and putting Terapagos in a fantastic position to sweep the game.
Yeah, forcing the Terrastalization out with the Calyrex Shadow Rider, really excellent move there. And also just, essentially sacking the Iron Hands. It really wasn't able to do a lot, but it was able to take out the Miraidon. So trading more or less 1-to-1 with the non-restricted for the restricted slot, and also the Scarf Snarl and Electric Terrain Pokemon, just not trying to... The Miraidon is just so excellent in this matchup in certain spots, and Naniroma was able to eliminate it early and allow for the Smeargle and the Terapagos to sweep uncontested. Even if you don't take the knockouts that turn, the next turn you've cleared away Electric Terrain and you have the +2 speed Spore Smeargle, able to just prevent the Terapagos from ever getting hit ever again in the rest of the match. And that's if you don't go for Decorate.
Yeah, we talked about kind of how like Struggle Bug, Volcarona, and Miraidon with Snarl were potentially good options to mitigate the strong special damage, but like with a team that's aggressive as this, like when are you ever going to get the time to use those moves in this situation? It just feels like this team is so good at bursting down the opponent's team, so where like the damage mitigation moves, like we even saw Iron Hands like through an Intimidate just completely blasting through Miraidon's HP, just doing so much work even with the Quark Drive boost. So it's just like with a team like this, like it's just so much damage coming out. Like it almost feels like the damage mitigating moves, you're just giving up so much damage trading on your own just to get that drop, to the point where it almost doesn't even matter. And then like once you get rid of one restricted Pokemon, the other one just comes in the back. And then once your team is chipped down to a point where Terapagos, you're just in Specs Terra Starstorm range for the rest of the game. So we'll have to see if there's a meaningful adjustment in this game 2, as Sonoru going to lead off with the Incineroar Miraidon, as Naniroma going to lead off with Terapagos and Smeargle.
Yeah, with the Smeargle and Terapagos, first off, the Smeargle has the fake out speed advantage over the opposing Incineroar, so able to act first there, as we see the Miraidon flinch. No fake out from the Incineroar, but a critical hit, maybe wishing that it had faked out the Terapagos, broken its shell, and also not taken damage. As we see the Smeargle get, shouldn't be meaningful Moody boost in the defense, but the Terrastalization going to weaken that Miraidon's Electric Terrain, as Follow Me comes out from the Smeargle, and Snarl not able to knock out the Smeargle. That could have been definitely super impactful, as a close combat could have knocked the Terapagos out in exchange, but only went for Surging Strikes on the Urshifu. No sweat there. Now we have the Snarl Choice Scarf Miraidon up against the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Definitely a better spot for Sonoru this game compared to the previous one.
Yeah, the problem is that only with one... Oh, well, the drop, like I said, not going to matter. Yeah, not going to matter if your opponent crits. So there's always that to keep in mind, as the 2 crits in this game, one into the Incineroar, putting it now easily in range of these Pokemon, even at -1, and now +1 on the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Yeah, it's just like teams like this, I feel like just get absolutely bullied by teams like Naniroma's, where just like you have like so much offensive pressure, so much disruption, speed advantage on every Pokemon. It's just sometimes like so hard to actually get a meaningful advantage, as Calyrex is actually just going to be ignored here. So it had the opportunity to fire off another Astral Barrage, unfortunately into a Protect, but I don't think there's really a way that Calyrex can sort of win this game in the meantime. Maybe if it... Oh, okay, the critical hit Glacial... I was going to say critical hit Glacial Lance could have done it because with the +1. But unfortunately, Iron Hands, showing the defensive monster that it is, able to tank the hit, and just like that, Naniroma able to take this set 2-0 and advance to the second day of competition.
Yeah, I think even if you lose the Urshifu there, it's fine, but getting critical hit on the Miraidon is definitely horrible. Because you could have Snarled to at least pressure the Miraidon to protect or switch into the Iron Hands, at which point you're Calyrex Ice Rider might be able to go into Trick Room or just get enough damage with Glacial Lance to clean the game regardless. Unfortunately, don't get to see that for Sonoru's side, and Nani Roma getting this convincing game 2 and honestly a pretty strong game 1 after a slow start, but in the second wave of offense was able to pull it off. Hoping to see some of that really offensive gameplay carry them to a great finish in day 2.
Yeah, it's just unfortunately sometimes the downfall of these slower, bulkier teams, if the critical hits don't exactly go your way against some of these like hyper offense teams. I think we saw a similar set earlier where a Grimmsnarl tried to set up screens, and then like eventually the entire team just gets like 2 Pokemon just get crit, and then like the whole game falls apart. So yeah, just really well played, really well positioned, and yeah, unfortunately just not going Sonoru's way in game 2, and just not really allowing the sort of bulky, stally game plan to work out there. But this is still a very strong team to look out for. These kinds of, Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Terapagos taking on a new face, it seems like, going into the World Championships. An archetype that was long to be forgotten to the archives of Regulation I, coming up with a new coat of paint, with now Terapagos being just as much of an offensive threat immediately as Calyrex, Shadow Rider. So really interesting adjustment to see here. And yeah, just really good stuff to both of these players.
Yeah, it's a cool inversion of what we're used to from the Calyrex Shadow Rider Terapagos comp, just because, like you mentioned, it used to be Calm Mind Terapagos with a bit of a support Shadow Rider, sometimes running Pollen Puff, sometimes running Encore or Disable, but this time just going setup Calyrex, taking the Calm Mind and going for a little bit more aggression with the Nasty Plot, and then the Terapagos is just a straight up attacker. There's one huge benefit of that in that the previous really bulky iterations of these teams were really susceptible to crit. They were typically moving second, and as a result, more likely, if you get knocked out, you don't get the opportunity to respond back. So if you're always the one moving first and pushing the pace of the match, you're more likely to get lucky in that respect because you just have more turns for it to happen than your opponent who's always switching or, going for these low impact moves that, although could slow your offense, if, over the course of the battle, it's just going to extend how many turns you're getting hit, means eventually you're just going to get, knocked out by a crit, as we saw in that match.
Yeah, it sort of does beg an interesting question as far as how to play Regulation I correctly at this point in the format. Like, I feel like I've been seeing a lot of these sets being like this kind of tug of war between the slower, more bulky positioning-based teams versus like straight-up hyper offense, and it feels like both sides have come away with their own respective victories. So it's an interesting question for these players preparing for the World Championships of what side they're gonna take on. Are they gonna try to take on the more consistent, bulky, positioning-based teams, or are they gonna try to go for a team like this that just looks to set up and win immediately? And I think you kind of nailed it by saying, like, if you give these teams too many turns, they can just kind of run you over. And I think that's kind of the pitfall that a team like this, like Sonoru's team, kind of falls into when you play against a hyper offense team like this, is that you're spending so much time trying to mitigate the damage, but like one critical hit doesn't go your way, and then all of a sudden you're just on the back foot for the rest of, like, one of your key positioning tools is just not able to be used for the rest of the game. So a very interesting question for these players to ponder. I think we might be trying to get one more replay for you guys before we sign off for the day. But yeah, we're just waiting in the wings for the last set of replays to come up here.
Yeah, in the meantime, we have this set of all the players. I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess all of these players have already played, but going to be kind of interesting. Like a lot of these players at the 7-0/8-0 area are some that I don't recognize, like John Black Ops. Not entirely familiar with them. Ursaluna Bro, I believe, is one of the Hoj brothers, some of the best hyper offensive read best players in the world. AC Tornado Boy at 7-1, not someone I've recognized them playing in a lot of grassroots tours, but haven't recognized in the IRL circuit. And then Fede Campo, our NAIC international champion. So just a really big spectrum of grassroots demons, and then IRL demons, and then folks we don't really recognize who have come out of nowhere, maybe whether it's their main account or maybe an alternative count, hard to say. But yeah, just overall a big spectrum of players in the top of this bracket.
Yeah, with almost 800 players being registered earlier today by the start of round one, it's a big field. You definitely see a pretty big mix of talent coming into tournaments like this. You see, yeah, maybe a lot of the top players that wouldn't normally play in tournaments like this, maybe just trying to keep their prep a little bit more secret. Instead, coming out for this one and really showing why they're some of the best players in the world, but also that sort of clash that you mentioned between the IRL demons and then the grassroots demons that kind of just come together. And those sets can honestly be some of the best Pokemon because you just see two conflicting styles coming together and just a pool of players that feels familiar, but also a pool of players that really showcases a lot of the new and upcoming talent in the scene. But yeah, really good stuff. A lot of really high quality games today. And I believe the last match that we're going to showcase for today is going to be another 5-2 set between Strider, aka Marcus Dion, and Iker DDS. This set looks to be interesting as we see the teams pop up on screen here. Strider using the Assault Vest Miraidon, Incineroar, Calyrex Ice Rider, Ditto, Annihilate, and Grimmsnarl. As Iker DDS going to be using the Choice Scarf Miraidon, Calyrex Ice Rider, Incineroar, Amoonguss Landorus, and Urshifu Rapid Strike.
Yeah, it's an interesting interaction. I think Strider using the same team as Carson Confer, who I believe ended this round 7-1. So congrats to Carson on making that finish. Still waiting on I guess is Strider 6-2 or sorry, is Strider 5-2?
I believe they were. Were they X1?
Oh, I think actually we were talking about earlier. This is a win and in match. They are 5-2 versus Iker. But yeah, we saw the Annihilate with the Choice Scarf doesn't really pair well against the opposing Miraidons with Choice Scarf, just because you can't go for that Choice Scarf final gambit, unfortunately. But you also on Strider side have the very rare Miraidon with Assault Vest, which I kind of think of it as this weird triangle where typically the Choice Specs Miraidon will easily beat the Assault Vest one just because you have a little bit more oomph, whereas the Choice Scarf one will beat the Choice Specs one just because you threaten Draco Meteor or Terra Electric Electro Drift first, and then Choice Scarf loses to the Assault Vest one in most circumstances. So yeah, kind of an interesting triangle, and it looks like Strider kind of gets the better of it on the Miraidon end, but the Choice Scarf on Iker's Miraidon really neutralizes his ability to leverage the Annihilate as well as he typically might want to.
Yeah, it's two teams that are very similar to one another, but I think two conflicting styles of how to play Miraidon Ice Rider. See familiar aspects on both teams. You both have the Incineroar and also just like the defensive pieces like Amoonguss, and then on Strider's side you have Grimmsnarl to try and boost up your defenses. You have the Clear Amulet Calyrex Ice Rider with high horsepower versus the leftovers Calyrex Ice Rider with Leech Seed. So two very similar teams in their construction, but as you were talking about, just two conflicting styles going up against each other. And I believe this team is very similar to the Strider's team is very similar to the one we saw Carson use earlier on stream today. I think he really showed off the power of that coaching Annihilate next to Calyrex Ice Rider. Probably not going to be huge in this matchup, considering there's a lot more special attackers on Iker's side. So really trying to get the most out of perhaps bulking out your Pokemon with Grimmsnarl's screen support, and then also trying to leverage your Miraidon and Calyrex Ice under those conditions, and then maybe trying to steal a restricted of your own with that Ditto. But we're gonna have to see as we get into this game one.
Yeah, I would love to see the Ditto have a pop-off game here. Didn't get to see it in Carson's game, but maybe we see it here as we see Calyrex Ice Rider led on Iker's side. It is the Clear Amulet one, so not going to get intimidated by the opposing Intimidate, Incineroar, and Miraidons on both sides.
Yeah, the Incineroar going to position itself in here for the Miraidon as Calyrex goes for the Protect here, as the Terra Electric Electro Drift goes right into the Protect, so no damage coming out there. Going to knock off the Incineroar's Assault Vest. Very huge for allowing Miraidon potentially to get a knockout on this Incineroar later. But no, just Incineroar going to keep clicking knockoff as high horsepower actually goes to the Miraidon. Critical hit. Not sure if that maybe mattered or not, but it means the Miraidon is going down as Calyrex Ice Rider now in a position where it has that attack boost, going to protect itself there. Close combat actually missing the knockout onto the Incineroar, as Incineroar unfortunately going to knock itself out to Rocky Helmet, but this does bring back the Miraidon in for Iker.
Yeah, U-turn knocks yourself out, but it is a switch in nonetheless, which means you get to just go for the Electro Drift into the Annihilate slot, taking that knockout. Yeah, I'm not sure if the high horsepower would have knocked out the Miraidon without the crit. even though it is super effective, typically the Assault Vest Miraidons do have a lot of bulk on them. Regardless, though, we do get to this state of the game with Incineroar Calyrex. Calyrex now intimidated, but yeah, knocking out this Urshifu, which was an excellent switch in from Iker into the fake out Glacial Lance, is going to be a bit of a challenge unless you get a critical hit. This game, although, typically slower paced teams, moving at a lightning pace as we see close combat knock out the Incineroar.
Yeah, really good end game position here for Iker, even though... Wait, the trigger... Okay, yeah, I just think it's going to be hard for Strider to remove this opposing Calyrex Ice Rider, even though, it has Terra Fire, but this is unfortunately not the high horsepower one. This is the Leech Seed one. So you're going to have to spend a turn potentially going for a Leech Seed here to try to get the Calyrex here, but you can also just click Glacial Lance into the Urshifu. Actually, you get another critical hit, which helps get the knockout here. So now you have the attack boost, and now you're facing down a Miraidon under Trick Room, so you have an opportunity to click another Glacial Lance here. It's actually Iker going to be the one locking in the forfeit here as Strider comes out with the clutch Trick Room in the end game to win the game.
Yeah, really unlikely win. I think on some level, Iker might have been trying to read a reversal of Trick Room on Strider's side, and that your safest play is just to get Trick Room off the field so that your faster Pokemon can win the game. But your opponent can also read that and go for their own Trick Room. I think maybe could have timed that with Detect to get a little bit more guaranteed of a win, but instead just goes for the Glacial Lances instead of trying to take the speed advantage once again. And the -1 Calyrex just not nearly enough to do the work as the crit into the Urshifu and then the Glacial Lance into the -1 from the close combat ends up being enough for the Calyrex to pull the 1v3 comeback and win that game in really unlikely fashion from Strider. Great win, but I'm not entirely sure that the game plan... Well, I guess there was the critical hit onto your own Miraidon, so maybe if that doesn't happen, the game proceeds a little bit closer to what you're expecting, but I definitely expect some kind of adjustment from Strider, because that, truthfully, in most situations, you probably shouldn't win that endgame, so you're probably going to be going back to the drawing board to navigate away from that endgame.
Yeah, it kind of shows how instrumental the knockoffs were into positioning the opposing Calyrex to be in a position where it could lock up that end game against the opposing Calyrex, where it's just doing no damage in the end game. So yeah, just having that intimidate down on Iker's Calyrex. But yeah, I would expect to see some adjustments on both players' side to sort of solidify the game plans as we go into game 2. As Iker leading off with the double restricteds, as Strider going to be leading off with their own Miraidon and with Incineroar to accompany it.
Yep, exact replay in terms of both the Pokemon and the slots, actually. The Miraidon going for a Terra Electric here. Fake out into the opposing Miraidon gets a hefty crit, doing a lot of damage, 16%. Could end up mattering, actually. Well, hard to say. But regardless, the Miraidon on Strider's side is not locked into the Volt Switch, or into the Electro Drift. Could go for a Volt Switch here. Terra Electric Miraidon life. Oh no, sorry. Rocky Helmet. Actually a contact move, so it does take some damage there, but a knockout on the Incineroar on Strider's side.
Yeah, Incineroar not able to take that with the Assault Vest item, as the Scarf Miraidon actually just getting off so much damage here, as both Miraidons just firing off Electro Drifts into both sides, just trying to trade knockouts here as much as possible. As Miraidon Electro Drift's going to go into a Protect this time, as the Draco Meteor does pick up the knockout, so that is the Iker's Miraidon going to be going down, but now that Miraidon is terrestrialized into Electric type, going to be taking a lot of damage from that Surging Strikes. And now we bring out a very, very healthy Calyrex Ice Rider here. So Miraidon going to try and reset its attack drop there, and going to Volt Switch out into the Annihilate, as Calyrex going to be taken down by this Urshifu, now living at 1 HP on the Focus Sash. But now Annihilate forced to take a single target Glacial Lance, as Miraidon comes back here to reset up the terrain, and Annihilate going to try and get a hit onto this Calyrex. It does take it all the way down to 24%, just because of the critical hit on Rage Fist now being bumped up to 100 base power. Urshifu going to knock out the Miraidon and seal up this game with an Aqua Jet into the Annihilate, sending us to a game 3.
Yeah, really close game there. I feel like Aqua Jet could have been gone either way there on a roll, but ultimately Iker does take the Aqua Jet KO and wins the game from there. It was actually kind of interesting going for the Glacial Lance in front of the Annihilate. It looks like it could have actually just been an exact copy of the game 1, but reversed, where if Iker goes for Trick Room on the Glacial Lance turn, suddenly they just get to sweep with the Calyrex and Trick Room and close it out. while also having the benefit of the slower Urshifu to just go for Surging Strikes instead of Aqua Jets in that late game. So yeah, really interesting game 2. Going to be exciting to see how both players bring their A game to this game 3 to see who progresses to day 2.
Yeah, it's definitely a matchup that could go either way. We've seen just how this matchup can play out in 2 different ways. Like either just the Miraidons just trading KOs back and forth, or you could see a much more slower, grindier end game that we saw in game 1. But yeah, we're going to have to see how both of these players adjust going into this final game. So we're going to see the leads come out. Iker, once again, switching it up this time, going to go for Miraidon and Incineroar, and Strider going to be mirroring the lead back with their own Miraidon and Incineroar. So some fake outs, potentially some pivots, some electro drifts, I don't know, some Terras might come out here. We'll just have to see as the faster Incineroar gets a fake out into the opposing Incineroar. The Choice Scarf Miraidon, as we saw, was a clean one-shot into Strider's Incineroar in the first game, as we saw Draco Meteor was a clean one-shot into Iker's Miraidon in the first game. So immediate trade of knockouts as we see Ditto come out in this game. So your wish has come true, Cedric. Yeah, we have Ditto impersonating the one actual restricted on the field known as Incineroar. So we're going to see Ditto actually get some mileage in this game.
Yeah, and a super aggressive turn. I'm not sure if I saw incorrectly, but I think the Ditto didn't go for fake out. Yeah, it didn't. There was a potential knockout of fake out, Volt Switch into the Focus Sash Urshifu. So predicting that Protect just goes for U-turn, even though the Urshifu could have knocked out the Incineroar with the Surging Strikes. So now the Miraidon and the Calyrex fresh on the field. Electro Drift goes into the opposing Calyrex, which definitely could have protected. So great read there. And then, yeah, just knocks out the opposing Calyrex and gets the Calyrex on the field against this Urshifu. Focus Sash broken, looking like a pretty solid spot for the opposing Miraidon on Strider's side.
Yeah, with the Miraidon just having the Terra Electric speed advantage and these Pokemon not really being in a position to challenge them and challenge it in the late game, Calyrex is going to be taking a hefty blow here. Just going to get a Leech Seed off into the Incineroar, get a little bit of HP back. Ditto does have the opportunity to, just fake out here and let Calyrex get a little bit more recovery off. I imagine Ditto is probably not going to be sticking around for very long. Maybe just buying a turn for the electric terrain to go away so Miraidon can come back in and just have its terrain up. Ditto is just going to KO the opposing Incineroar with U-turn, and as expected, the Miraidon is going to come back into the field, and just with Urshifu on the field against 2 of Marcus's restricted Pokemon, it's looking like it's going to be game over for Iker, as Strider going to take the last knockout and solidify his spot in day 2 of this tournament.
I actually really loved the Ditto play in that game 3, not because I was hyping up before the game, but because typically you see Ditto used as some kind of like reverse sweeper where you take your opponent's restricteds after they might have taken some damage and use that to your advantage and just like win the game off of it. Here we saw Ditto exclusively copying Incineroar, but in spite of that, because Ditto is coming in with the fresh fake out, it's almost it's just as valuable as the opposing Incineroar regardless, and you also get to take advantage of the Intimidate activating. We saw the Calyrex was just able to live the combination of Surging Strikes and Flare Blitz from Iker's Incineroar after the Intimidate, so it would have just immediately gone down if not for that. But even if it did get knocked out, you at that point have fake out on the field against the low HP Incineroar and the Urshifu, which you can just go for fake out into that slot, lock it down for a turn, and then knock out the Incineroar with your Electro Drift, and then clean up the game from there with your own Electro Drift, Volt Switch, whatever you want to do into the Urshifu, and win extremely cleanly there. So yeah, just really heads up play from Strider, understanding that Ditto is, it can be any of your opponent's Pokemon, and even though you most typically want to copy the restricted, sometimes copying a support Pokemon can be just as valuable.
Yeah, in this game it did copy restricted. It copied Incineroar, the best Pokemon in the game. But
exactly.
I liked what you were saying about the Ditto play there, just like using it more as a positional piece and like just getting yourself almost like a pseudo double fake out core, and just having Ditto, having the ability to like stall out the turns. And I really liked that turn at the end of the game where Ditto, as Incineroar, was able to stall a turn for Calyrex to not only get it some more Leech Seed recovery, but also stall out the last turn of electric terrain, allowing Miraidon to come back in safely and able to do the most amount of damage possible. So yeah, very, very smart Ditto play. I'm glad that we got to see it in its full glory. I know in the first set, that we featured in with Carson's team. It kind of didn't quite get its moment to shine. It did provide us with a funny 3 Miraidon on the field moment, but in this game, a lot more of a practical use of Ditto and a lot more of a what Ditto was meant to be used for in this kind of situation. So yeah, congrats to Strider. Very, very well played set. Iker unfortunately going out with the 5-3 finish. Still a respectable finish in such a large tournament filled with so many talented players. But ultimately it will be Strider moving on to day 2. So yeah, like we have most of our day 2 field solidified. A lot of great trainers going into the final day. We have Fede Campo, Siciot, and John Black Ops rounding out our 8-0s for the day, as they look to be in the best spot to get that top cut placing with just one more win.
Yeah, honestly, just an incredible field of players. Fede having won NAIC most recently. Siciot, I think we featured at least twice on the broadcast. Played extremely well and also got top 8 at NAIC. And then of the 7-1s, we have, I'm counting now, I think we have 3 world champions in Toller and Carson in the senior division, and then Siri, Luca Ceribelli in the masters division. So just a host of incredible players, and then a lot of names that I'm really happy to say that I don't recognize. So not just the IRL circuit folks that everyone already knows and loves, but also some new folks making themselves known in this great grassroots tournament, just getting the opportunity to play and prove themselves to be on par with some of the best in the world.
Yeah, just a lot of like you said, world champions in the field, a lot of international champions in the field, a lot of regions being represented here, a lot of the featured names that we're promoting before the event doing really well in this tournament, really showing why that they're some of the best players in the world, and looking to demonstrate it even further tomorrow as they look to capitalize on a strong day 1 finish. So yeah, I'm really excited to see how the next day of competition goes. Yeah, like you said, a lot of really strong players making it through. Yeah, and just a real combination of both the names that people recognize from the official circuit, and also just a lot of names that I know people in the chat were talking about, like, oh, this guy is an absolute monster on either ladder or like these grassroots tournaments. So, you know, a lot of players that are established getting able to get some good practice and showing off why they are at the top of the leaderboards in this tournament, but also a lot of new and up-and-coming names showing off that they are potentially going to be forces to be reckoned with in the official circuit, or just, you know, talented players that we're just that are just able to, you know, do really well in these online tournaments. So really, really, really good solid field here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an incredible tournament so far. And what's great about it is it gets to continue tomorrow. So that is the end of all the rounds for today, but we will be playing 3 additional Swiss rounds tomorrow. Players who are able to get 9 overall wins advance into the top cut single elimination bracket, where they are able to fight for the first place prize of, I think, a $400 prize pool, a custom Smogon avatar a custom Showdown avatar, and then a custom Smogon forum banner. So definitely a lot that folks are fighting for, and I'm really excited to be returning on the broadcast tomorrow. You'll see both Eric and myself on the broadcast tomorrow. Definitely make sure to tune in early for that, as well as just, you know, throughout the day to check in on how the competitors are doing. If you want to see who ultimately made it into the bracket, definitely check out Smogon VGC on the forums, and I think at some point they're also going to be posting both the players and some information about the, you know, what Pokemon were used in the tournament, as well as some of the teams. I'm not certain about that, but definitely be checking periodically for that information.
Yeah, really great tournament today. Going to be continuing the action tomorrow. 3 more additional Swiss rounds coming at you bright and early at 9 a.m. Going to be starting out with our last 3 Swiss rounds. 9 wins needed to make it to that asymmetrical top cut. And yeah, Smogon VGC, thank you both. Thank you for having us both. We're going to be back on the mic tomorrow, getting you all the high-level day 2 action, and as well as the top cut. And yeah, we should be getting all those usage stats and all the good stuff that I know all those people paying attention to this tournament are going to be looking for. So make sure you guys stay tuned. Thank you all so much for watching today. And that'll be it from us two, and we will catch you guys tomorrow for day 2.